The story begins on a rainy day with a towering building looming in the gloom. Inside, a boy sprints through the corridors, his heart pounding as he flees from a terrifying ghost. Fear drives him to seek refuge in a washroom, but he quickly realizes it's a dead end. Desperate, he locks himself inside a bathroom stall, exhausted and gasping for air. As he struggles to catch his breath, the ghost emerges through the ceiling, its ghastly appearance chilling him to the bone. Blood splatters across the walls, suggesting the ghost has killed the boy. Suddenly, the scene shifts. It was all a virtual reality, VR game. The boy, still trembling, rips off his VR headset and slumps back into his gaming chair. "Wow, you popped out of nowhere and scared the hell out of me. My butt hurts from falling," he exclaims. On his live stream, viewers mock him in the chat for his dramatic reaction. He retorts, "No, guys, this isn't funny. Do you see the sweat on my chair? Playing this in VR is just too scary." We're introduced to the boy, Choi Do-yeon, a third-year variety game streamer with 70,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. He earns a living through streaming, though his audience continues to tease him. "You guys won't get it until you try it yourselves," he says defensively. "Do you really want me to pass out like last time?" He thanks his viewers for watching his chaotic streams, where he often puts himself through intense experiences. Choi returns to the VR game, this time finding the exit in one attempt. His chat erupts with praise and someone donates 20,000 Korean won, asking, "If the ghost was pretty, would you have stayed?" While exercising, Choi responds, "Wow, thanks Wayudi for the 20,000 won. But what are you even saying? I keep telling you it's not an act. I really can't handle this. And no matter how pretty, it's still a ghost, right? Don't you know if a ghost looks pretty, you're already under its spell?" He announces he's ending the stream to head home, saying, "That's it for today, guys. I need to go back to my family's place." As he wraps up, a viewer named Dalmong messages him, asking about a planned collaboration with another streamer, Hyung. Choi replies, "Not sure. I can't get in touch with him, so I'll have to put it on hold." Dalmong notes that Hyung hasn't streamed in over a month, expressing concern. Another message reveals that Hyung had mentioned finding an amazing game and told others to look forward to it, but he vanished the next day. Choi brushes it off, saying, "Maybe something urgent came up. I was planning to visit his house on my way home anyway. I'll take a break until tomorrow and update you guys." Choi tries calling Hyung, but the number is switched off, heightening his worry. Is something really wrong? Should we report this to the police? He wonders. His mother calls and he reassures her, "I was just about to leave. I told you I'm leaving at night because of the broadcast. Even if I leave during the day, I'll just get stuck in traffic and stress out. Do you think I'm a kid? I can take care of myself. I'll arrive at dawn, so don't wait up. Just go to sleep. I'll say goodbye to everyone before I leave. It takes about an hour to get there." At a rest stop, Choi emerges from the washroom muttering, "I almost died holding it in." Checking his phone, he sees a message from Hyung containing a link. He tries calling again, but the number is still off. This guy, if you were worried, you could have at least called. Did he seriously just send a link and not turn his phone on? Clicking the link, Choi discovers a game called Dugun Dugun Ghost Love, which he's never seen before. The game's description reads, "Ghosts who remain in the world with lingering attachments, conquer them with love and help them pass on peacefully." Choi recalls Hyung's message about an insanely good game before his disappearance. Skeptical but curious, he says, "No way he got ghosted because of a game, right?" This Hyung always finds the weirdest stuff. As he installs the game, a lightning strike startles him. "Damn, what's with this sudden thunder out of nowhere?" he exclaims. His phone shows the game has installed, displaying a warning. "Women's lingering grudges are cold enough to bring snowfall even in midsummer. Quitting midway is not an option. Are you sure you want to install?" Choi pockets his phone, thinking, "I've got nothing to do at my family's place anyway. I'll try it out, and if it's fun, I'll stream it later." By mistake, he accepts the warning, and the game begins searching for his date. Driving through heavy rain on a highway, Choi grumbles, "It suddenly started pouring and I didn't hear anything about rain today." His GPS malfunctions, directing him to make a left turn on a straight highway. The GPS must be bugging out. A left turn on a straight highway? That's ridiculous. The GPS repeats, "Recalculating route due to deviation. U-turn in a moment, turn left." Frustrated, Choi turns it off, but not before it announces, "You have arrived at your destination. Navigation ending." Suddenly a figure appears in front of his car, startling him. Panicking, he accelerates, hitting the person and crashing into the highway's walls. "What the hell? I just hit something," he gasps. In his rearview mirror, he sees a person lying on the road. He jumps out of the car and runs to check on them, shouting, "What should I do? Should I call the police?" "No, an ambulance first." But his phone screen freezes, displaying a message. "A rainy highway. A woman crashed into my car as I drove home. Panic and worry lasted only a moment. I realized she wasn't from this world." The fallen woman slowly stood up, looking down at me with eyes full of resentment and sorrow. "What should I do?" 3 options appear on the screen. "Whatever, she's a ghost. Just run away. Shouldn't I ask why she's still lingering in this world? Standing in the middle of the road? Are you insane? Demand compensation for the car repair? Choi tries to close the app, but his phone won't respond. Shit, why isn't my phone working? It won't turn off. This is why you don't download random stuff from links. The woman now stands before him, her voice chilling. Why did you kill me? Distracted, Choi looks up as she repeats, why did you let me die? Her broken limbs and ghastly appearance terrify him, and he throws his phone away in panic. The ghost approaches, pleading, help me. You can help me, right? Instinctively, Choi selects the first option on his phone. It's a ghost anyway, let's hurry and run away. He sprints toward his car without looking back. A system window appears. She is very disappointed with your choice. Affection level has significantly decreased. The ghost cries out, why does everyone hate me? Why does no one want to see me? Another window pops up. Her affection level has changed from neutral to hostile. Her voice grows angrier. Why? I just wanted to live. A final system window warns. Her grudge deepens and she becomes enraged. Hurry and escape. Choi bangs on his car door, but it's locked. What's happening? Why won't it open? I need to run before she catches up. Too late. The ghost grabs his neck, choking him. As he struggles, her face transforms into that of a beautiful girl. Mesmerized, Choi freezes, recalling the saying, if a ghost looks beautiful, you're already possessed. A truck barrels toward them. Realizing he's under her spell, Choi gasps, have I really been possessed? The truck slams into them, and blood splatters everywhere, ending the scene. The scene shifts back to the parking area at the rest stop, where Choi Do-yeon lies on the ground, his eyes wide with terror and confusion. My bones feel like they're shattering, and my insides are twisting, he gasps, recalling the unbearable pain of lying dead on the highway after the truck collision. An old man approaches concerned and asks, are you okay, boy? But Choi, overwhelmed and disoriented, pushes him away, his breathing heavy, and his eyes darkened with fear. Onlookers whisper among themselves, some muttering, what's wrong with that guy? While others caution, these days, helping strangers just gets you into trouble. Glancing at his phone, Choi mutters, I'm back at the rest stop. I was definitely on the highway. Am I dreaming? A notification flashes on his screen. Choi Do-yeon, you have died. Restarting from the last save point. 2 more notifications appear. There is an ongoing date. If you do not wish to continue the date with her, please leave the area. His breathing quickens as he exclaims, what is all this? A date? His phone displays his profile, showing he has 9 lives left out of 10, styled like a modern video game. The old man tries again. Student, you don't look well. Are you okay? Without responding, Choi bolts to his car and speeds back onto the highway. This can't be happening, he tells himself. I'm just seeing things. There's no way ghosts exist just because I installed a game. I've been sleep deprived from streaming and editing. If I get home and rest, everything will go back to normal. But his dashboard lights up with another notification. Rerouting due to deviation from the route. In a moment, turn left. Fear grips him as the same scenario from before unfolds. The ghost appears on the highway again, but this time, Choi slams on the brakes, stopping just short of hitting her. Why is this happening to me? He cries. I've just been playing games and streaming in my room. I haven't done anything to make enemies. The ghost stands motionless in front of his car. Furious, Choi shouts from inside, is this really happening just because I installed one game? What the hell am I supposed to do? At least give me some explanation. His phone rings, and a new notification appears. As I struggled between dreams and reality, she appeared before me again for the second time. Choi thinks to himself, it'll be fine. I've played visual novels on my stream before. There's always one common rule. Pick the best choice to raise the character's affection level. If I build enough affection, I should be safe. 4 options appear on his phone. So he's already dead. Carefully turn the car around and escape. B. Do you want to die again? Get out of the car and yell in anger. C. Offer to drive her home. D. Ask what she's doing here and find out her situation. Sweating profusely, Choi mutters, even if I pick the safest choice, I'll just get an average outcome. Calming himself, he says, don't panic, Choi. Since it's come to this, let's just get it over with. The ghost, now inside his car, speaks in a chilling tone. Why are you turning away? Why do I have to be the only one suffering? Choi trembles as she bangs on the car window, crying, this is unfair. Trying to steady himself, he thinks, it's just a game. You pick a choice and it's fine, Choi Do-yeon. Stepping out of the car, Choi nervously offers the ghost an umbrella in the pouring rain. I'm just saying this in case. I'm really not a suspicious person, okay? I don't know what's going on, but I want to help. Want to go for a drive together? I'll take you home. He selects option C, offering to drive her home. Silence follows, amplifying his nervousness. In his mind, he panics. I'm so scared I just want to run away right now. The ghost remains quiet, and Choi thinks, at least say something. Why are you just staring? Was that the wrong choice? She didn't kill me, so maybe it's fine. The ghost turns and approaches him, whispering softly, can you see me? Choi, startled, stammers, yeah, I can see you. Suddenly she hugs him, and they both collapse to the ground. She sobs, clinging to him. Please, I beg you, don't leave me behind. I don't want this anymore. Confused, Choi watches as her appearance shifts into that of a cute girl, still crying. A notification appears. Your choice has slightly increased her favorability. Her condition stabilizes. Choi, now slightly relieved by her transformed appearance, wonders, what kind of story does she have to be crying so sorrowfully? What could have happened to make her like this? Helping her up, Choi says, I'm completely drenched. At this rate, I might die from hypothermia. Could you step aside for a moment? The scene shifts, and they're both inside his car. Choi notices she's still crying. He thinks, somehow I got her in the car, but now it's like a free date. If this were a dating sim, there'd at least be choices. This is just abandonment. What am I supposed to do now? Glancing at his dashboard mirror, he spots the truck that killed him before. That's the one that hit me at the start, he thinks. First, I'll take her somewhere safe. Once she calms down, we can talk. Noticing her side door isn't closed properly, Choi says, the door on your side isn't shut, let me take care of it real quick. As he leans over to close it, he slips and falls onto her lap. Panicked, he looks up and sees she's equally frightened. Choi thought this wasn't just a simple mistake he had made. Then the ghost said, was this why I was brought here? This scared Choi even more, and in a hurry he blurted out, no, that's impossible. It was really an accident. Please believe me. The door wasn't closing properly, so I tried to fix it, but deep in his mind he was sure he was going to die now. He quickly changed the topic. We can't just block the road. I thought the ghost couldn't close the door alone, so I tried to help. I really didn't have any bad intentions. I don't even have the guts for that. I'm a completely harmless person. Back in school, my nickname was Shut-In Gamer. Choi noticed the ghost was trembling. That's when he apologized for his mistake. Then he suggested driving the car so they could stop at the nearest rest station ahead. It was dangerous to stop in the middle of the highway. The ghost looked toward Choi. Choi looked toward her with a scared expression. Their eyes locked, but Choi quickly looked away and said, well, if you don't want to, I guess it's fine too. Surprisingly, the ghost started to laugh. This confused Choi even more. She said, sorry, I guess I laughed because I felt relieved. I was worried the first person I met might be a weirdo. She thanked him for giving her a ride. She also introduced herself, saying her name was Ha-yeon, and asked about his name. Choi introduced himself. I am Choi Do-yeon. Then they both left the highway. Yeon thanked Choi for offering her a ride while he must be busy, but Choi comforted her by saying, no, it's fine. It's just a slight detour, that's all. Then she said, it feels strange. I never thought I would get another chance to talk to someone like this again. Honestly, I had already given up all hopes. Choi asked her, if you don't mind, could you tell me what happened? Why were you on this road? What were you doing here? If it's too difficult to talk about, you don't have to. I was just asking because I'm curious. After hearing this, Yeon became sad and said, I also don't know either. She just remembered that she was dragged away by a man she had never seen before, and when she opened her eyes, she was already on the highway. At first, she didn't even realize she was dead. She thought she was just lucky to have survived. Fearing she might run into that man again, she hurriedly ran along the road, but as time passed, she started to notice something was off. No matter how much she called for help, people just passed by her. Even after walking for days, the road never seemed to end. That's when she realized she had died back then and couldn't leave this place. She was all alone. Then she broke into tears and said, when I first spoke to you, I couldn't believe it. Wiping her tears, she said sorry to him and continued, it's been so long since I talked to someone that I must have embarrassed myself. Just thinking of meeting her family made her tear up. She thanked Choi for doing her a favor, but Choi was confused, thinking what he should say to comfort her even just a little. Then Choi asked Yeon, what if your family can't see you? For which Yeon said, then would you mind if I stay a little longer? She continued, if you look that shocked, it makes me feel a little embarrassed. Could you at least deliver my final message to them? Choi's eyes widened as he heard this, and he understood the situation fully. He agreed to deliver her message to her family. Then bright sunlight fell on their car, showing the night was over. Choi wondered to himself, is this person really just a character in a game? He had so many questions to ask, but right now, he couldn't. At least he truly wished she could meet her family. Suddenly, a pop-up window appeared on his smartphone. It said that soon the first midnight date would end. He was shocked and thought, what? The date is ending? What's going on all of a sudden? He confusingly looked toward Yeon. As the sun rose, Choi was shocked to see Yeon disappearing. With disappointment, she said sorry to Choi after everything he did to help her, but she only regained her senses at night. Then she asked him a selfish request to help her a little longer. Choi easily agreed to her request. He promised to meet her again at the same place where they met the first time. This brought a calm smile to her face. She disappeared while saying she would be waiting for him tonight. Then Choi's smartphone showed that his midnight date had ended. The system was calculating his romance score. He got 80 points, 1 death penalty applied, his romance rank was B-, and he earned 40 LP. LP was in-game currency that Choi could use to buy items from the game shop. After the long night finally ended and morning came, Choi was shocked to see all these notifications on his smartphone. The game then showed Yeon's affinity level, which was at normal. At this point, Choi didn't feel like this was just a game. After seeing a ghost and her tragic backstory, it left behind an emptiness, a vivid and unknown sense of hollowness in Choi's heart. There were many questions in his mind. Why was she wandering along that highway? Was she someone who really existed in the real world? And what was this game in the first place? While thinking of these countless questions, he banged his head on the car's steering wheel. He felt suffocating and frustrating keeping these questions in his mind. Then he saw the only key that might unlock this mystery. It was a message from his friend Hyung, the one who suggested this game. Hyung was telling Choi to come to his place. As soon as he read it, he drove his car to his place as fast as he could. Meanwhile, he tried to call him, but his number was switched off. This made Choi more frustrated. Soon Choi arrived at his friend's place. He immediately ran into his room and called his name, but the room was empty. The main gate was even left open. Choi had no idea what was going on here or where he had gone. Suddenly, he saw articles and many pictures pinned on the wall. It seemed like someone was investigating some case. But then Choi saw something that made his eyes widen. It was a missing report of none other than Ha-yeon. From that report, it was clear Ha-yeon was a real person, and she had been missing for a long time. As Choi was busy reading that report, another ghost roamed behind him. But at the moment, she was unaware there was another person in that room alongside him. And then that ghost noticed Choi. While Choi was still reading that report and understanding the situation, in confusion he said, "Why would someone who just stays home playing games have these documents?" And there was not just one paper, but a whole portfolio filled with these kinds of papers. Most of them were about murder cases and missing persons. Ha-yeon was also killed by a man she had never seen before. He had even seen some of these articles on the news before. That meant those people who were unjustly murdered became ghosts and appeared as characters in this game. Then Choi grabbed a notebook from nearby. After opening that notebook, he was even more shocked than before. Someone had written important information about the ghosts. It mentioned that each ghost appears at the place where they died, or a location that holds strong memories for them. As long as they have a physical body, they cannot stay too far from this place, although there are slight variations. Wandering spirits disappear during times of strong positive energy like mourning. No matter what you do, you cannot quit or delete the game. Just like other dating sims, the only option is to raise their affection level and reach the ending. He was so busy reading that notebook that he didn't even notice the fire alarm of that apartment giving warning signs. That's because that ghost was on fire and making all the things burn. She slowly approached Choi. Then she murmured in a deep, dark voice, "Hide well, or your hair will show." Now, after all this, Choi noticed her. While burning and making things catch fire, she said, "Not in the garden. You will step on the lettuce seeds." Soon Choi's smartphone warned him that her affection level was hatred. Escape immediately. While the ghost was still moving toward Choi, she continued, "Not the fence either. You will step on the pumpkin vines." She kept up this type of trash talking. Now Choi was completely scared and started trembling after seeing the incident in front of him. Then the ghost said she had found him and started to release her hot flames, which ignited the gas stove kept nearby. And soon that apartment blew up. He was trapped in that apartment and unable to escape. His body started to burn due to the high temperature, but he was still thinking why his friend had sent him that game link. And then he noticed that on the back of that previous notebook it was written, "I am sorry, Do-yeon, please." This made him wonder what had happened to him and why he was saying that. But now Choi's end is near. We see that the ghost was ready to pierce Choi's chest with her broken wooden piece, and she said while doing this, "Because of you, they all died." And soon after we see a splash of blood, which indicates that Choi had died a second time due to ghosts. But soon a thunderstrike respawned him at his last checkpoint. After respawning, he was more terrified by the incident. He started to cry while saying, "Why is this happening to me?" Then after some time, Choi called somebody, but he was not answering his phone. He was depressed that his friend was not picking up his call and what he was doing, and how much time had passed without him being able to do anything. Thanks to this, he had learned a few things. First, this game cannot be deleted. Even if he throws his phone, it comes back somehow, and there is even a limited number of lives he can waste. At first he was unsure, but after looking at the UI design and the 2 missing lives, now he was sure those were the remaining lives. He was completely exhausted and depressed. He said, "A ghost dating sim where you bet your life. How does that even make sense? Even if I tell anyone, they will just think I am crazy." But if he could somehow get that notebook, he might be able to find more information about the game and the ghosts. But there was no way he could go there. Then he remembered about Yeon, whom he promised to meet at night again. So he decided that sitting around like this wouldn't change anything. He promised to help her out. Then after some time, he arrived at Yeon's home address. There he asked about her family to a lady. She said to Choi that the family had moved out and it had been over a year. She continued that a father and his 2 daughters used to live upstairs, but after his first daughter went missing, they eventually left this place. Then Choi asked her if she happened to know where they moved to, or maybe the contact information, but she clearly denied it by saying she didn't know anything, and she was not sure why he was looking for them, but it was better if he didn't, because they finally got their life together and decided to start fresh with their younger daughter. Then Choi, in an upset mood, left that locality while thinking that these residents didn't know that Ha-yeon was dead, and now, other than moving out from here, he had no options left. What should he do next? Coming here was meaningless for him. Ha-yeon could move only at night. That's why Choi thought if he met her family, he might be able to take her to them somehow. Then Choi's mom called him, to whom Choi said something more important came up, so he didn't think he could make it today. Upon hearing this, his mom shouted at him on the phone. She said, "What? You promised me? Are you just going to keep avoiding this? Your brother has already arrived and Dad is coming later too." Then suddenly Choi noticed a missing banner of Ha-yeon posted on a nearby pole. That's why he hung up on his mom's call, saying something urgent came up. He would call her back later. Then he took out that poster and started to connect the dots from the information he got from the notebook. In the notebook, it was mentioned that wandering spirits disappear in the morning, but the ghost that appeared in his friend's house showed up during the day. And here, the residents didn't seem to know that Ha-yeon was dead. Then if her body was found, would Ha-yeon be able to move freely? So he decided it was best to meet Ha-yeon and ask her directly, and if he found the body, he would contact her family. But in his car he felt sleepy as he had been busy with Yeon at night, so he decided to take a nap till dark. And here, at night in the middle of the highway, Yeon was waiting for Choi. She was eagerly looking toward every car passing by her, hoping one of them was Choi, but none of the cars stopped for her. She was a little bit sad, but she said it was okay because he promised to meet her later. And now, not much time had passed. Let's not rush. He would be here soon. But as time passed, many cars moved from that highway and rain also started. There were no signs of Choi. Yeon was upset and sitting at the corner. But then someone asked, "Are you okay?" Yeon looked up with her crying face. It was Choi who said sorry, as he was late. He only meant to take a short nap, but he didn't hear his alarm and he slept for a long time. Then Ha-yeon came near him and said, "I thought you weren't coming," and their midnight date started. Choi apologized to her, saying that from next time he would come earlier. Then they both drove in the car, where Choi asked her why she was standing like that, for which she said she was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into a hole. Then Choi told her that he went to her house today. And upon hearing this, Yeon got excited and asked about her family. She asked whether by any chance they talked about her, but Choi was hesitant to say anything. But then he finally told her that he heard they moved a year ago. Someone else was living in that house now. This made Yeon's heart feel like it broke, and then she said sorry for making him go there for nothing. Then Choi suggested that they should go to a nearby convenience store and talk there, for which Yeon also agreed. He then continued that they could try contacting her parents directly, and if that didn't work, they could report it to the police. They should at least try everything they could, and he also assured her with a calm smile that he would help her. Then in curiosity, Yeon asked him, "Why are you helping me so much? I have nothing to give you in return. You could just ignore me also." For which Choi thought that if he could delete that game, he would have done it very early. But in reality, he was not able to do that. But before he could say anything, the game again showed a pop-up window, and upon reading that, he became scared again. The question just asked by Yeon was considered a sudden question in the game, so the game had given 2 options to Choi to reply to her. First option was, "Because you are my type." Second option was, "Because I feel bad for you." And Choi had only 10 seconds to choose one. The clock was ticking rapidly. Choi was confused and couldn't understand what he should say. That's why he chose she was his type. And hearing this answer, Yeon began to smile. She said, "That means by my type, do you mean like a ghost fetish or something?" But Choi quickly denied this and said, "Because a beautiful person was crying, and I couldn't resist helping. It's nothing special. You just looked sad." It seemed like Yeon was satisfied with Choi's answer. Then they arrived at their destination. reincarnation. Choi parked his car near a motel in the heavy rain. They moved toward a convenience store under a single umbrella. Yeon then asked her doubt to Choi that she just had to make sure why he suddenly brought her to a place like this. Some people help others just to demand money from their families or ask for shady things. She just wanted to ask him whether he was a wrong person or not. But she was also thankful that if it weren't for Choi, she would still be wandering on the streets alone and would probably be kicked out onto the streets again. Shocked and scared to hear that from Yeon, is she still doubting him as if he was not a right person? He explained to her that he had never thought about doing something like that, for which Yeon happily said, "I was just kidding. Your reaction was funny, so I will keep doing it." This made Choi blush a little bit. He asked her not to tease him next time. She also said sorry for it, and said that she still felt a little more at ease now, and that he didn't seem like that kind of person. But when Choi looked at her after listening to this, she changed the topic by saying, "Never mind, just talking to myself." Then they arrived at the convenience store, where they saw it was already closed. Checking his smartphone for another convenience store, he said he didn't think about that and asked if they should move somewhere else for now. But instead, Yeon suggested to him that instead of going back, they should just go ahead. They could take shelter from the rain and have a chat in a nearby motel. But at first, Choi looked a little bit hesitant. But in the end, they booked a hotel. As soon as Yeon arrived at their room, she jumped on the bed. She was so excited to see a bed after such a long time. Choi was also happy to see her smile. Then Choi said, "Did you come here just for the bed?" For which Yeon replied, "You should try living alone on asphalt every day. Do you know how much I miss this bed? There, all I could see was an endless highway and the loud cries of deer. And yet, the thing I missed the most was this bed." Then she also asked Choi to lie down there, but while blushing, he denied it, saying, "Can you not say things that could be misunderstood?" But she insisted by saying the bed was really soft. Then he shared the information he learned at his friend's house. He said that ghosts with bodies left behind tend to linger where they died, and then they disappear when the sun rises. He also showed her the flyer of her which he found at her address. He told her that he found this flyer when he visited her house, and even the residents said she went missing 2 years ago. Even when he called the missing person center, they said she was still considered missing, that's why. Can you tell me what happened? After hearing these, Yeon's heart froze. She couldn't say anything for a moment, but then she replied that honestly she didn't really know either. Then we see her past, where she explained that that day she was heading home after finishing her part-time job as usual. Then certainly a speedy car hit her, and when she barely regained her consciousness back, it was after the accident had already happened. But she saw a man staggering as if drunk, get out of the car and make a phone call to someone. Then when he saw that she was still alive, he slowly approached her and strangled her until she passed out. In the present, Yeon was frightened to remember her past. Then she continued that after she passed out, he put her in his car and took her somewhere else. She also noticed that man had a rose tattoo on the back of his hand, and outside the car, she could only see an abandoned warehouse and some container boxes. Other than this, she couldn't remember anything. Then Choi said it was okay, this was enough information, and she should not force herself to remember. And by any chance, did she know that person? For which Yeon replied no and said that it was someone she had never seen before. Choi then thought that this was a clear case of a drink-and-drive accident, and out of fear of punishment, he impulsively disposed of the body. Then Choi made a plan where they first check satellite maps for abandoned warehouses, and if they could pinpoint a location to some extent, they might be able to find Yeon's body. He promised her that they would catch that criminal together, and a murderer should pay for their crimes for sure. Then Choi suggested that if her family helped, he thought things would go much more smoothly. Did she happen to remember their contact information, as it wasn't written on that missing person poster? But she said with a sad look that a lot of time had passed. What if her family had stopped looking for her? What if she only made them suffer more? But Choi assured her that her family went through so much trying to find her, and they even moved because living there reminded them of her so much that they couldn't bear it. And even all the neighbors he talked to said her family was really close. Just from hearing the story, he could tell that her family missed her, and she was not the only one who wanted to see her family again. But well, even if things didn't go as planned, he would help her. This assurance made Yeon sigh with relief, and she said, "Wait, did you go around asking these questions really?" And she also thanked him and apologized to him. Then that game showed that Yeon's affection level had increased. Then they decided to first message Yeon's father. Her father's name was Ha Byung-tae. Listening to her father's name, she jumped to see her, but she mistakenly landed on Choi, where their eyes met each other. Yeon smiled, seeing Choi's blushed expression, but Choi turned away and said she was heavy and she should get down. Then she also laughed, saying that his ears were turning red. Then Choi forcefully pushed her back. but Choi was still blushing. Then they both teased each other, sharing a joyful moment. Then Choi went for a bath as he got soaked in the rain and couldn't shower for 2 days, so he was really feeling gross. But before going to the bathroom, he said to Yeon that her family might be surprised. So should they think about what to write in the message first? Yeon also agreed to this. Then she comfortably lay on the bed saying this was nice. It had been so long since she felt this comfortable. Then she said that teasing Choi without realizing it brought them together, and she liked it. She wished the morning would never come. Here in the bathroom, Choi was still blushing, thinking of Yeon. Then outside, Choi's smartphone rang. Yeon noticed it and saw it was Hyung's call. It was the same friend whose home he visited earlier. Then our scene shifts to Hyung, where we see that he was trying to call Choi desperately. Around him there were bloodstains. He looked very scared, like something bad was going to happen to him. Then someone called him Appa from behind, and he looked back while trembling and sweating. And it was a ghost with all its broken limbs and neck. She was moving slowly toward Hyung while saying, "Why are you running away? You said I was pretty. Then we were supposed to go on a date, so why are you running away?" And here we see that ghost's face, which was really scary. Our scene shifts back to Choi's hotel. Now Choi is trying to call his friend back, but he is not picking up his phone now. Seeing Choi worried, Yeon says, "It must have been an important call. Should I have told you earlier?" But Choi casually denied it, saying, "It's okay, if nothing's wrong, they will call back eventually." But in his mind, Choi was a little bit worried about that. Then they both went for sleep while switching off the room light. Here Yeon worriedly asked Choi, "Is it really okay even if I sleep on the bed and you lie on the ground?" For which Choi said to her that it was okay since he sat for long periods. That's why he sometimes slept on the floor when his back hurt. After hearing this, Yeon went to sleep. While lying on the bed, she said, "If it's okay, can I ask something about you? What kind of work do you do, and when did you start seeing ghosts? You said you were on your way to your family home. Is your family a shaman lineage?" But Choi denied this and said that he was a game streamer, and he grew up with no connection to that world at all. "You were actually the first dead person I have ever seen." She then asked, "So you suddenly started seeing them? So I am your first." She then requested Choi that she wanted to visit his apartment. She was curious about how he did his broadcasts, but Choi said that it was a small and messy apartment, so it was kind of embarrassing, and this made her want to go even more. Then he told her that once her case was over, he would invite her over there. Now through the window we see that the sun is also rising slowly. She then said, "This will be my first time visiting a guy's place," and then her body started to disintegrate. Last time before going, "Can I ask one more thing?" Choi eagerly said, "Yes, you can." She said, "Maybe we can go tomorrow." But before she could complete her sentence, she disappeared from her place. Choi also saw that it was her time to go, so he couldn't do anything. Then he checked his smartphone, where a pop-up window showed that the midnight date had ended and the romance score was being calculated. While his romance score was calculated, he patiently waited to see his score. This time he got a negative in romance rank and gained 60 LP points. Then after some time we see a large building. It was Choi's parents' apartment. He was waiting outside his parents' apartment door, but he was frightened to meet his father, because his father thought it was pathetic to expect anything from a guy like him. But he somehow gathered his courage to ring the bell, and he would just eat quickly and go back to his place. Then he went inside, where he got shocked to see something as soon as he entered. There it was, his father standing in front of him and looking at him with an embarrassed look. At first, Choi was also hesitant to speak anything, and again he gathered some courage to speak. But as soon as he asked if his father was doing well or not, his father moved from there without saying anything to him. This incident made Choi realize how useless he was in his own family. Then his mother noticed him from the kitchen and said to Choi that his brother would be here soon, so wait a little, and he also agreed to that. After some time, the food was served, and everyone sat down at the dining table to take their meal. Choi's father asked his brother how his life was going, for which his brother said that he had gotten quite used to it. Then his father said, "Don't let your guard down and keep working hard, because becoming a doctor isn't easy." Here we clearly see discomfort in Choi's eyes. Then his mother came in between and said, "Why are you putting pressure on someone who is already doing well?" His father said, "What did I do?" His mother said that he kept pushing someone who was already doing fine. Then Choi's brother said that it was fine. His dad also went through it too, so he was probably saying this from his experience. Then their mother said, "Well, you have to acknowledge his personality. Having at least the eldest son here makes me feel more at ease." These statements clearly show how Choi was disrespected in his house. Then his mother said how Choi was doing these days, which caught Choi off guard, and Choi knew it was going to happen to him. He said that he was somehow managing everything in his life. We get to know that 3 years ago, Choi ran away from his house, and now he has no right to return here. Then after dinner, Choi was preparing to leave, but he was stopped by his brother, who asked him where he was going, for which Choi said that he was just going to a convenience store. Then his brother told him that 3 years was long enough. Didn't he think it was time for him to get himself together? But this made Choi more furious. In rage, he said this had nothing to do with him and he would handle it himself. Then, after leaving his parents' house, Choi saw that Yeon's father had texted him back, but he was disappointed, and in the text he said that he was sick of this kind of contact. "Please leave our family alone, we are living just fine." After reading this, Choi ran somewhere, and it was a convenience store where he bought some items. He said, gas money, motel fees, and even a shovel. This month's expenses are high and he might really have to survive on cup noodles this month. Then he drove his car somewhere while he explained that when a date was over, LP points were given based on that relationship score, and these LP scores could be used in the shop for items that would help him solve these cases easily. Currently, Choi had 100 LP score, and if you didn't have enough LP scores, you couldn't even check the uses of items you couldn't buy. Like this, a magnifying glass item which allowed him to check one desired piece of information about the target being pursued. And for Choi, among all the items in the store, this one seemed useful in his situation, and Choi had already used that item. Then we see that Choi had arrived at his destination, and it was the same warehouse which Yeon talked about. After coming out of his car and taking out his shovel, he said that there were 3 warehouses near the place where he met Yeon that had containers. Even in Google Maps from 2 years ago, this was the only place with containers. But the problem was how he was supposed to find anything with just this one photo they gave him as a hint, and this was the photo which he got after using that magnifying glass item. Choi then motivated himself by saying that having something was better than nothing, and it was not even that big of a mountain. If he searched the whole mountain, he would find it somehow. Soon the time moved forward, and the sun also started to set down, but Choi still was not able to find that tree from the photo. He was completely tired and gasping for oxygen, and now he accepted that there was no way. That was impossible. Finding a tree with a hole in this whole mountain full of trees was not possible. He should just convince Hayeon's family instead. If the bereaved family got involved, things would work out somehow. But anyway, this was all just his own theory, and for this he needed to meet Hayeon one more time. Then Choi fell due to his foot tripping on a tree root, and while lying on the ground, he said he really needed to start exercising. His legs were shaking, just from moving a little. But then he remembered Hayeon's condition when they first met on the highway, and this made Choi stand up again. He was not ready to give up this easily, and he again started to continue his search. After some time, he suddenly noticed that tree with the exact same hole in it, and he soon started to dig there. While digging, many thoughts rose in his mind, that he needed to work and save for rent, and he didn't have time for this. And why was he doing all this for someone he met for the first time 2 days ago? There must be a way so that he could delete that game. Then while digging, Choi noticed something and he started to dig it with his hand. And the more he dug, the more he got frightened and scared. He started to sweat like hell. And then we see the reason why Choi was shocked. It was a dead person's skeleton, and its appearance matched Hayeon. As he was inspecting that skeleton, someone from behind called his name. Choi also looked toward the sound, and then we see that it was Hayeon's voice. Here Choi notices that Hayeon's appearance has changed a little bit. Yeon sees that Choi's clothes are muddy and dirty, so she asked Choi, "You are the only one who looks like something happened. You are in a mess. What happened to you?" Saying this, Yeon goes near Choi, but he tries to stop her from going near that skeleton. He tried to cover it up, but Yeon somehow sees it. She sees her own skeleton half coming out from the ground, and before Choi could explain anything to her, she says, "I thought so, so you were the one who found me." It was strange. Usually she woke up in the forest next to the road, but this was the first time she had woken up here, so she was confused. But instead of getting angry, Yeon smiles and says, "It's okay, I was aware that I was there. There's no need to worry." Here Choi was about to cry, but Yeon comforts him by saying, "It's not your fault. Why are you crying? It only hurts my heart more, you know." Choi here feels that he is so powerless that he can't help someone. After some time, we see that police arrive at the place and start their investigation, and some police are interrogating Choi. Then someone from behind says, "Are you the first person who reported this?" It was a detective who introduces himself as Han Young-cheol from the Violent Crimes Unit. He would like to hear more details from Choi for this. That's why he needs to ask a few questions. He says that he just came back from the scene and he has a lot of questions to ask. Choi gets frightened to hear this. That detective says, "I heard that you were passing by and saw some strange marks, so you decided to dig it up just in case, and there was a body found by you. He then continues, due to my profession, it is a little hard to believe you, and it's hard to call it a coincidence since you even bought a shovel separately. So why did you come to the mountain with a shovel at this late hour? Choi completely gets scared with these questions, as all the statements point that he is the main culprit, and he doesn't want to ruin his life on this case. Then the detective says that this investigation will be done separately at the station, so this is just a simple curiosity question. You only dug up the spot where the body was in the wide mountain? Honestly, it's a bit questionable, isn't it? He asks. The detective also notices Choi's fist, which was shaking, which simply indicates that he is hiding something. The detective continues, wouldn't it be more convincing if you committed the crime and felt guilty, so you reported it yourself? But Choi says that he has done nothing. He just felt bad for Ha-yeon. Then that detective, as soon as he heard the name Ha-yeon, says that he hasn't identified that body till yet. What did the dead victim tell you, her name too? Choi knew that nobody would believe him if he said that he saw a ghost. What should he do now? Should he show the game to them? No, they would probably think that he is crazy. Yeon was also seeing all this from behind, and she tries to explain to them that Choi is innocent and he really tried to help her. But as soon as she tries to explain that to the detective about the situation, someone from behind came running and shouting that his daughter was here, and that man was none other than Yeon's father. Upon looking at her father after so many years, Yeon's eyes filled with tears. She called him in a low voice, but no one was able to hear that call. His father comes to Choi and says, "You were the young man, right? The one who contacted me." Then we see in the past that when his father rejected Choi's message, Choi contacted him by saying that he found Ha-yeon's body. He also expressed that it was hard to believe, but he requested him to bear with him just for once, as Ha-yeon also wanted to see her father. That's why that man came to meet his daughter. He directly grabbed Choi's collar and demanded, "Where is my daughter Yeon?" Then he tells her father that Ha-yeon is right here next to him. But then that detective comes in between them and says, "Hello, sir. I am Detective Han Young-cheol from the Violent Crimes Unit. I don't know how the person who reported this contacted you, but the victim's identity hasn't been confirmed yet, so I am sorry. But unless you are a related party, access to the crime scene is restricted." Then Choi sees depressed Ha-yeon, who is trying to make her father believe that she was here. She tries to pull his shirt from behind, but Yeon can't interact with physical objects. She tries to call him repetitively, but it has no effect on him. Then she expressed her grudge, which was built up in her heart in these 2 years. She says she walked alone for 2 years because she thought that her family must be looking for her. Even though she was dead, she couldn't die. Now she started to lose her control. She says, "If even my dad can't see me, what should I do now? I don't want to be left alone again." She started to cry with blood tears. Choi's smartphone pop-up window shows that her lingering attachment grows stronger. Then Choi comes in between and says that his daughter is still here in this spot, which somehow controls Ha-yeon's anger. He says to the detective, "You asked me, didn't you, if the dead victim told me or not? Now I answer you. One day, while I was driving on the highway, a bloody, disheveled woman blocked my car. Turns out that woman was dead. And this is the first time I have been in a situation like this, so I was very terrified. I have never seen anything like a ghost in my life before. I tried to run away instead of helping, but she was crying. She said at that time that she needed help and don't leave me alone. Her name was Ha-yeon." We see that, including the detective, Ha-yeon's father and Yeon herself were listening to this information carefully. He then continues that he wanted to help Ha-yeon, so he came all the way here. "I don't know what to say to make you believe me, but it seems I can see those people." Then the detective tries to say something, but Yeon's father interrupts him, asking Choi if his daughter was still here, for which he says yes and points in the direction where she was standing. Then for a moment, her father became silent. He then goes to his car, saying he will be right back. And after that he brings a doll, giving it to Choi. He says that it was a doll Yeon really loved. Even after she grew up, she couldn't sleep without this old, tattered doll. He had been carrying it around ever since his daughter disappeared, believing that she could come back someday. With a sad face but still hope in his eyes, he asks Choi that if his daughter is really here, then can you ask her what is the name of this doll? For which Yeon picks up that doll, which made the doll float in the air for everyone, which looks miraculous for everyone. And the doll itself comes near to Choi, where he says that its name is Manya. Choi sees that Yeon was happy to see her doll. Then after some time at the police station, Choi was giving his statement. Then after giving his statement, he came out from the station. While coming outside, he says that it was very suffocating inside. After coming out, he sees that Yeon was there with her father. Then both the men sat at the bench and opened a beer can. Her father says thank you to Choi for helping his daughter. He says he will definitely try to repay him in the future, but Choi denies it by saying it's nothing. It's something he wanted to do. His father says that she was a diligent child born under a worthless father and only suffered hardships, and she couldn't even close her eyes in peace. It feels like my heart is tearing apart. His father was really depressed and broken at the time, and he started to cry. He then asks Choi what will happen to his daughter now, for which Choi says that Yeon is asking if it would be okay for him to relay a message. Is that all right? For which her father agreed. Then Choi conveys the message of Yeon to her father that she is okay. She was worried about him and her younger sibling who would be left behind if she disappeared. It's obvious that our family would be like without me. I have to at least say a final goodbye so you won't keep looking for me, but I'm still glad that you somehow overcame it. And if you keep enduring like now and think of me sometimes, that will be enough for me. Thank you. I was happy to be your daughter. They say there's no greater disrespect than passing away before your parents. I am sorry for leaving you first. After completing his speech, she touches her father's head with the help of the doll, ensuring that I am always with you. She says while crying that if she is reborn ever again, she would be okay to be born as his daughter again. This was a very intense moment for everyone present there. His father also says while crying that he would also be happy to become her dad again. While Choi was also present there but couldn't do anything except sit quietly. Then a pop-up window shows where it was written that she was on the Freedom Road branching point. Though dead, unable to die, she wandered the highway, but thanks to your efforts, she has been freed. Her soul is now ready to return, but her heart still holds lingering attachment. Choi was shocked to read this. Then the next window shows where it was written that whether she stays with you or not depends entirely on your choice. At the same time, you might regret that choice also. Yeon also asks Choi what she has to do, as now her time has come. But here, Choi gets completely confused whether to stop her here in this world and bear the regret or let her go. Choi's game asks him for the last time if he wants to ask her on a date or not, and Yeon also expresses her feeling while crying that she doesn't want to go like this. Choi looked at Yeon and thought to himself, I don't know what I was thinking. Then he said, do you remember what you said yesterday? You said you wanted to visit my place once this incident was over, and we need to catch the culprit too. But for that, we need time, right? So I still need your help, Ha-yeon, and you also said you didn't want to leave yet. So, if you don't mind, would you like to come to my house? While this, Yeon was looking at Choi confusingly. She thought, I wonder if this is a good decision or am I being impulsive because of my emotions? But then she said, yes, I want to go. Then our scene shifts to Choi's building where he lives. Both of them now arrived at Choi's apartment where Choi said, my house is small and dirty. That's why I'm a little bit worried. For which Yeon also said, my house is small and old too. Then they both entered his house. At first, Yeon was surprised to see that Choi's house was cleaner than she expected. Then she said, I'm looking forward to living with you. And from here, this marked the beginning of their peculiar cohabitation. We are then explained the term poltergeist. It's a phenomenon where objects move or make noise due to an invisible source. Then we see that Yeon was trying to open a gate through a doorknob, and from behind, Choi was also motivating her to do it, but she was not getting any success. Suddenly the door opened, and she fell into it. She banged her head into a wall. Worried, Choi asked her, are you okay? But Yeon, without worrying about her head, said, did you see that? I opened that door myself. She said that right now she couldn't even lift things properly, but if she tried hard enough, she should be able to make at least a meal for him. While Choi thought that usually ghosts pass through walls, it seemed their limit was only being able to move things temporarily. Then Choi moved forward his hand to lift Yeon while he said, you want to help me with housework, but I can cook for myself so you don't have to worry. But she said, still, there might be things I can do to help. I just want to contribute in some way. I heard you mostly eat ramen anyway. While Choi said that he appreciated her sentiment, they should be a bit careful regardless. And we see that when Yeon fell, she knocked over a water jug, spilling water all over. Then Choi said to her, don't overdo it. If you need anything, just let me know anytime. And it might be a distance to go to see your family, but I'm the only one who can see you, so you don't have to feel burdened. Just be comfortable. He also said, even if there are inconvenient parts, we will figure them out together gradually. Then something struck Yeon's mind. She said with a shocked expression, from now on, we are going to live together. Doesn't that mean this is like cohabitation? Choi then wiped the floor where Yeon mistakenly spilled the water. While doing this, he thought that after Yeon's body was discovered, she no longer needed to return to the highway. Since she hadn't disappeared even during the day, she should be able to walk around without worrying now. Choi also remembered that when Yeon's father was leaving, he asked him if he could come to meet Ha-yeon with her sister since she had another schedule. That time he also expressed gratitude and apologies and promised to visit him soon, while he handed over some cash from his wallet, saying he couldn't accept it otherwise. But now Choi was relaxed, as he could at least take a breather now. He thought that although he was concerned about that deleted version, there was no method to pursue it anyway. There was still no news about the game, but now he was worried about the expenses he had to bear this month. He had to pay a total of 480,000 won, and what troubled him most were the immediate living expenses, and he would have to go to the police station again for Ha-yeon's case, and he would have to work double hard for the time he had taken off. Then Choi said to Yeon that he needed to turn on the broadcast tonight, so he was thinking of getting some rest. "What about you, Yeon?" For which she also agreed to take some rest. Then Choi grabbed his mattress and stuff and said that he was going to sleep in the kitchen, so if she needed anything, wake me if anything happens. Here, Yeon tried to stop him from sleeping in the kitchen, saying that she would rather sleep outside. Then Choi turned off the light and said, "It's fine, you're the guest. It would be rude to make you uncomfortable." Yeon gave a slight smile to Choi's gesture, and she also noticed that Choi left the kitchen's door slightly open, a way of being considerate. This made her think that Choi was the person she always wanted. Then while lying on the bed, she smelled the scent of fabric softener and a fairly organized house. It felt quite comforting to her. Then she remembered her past life memories when she was alive. She remembered that time when she was with her friends. One of her friends was explaining why her boyfriend got angry. Then another friend of hers said, "If you're going to feel that way, why are you dating? I told you not to hold back. Just say it." Then they asked Yeon what she was doing these days. This caught Yeon off guard. Then her friend continued asking, "What about the senior you liked? How did it go?" For which she replied that she rejected him, as he thought they just weren't compatible. Upon hearing this, both her friends got shocked and asked why she had done this. They heard that that guy was super good looking, for which Yeon replied that she still had to study, and she didn't have time because of her part-time job. Plus her younger sister was going to elementary school now, so she needed to get a scholarship. But her friend said that was a waste. "This is the prettiest time, so you should live life doing things you want to do." But it wasn't like Yeon didn't want to do these things. There were many things she wanted to do. Just like everyone else, she wanted to date and travel, so she made a bucket list of things she wanted to do and kept it safe whenever she got time in her part-time job. She believed that if she worked hard and refined herself, someday her effort would shine. At present, while sleeping, she said that she should have tried everything, just as the kid said, as now it really felt pointless. Then she noticed something on Choi's cupboard. It was Choi's graduation album. Then she went where Choi was sleeping peacefully. She sat beside him and thought that he was the only one who could see her, and took her away from that highway. Then again we see her past, where her friend asked, "So what kind of guy do you prefer?" For which she said, "Maybe a bit of a nerdy guy. Someone who doesn't have female friends around, has decent muscles, doesn't know how to dress up but looks good when he does, is innocent but not stupid, and he is kind only to me. Someone who is gentle and someone I can lean on." After hearing her demand, one of her friends said, "Does a guy like this even exist?" Another one said, "It will be easier to find a unicorn." For which Yeon said, "Is that so? But I will still like pure-hearted people." While patting Choi's head, she said that she found one. She also said that Choi looked better with his bangs up. She thanked him for saving her. She said she felt bad for only being a burden and receiving help and not being able to do much for him. Then she lay down beside Choi. She said that if she were an ordinary person, she would have repaid him somehow. Then in sleep, Choi grabbed Yeon's back and made her come near. She was super nervous to feel this. She tried to wake up Choi, but he was deep in sleep, and when she tried to go from there, Choi grabbed her hand while whispering, "Don't leave me, Hyo-jung." Here Yeon got shocked and jealous upon hearing another woman's name from Choi's mouth. Our scene shifts to Choi playing a cute girl dating simulation game. The character in the game says while crying, "I don't know, I understand, but my lingering feelings keep growing." Then a pop-up window in the game gives the player 3 options to choose. "Don't worry, everything will be alright. Don't cry, I messed up." Or, "I'll think about the complicated stuff later. I like you." This is a dating simulation game where you choose the best option based on each character's preference. Then the 2 characters share a heartwarming kiss. This game aims for a special relationship like dating or marriage. While playing, Choi gets emotional and hides his face from the chat, but his audience was ruthless. They noticed he cried, so they started to tease him for crying while playing a dating sim. Some in the chat also mentioned that they cried a little bit too, but Choi denied it, saying, "I wasn't crying, I just yawned." Still, they did a great job with this. Then someone in the chat asked, "Weren't we supposed to play a horror game today?" For which Choi replied that if he kept playing the same genre, they would all get bored. He suggested that sometimes it's nice to try something different. It also changes the mood. Then someone named Yudi donated 10,000 won and asked, "Are you perhaps studying romance with a dating sim?" Choi first thanked Yudi for the donation, then replied to the question, "There's no way I'd do that." Then we see that Yeon was quietly observing Choi. She thought it felt like she was seeing a side of Choi she hadn't seen before. After all, they hadn't had much time to talk about each other. While watching Choi, she wondered what kind of student Choi was. And who was this person, Kwon Hyo-jong, whose name she heard from Choi's mouth last night? That night, Yeon saw a photo of that person in Choi's graduation album, but her face was smudged by a black marker. She was very curious to know about this girl. Then Yeon saw that Choi was about to end his stream. Choi said to his audience, "Let's end this stream today and see you tomorrow." Then Choi asked Yeon, "Was my stream too noisy for you?" For which Yeon replied, "No, not at all. Watching your stream was very enjoyable." Then she teased Choi by saying, "By the way, was it really that touching that you cried? You looked so cute that time." This annoyed Choi, and he said, "I told you, I was just yawning." Then he said that he had editing work to do, so he might need to work until late. "Is that okay with you?" Yeon replied, "I'll be quiet and think of me as not being here. Even though it may look like it, I can manage fine on my own." Then Choi thought of something and said, "Okay, I can finish editing quickly and go outside for some fresh air. Is there anywhere you would like to go?" But Yeon declined, saying she was good right here. Then Choi said, "I'm just feeling a bit cramped, so do you want to go with me somewhere?" For which she thought, and then said with a smile, "The Night Sea." It was one of the first things she wanted to do when she was alive. She said she had wanted to go there for a long time. Choi then said, "Shall we find a nearby beach for now?" Then Choi's smartphone gave him a new task where it was written, "She wants to go to the Night Sea, but time and money are tight. I still have editing to do and need to find freelance work. How about making a reasonable compromise?" Then he was given 4 options to choose. Option A, "No, she wants to go, so let's stretch it a bit and go to the sea." Option B, "We just need to see water, right? A reservoir should be fine." Option C, "If we compromise, a lake park might be nice." Option D, "Let's go to an indoor fishing place. We can see water and fish. She'll like it." Choi thought that this was exactly like the dating simulation game he was playing earlier. You have to choose the best option to pursue your target. But here, the target is someone who has already passed away, and if you make a mistake, you might be killed in a horrible way. He wondered, if I keep spending time with Ha-yeon and just follow the available choices, is it safe? I've been following the choices presented in the game so far. Normally, dating sims only allow you to select from the given choices. But this isn't a game, it's reality. Then Yeon interrupted him. Realizing he was lost in deep thoughts, he apologized to Yeon. She said, "What's wrong? You looked troubled." Choi replied, "I was just thinking about where to go. If we're going, it's better to look it up first, right?" Yeon said, "I'm glad it's nothing serious." Then Choi tried to say something that wasn't in the options, but when he was about to speak, his mouth slipped, and he said, "It's a bit overwhelming to go all the way to the sea. What if we just see some water nearby? Let's settle for the nearby reservoir." He got shocked as he wasn't going to choose that option. He thought, "What's wrong? Did my mouth run away again?" The game showed that if he chose something outside the options, it would get reevaluated, and the next option would incur a penalty. Here Yeon said, "The reservoir is good," but in her mind, she was upset as she wanted to go to the beach. Choi's game showed that her affection level slightly decreased. Then, after some time, they both arrived at the reservoir. Yeon was happy and excited to see this. She said, "It's pretty, and it turned out better than I expected." Then Choi said, "I'm glad to hear that, but I'm sorry it's not the beach." But Yeon said, "No, this is great. Just being here is good. I feel bad for taking your time when you're busy." Then she said, "Still, since we're here, shall we walk a bit further?" Choi agreed to this, but in his mind he thought, "I'm glad everything is okay after all. I tried to say something that wasn't in the options, and now I know that not choosing an option made words slip out. Is this really a game?" He wondered what would happen to Ha-yeon when the game was over. While walking together, Yeon asked Choi, "How old are you, I wonder?" For which Choi replied that he was currently 24. Yeon said, "So you're older than me?" She said that when she died, she was 22, so they were the same age now. She then asked Choi how she should refer to him in this situation. "A friend?" Choi replied, "Maybe it's enough just as we are. It might feel awkward to change things suddenly. And I just realized we don't know much about each other, so can I ask what you used to do, Ha-yeon?" Yeon asked, "What do you think I did?" For which Choi said, "You might be a college student." This made Yeon shocked, so she asked, "How did you know?" "You're surprisingly astute, you know." For which Choi replied, "Usually our age group would either be students or doing part-time jobs, right?" She then said that she was a top student on a scholarship. Choi joked, "You really don't look like it." This made Yeon angry, and she said, "What do you mean by that?" Choi jokingly listed things and changed the topic by saying, "I mean, the atmosphere doesn't seem quite right." He also said, "You look pretty." This gave a smile to Yeon's face. Then Yeon jokingly said, "Did you go around charming girls with that innocent look?" This made Choi worried, and he said, "I just thought you were pretty as you are." Then she asked, "Did you hug me last night?" This caught Choi off guard and he became embarrassed. He said, "That was sleep talking." Then she teased him again by saying, "Oh, your face is red again. You look cute like this." Embarrassed, Choi requested her not to tease him. They both were enjoying that peaceful night alone. Even though she showed up out of nowhere in Choi's life, he still felt okay with this. The joy of being with someone and a sense of relief. Then Choi looked at his smartphone and thought, maybe downloading this game wasn't such a bad idea after all. Choi also noticed that Yeon's affection level slightly increased. Then Yeon said to Choi, "Can I ask something?" Choi agreed to this. She said, "It's nothing serious, but I saw someone's picture in your graduation album and I want to know who is Kwon Hyo-jung." As soon as she said that, a thunder strike hit there. Choi got scared by this, but when he looked toward Yeon, she was not there. She had mysteriously disappeared from her place. Choi called her name, but he didn't get any response. He said, "What is happening? Where did she suddenly go? Don't tell me she ran off to the highway again." But when he checked his smartphone, he got completely shocked. In his smartphone, the pop-up window showed, "Matchmaking successful. If you don't want to date her, please exit the location. Affection level is despair." Choi got scared and looked behind, where he saw a ghost coming up on the bridge. It was a ghost whose only head was there, and it was trying to climb that bridge through its hair. Choi got scared and fell on the ground. He started to shout in panic, and then he realized something was off. We see that a headless body was standing behind him, and this life-risking dating simulation had only just begun. As soon as Choi realized someone was standing behind him, he completely fell to the ground and threw his smartphone. Then we see that Yeon was also present there, but Choi couldn't see her. She called out to him, asking if he was okay, but to Choi, it was like she wasn't even there. She tried to comfort him, but all her efforts went in vain. Then she realized she couldn't touch Choi. Her hand phased right through his body. She got completely shocked and scared. She tried to call Choi over and over, but it had no use. Here, Choi thought, what's going on? Is that another character in the game? That headless body slowly approached the freaked-out Choi. He tried to calm himself down. He needed to talk, just like he had done with Ha-yeon, but he was too scared to do that. Then that ghost head slowly approached toward Choi's hand and started to crawl onto him. Choi and the ghost's eyes locked onto each other. Then Choi flicked that head and threw it far away from himself. That head rolled across the bridge. Choi then ran away as far as he could.
Choi's smartphone showed that he had chosen the runaway option. While running, he thought to himself, this is beyond what I can handle. For a coward like me, that's too much. The game said you could leave if you don't want the date. I don't know where Ha-yeon suddenly disappeared to, but I'll just get out of here and find her later. Then we see the ghost grab Choi's leg with her hair, which made him trip and fall. His smartphone's pop-up window showed that his choice significantly decreased her affection level, and now her affection level changed from despair to hatred. In fear, Choi looked back toward the ghost who was trying to say something, but her voice wasn't clear. Then his smartphone warned Choi to get out of there immediately. The ghost started to release her hair like tentacles to grab Choi completely. Choi said, "Sorry for my mistake. I'm just so scared. That's why I ran away. Let's calm down." But the ghost didn't listen to Choi and started to pull him into the water. Choi tried to resist, but his strength was weak against the ghost. She ultimately pulled him into the water and they both dove in. Choi understood what he was going to suffer next. In the water, he didn't give up. He tried to untie his leg from the ghost's hair. He was trying hard, but at the same time he was suffering from a lack of oxygen. Slowly he started to drown. Even though he knew he was surrounded by water, his instincts made him breathe and water rushed into his lungs. The pain felt like his throat was going to burst, and a fear left him powerless. Suddenly, his heart was still beating, hoping he could just die quickly. At last, Choi passed out. His smartphone message showed that he died. Then he respawned at that bridge with a thunder strike. Choi was crying in fear. He sat down at his place due to the trauma he got earlier. He wasn't able to recover from it. He thought it might be okay to be with Ha-yeon like this, but the feelings were slowly building up after all. What I went through was, Miun City is a game where you interact with various heroines, each with different personalities. This means that this game also has other characters that can show up anytime. Then that ghost climbed up the bridge again to meet Choi. Filled with tears in his eyes, Choi looked back. The ghost's body was there, surrounding him from two sides. Choi said while grabbing his phone, Why is this happening to me? I was hit by a car, burnt to death and now drowned. Is it really wrong to just install a game? Then his smartphone showed another message. You were on a date with Ha-yeon when something bizarre suddenly appeared. Upon closer look, it was a human head moving. In a situation you never expected, you froze. Then you ran away without thinking, but you got dragged away and ended up dying this time. It gave Choi 4 new options. Option 1, run away faster than before. Option 2, maybe we can communicate, let's try talking. Option 3, how about hitting it on the head? Option 4, just stay still, doing nothing works half the time. He thought, running away will only lead to dying again without meaning. It's probably better to try to communicate here, right? But which part of the body should I talk to? The head or the body? Do I need to peel off the tape first from her mouth? Choi was completely confused here, so he decided to take it slow for now. He first tried to talk with her gently. He calmly said to the ghost's head, "Excuse me, I'm not a suspicious person. I don't know what the backstory is, but do you need help?" The moment Choi said this, he saw that the ghost started crying, but she was still silent, which made Choi feel awkward and scared. Then the ghost tried to say something, but she couldn't speak properly due to the tape gagged in her mouth. She started violently shaking, trying to explain to Choi about her situation and the suffering she was going through. Choi seemed confused, thinking, what should I do next? Is it okay if I peel off the tape from her mouth? Then he gathered some courage and peeled off her tape. After removing it, he asked, "Are you okay?" After the tape was removed, the ghost started to gasp for air heavily. Then his smartphone showed him another 3 options. Option 1, now it's my chance. Let's run. Option 2, no, wait a bit longer. Option 3, should I try sticking the head back on the neck? But now Choi realized that this was the 3rd time he had died, and he was becoming numb to the fear of dying repeatedly. Both parts of the ghost were standing still, surrounding Choi. Choi then picked up the ghost's head and said, "All right, let me just take a moment." In his mind, he thought, what kind of story does this person have that she is in such a state of distress? And why is she wandering around this reservoir? Choi then attached the head to the ghost's body. Due to this, his smartphone showed a message. Your choice significantly increased the affection level. Now her state is stabilized. Choi also noticed that her original face began to appear. He was observing her transformation. She looked very sad and in discomfort. She said while crying to Choi, "Move me out from this place." But then his smartphone showed that the midnight date had concluded. With the first ray of sunlight, the ghost disappeared from her place. Then his smartphone started measuring her romantic score, where he got 80 points and 1 death penalty applied. His romance rank was B-. Choi thought, despite the lingering unease, the second date with a new character has come to an end. Here Yeon was still behind Choi, crying for some reason. From Yeon's perspective, when she disappeared in front of Choi's eyes, she couldn't understand what was happening at first. But seeing Choi's reaction, she realized he was scared of something. When she tried to touch him, her hand phased through his body, which left her completely shocked and confused. She questioned, why is this happening all of a sudden? She tried to communicate with Choi, but she failed. Then she saw something that shocked her even more: Choi talking to someone, saying he wasn't a suspicious person and wanted to help. Yeon thought she knew there would be a parting someday. She assumed Choi was talking to some kind of spiritual being, and because of his connection to spirituality she couldn't see it. She knew she was dead and Choi was alive. To Yeon it felt like Choi was simply ignoring her. She then shared her journey and the struggles she faced after her death. As time passed, she kept losing herself, walking on the road instinctively. Then the person who reached out to her during that time was Choi. Every moment with him was enjoyable. I was grateful to be with him. I felt supported so much that I loathed myself for being a burden. Even after meeting my family, I still wanted to remain on this side a bit longer. Now she was scared of no longer being visible. Has my time come to move forward? But this is all too sudden. I don't want to bid farewell without saying anything to Choi. While crying, she approached Choi again, but she saw a black energy in front of him and Choi was moving toward it. She got completely scared and couldn't understand what it was. She crawled toward Choi to warn him as it looked dangerous to her. But then she realized she was also like that being. She questioned herself, shouldn't I be by Choi's side either? What should I do then? No, I know the truth, I'm being greedy for Choi. She was becoming sad and worried when she heard Choi's voice calling her name. Now they could see each other again. Worried, Choi grabbed Yeon and asked, "Where did you go? Now you're back, I thought you disappeared." But she didn't reply to his questions. He continued asking, "What is this? Why are you crying? Are you okay?" But she stayed silent and quietly wiped her tears. In her mind, she knew it was dangerous, this shouldn't be happening, but she was feeling greedy. Then she touched Choi's chest and asked, "Aren't you scared of me?" At first Choi replied, "Yes." Then he continued, "I wasn't particularly scared, but in fact, I felt more scared when you weren't next to me. Should I have been scared?" She then said, "That's not it. After all, I'm dead and you have a life. Is it okay for me to be by your side? If I'm a burden, I can leave. I'll do it on my own without causing any trouble." Choi replied that he actually needed Yun's help. He couldn't explain it in detail, but he needed her to resolve his ghostly issues. Then he moved his hand forward, asking Yun to help him. Yun thought, although I know the end of my story seems predetermined, is it okay to be a little greedy right now? Then she replied, yes, and grabbed Choi's hand, indicating she would help him with his ghostly issues by forming a team. It seemed like they both had a lot to say to each other, so they decided to talk about it while they returned. After some time in the car, a confused Yun asked Choi, "You're saying a headless woman asked for help?" Choi replied, yes, and asked, "Didn't you see her too?" She replied that she did see her, but she just appeared as a lump of energy, so she couldn't tell any details. And that time it seemed like you were trying to reassure her. Weren't you scared? Choi explained, "It's only natural to be scared when a bizarre head is crawling around, and when I tried to run away, there was a body without a head behind me. Also, I was worried you might have disappeared onto the highway again. Do you know how scary it was when you disappeared, Ha-yun? Seeing you back was a huge relief for me." Then Yun said, "Earlier you mentioned needing my help. May I ask what it is?" Choi replied, "It's a bit hard to explain right now." This made Yun more curious and she pressed him to tell her about it. But Choi casually denied it, saying he would tell her later when there was a chance. While driving, Choi thought about that ghost. He was worried and wondered why tape was wrapped all over her body, with wounds appearing to be cut here and there, and a severed head and torso. It might be something akin to the dismemberment murders I've seen in the news. If I get involved, it might actually become dangerous. However, I can't turn away from someone who has asked for help. Being fearful, wouldn't that make them even more miserable? Yun also noticed the worry and discomfort on Choi's face. Choi thought, I can't even manage my own life right now. Then he said, "You seem to be lost in thought. Is it because of that person you mentioned earlier?" Yun replied, "Yes." Then she said, "Choi, you're too kind. Being steadfast can be both a strength and a weakness, you know. You have a personality that tends to harm yourself." Choi said in confusion, "Really?" Yun replied, "Of course. Who would worry that much about a suddenly appeared ghost? So it's okay not to do what you don't want to do. What's most important is taking care of yourself. That's something no one can dispute." Then, giving a calm smile, she explained to Choi, "It may sound strange, but coming from someone who has been saved by your warmth, don't try to shoulder everything alone. If you believe in something, pursue it, and if it gets hard, run away. So you can be a little more honest with your feelings." Choi understood Yun's feelings and said, "There are still life points left. Honestly, it's scary, but if I can pull someone out of hell with my help, isn't that worth a try? If there is a God, surely he would give me a stroke of luck for all this hardship." Then they arrived at their home, where Choi got shocking news as soon as he entered his apartment. His landlady said she was raising the rent and management fees because prices had gone up a lot. "Everyone around has already increased their prices too, and I've been patient enough, right?" Choi, with a shocked expression, said, "That's way too expensive and it's so sudden too." His landlady replied, "Everything's gone up these days. It's because you, Choi, don't know. And if the amount doesn't match, you have to look for another place." "Well, I don't know if you have the luxury to do that or not, Choi." Choi said, "It's already going to be hard starting this month. Can you give me just a little more time?" His landlady replied, "This makes me feel like the bad guy. For this month, you can pay like before, but from next month onward, please adjust. And as a life senior, I'm telling you to find a decent job. Men grow outside, you know. The internet is ruining today's kids." As soon as the landlady left, Yun yelled, "I mean, does it even make sense to raise the rent in this tiny basement? And why is her tone like that? That's just bullying." Choi, also crying, said, "Yun, what should we do now? At this rate, we might get kicked out." Choi sat at his desk, scrolling through his email for job listings. He found one for ad video editing and quickly replied, "I can do ad editing. I'll send a different portfolio soon." Yun watched him quietly, her ghostly presence a silent comfort. Noticing his stress, she said, "Why don't you call my dad? I saved some money, he'll give it to you." Choi smiled softly and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but this is my job. It's okay, I'll manage somehow." He stepped out to a convenience store to grab some food, snagging a 2+1 deal 3-cup noodles and 1 instant rice for 8,500 won. Checking his account balance, he saw 98,671 left and thought, I can make it through this month somehow. At least Yun doesn't need food, right? He considered asking his mom for help but shook his head. Something in the past with Hyo-jung had left him too embarrassed to ask her now. Plus, he had a police investigation tomorrow and a new date pending in the game. "I'll deal with what's in front of me first. I can worry later. If it gets bad, I can pick up a same-day part-time job. I've managed on my own so far." The scene shifts to Choi streaming, chatting with his audience who were pushing him to play a horror game. He laughed, Are you guys serious? It's not that I can't do it. How do you win when the opponent's top player has 10 kills? Yun, watching from the side, noticed it was already 9 p.m. Choi hadn't slept, juggling editing and preparing for the broadcast. She thought, this is too much. Is he okay? Talking to his audience, Choi said, it's just bad luck, not skill. Believe it or not, I got a scholarship in school. I got a decent brain, you know. I'm just off today. Should we stop the game for now? Yun slipped into the kitchen, hoping to help. She thought, he's surviving on 1 cup noodle a day. He'll collapse at this rate. If I could move objects, I could do something. Spotting dirty utensils, she tried to pick them up with all her strength, but they didn't budge an inch. Is it the weight? I'm okay if I focus, but I can't even lift a frying pan. Sadness hit her. She felt useless to Choi. If I had a body, if I were alive, I could help more. She slapped herself, snapping out of it, and decided to practice until she could manage. Back with Choi, an audience member asked about Hyung, his missing friend. Choi paused. I haven't heard from him. I tried visiting his house and calling, but no answer. Since he went missing, I've kept trying, but nothing. I hope he's safe. The chat buzzed with worry. Something might have happened. And it's dangerous lately, maybe he was kidnapped. Then someone mentioned a news article. Did you see the story about the body found in the mountain? Another said, they claim a ghost told someone where she was buried. The chat went wild. It's a hoax, and sounds like the murderer made up the ghost story. Choi froze, sweating as he realized they were talking about him. He saw a news article on his screen, body found near Freedom Road. The discoverer claimed a ghost led them. He couldn't believe it was published. Comments piled up, probably the murderer saying they saw a ghost, and why pick a random trail and dig there? Choi understood they were pointing the blame at him, implying he, the one who reported the ghost, was the killer. Articles spread online and he'd been clueless until now. He muttered, what's with these news articles? He thought, I was questioned for an hour at the station and no one mentioned this. Isn't it fine since there's another investigation? Am I going to be framed? What if my info leaks? Will anyone believe the truth? Suddenly Yun's doll Manya came to life, holding a spoon and calling Choi's name. Shocked, he realized Yun had possessed it. The audience saw the doll move and heard her voice, sparking chaos in the chat. They thought it was a prank, saying, is this a hidden camera? Yun caught fell to the floor saying, I'm a doll. Choi quickly ended the stream saying, something urgent came up. Yun apologized. What do we do? I messed up. I didn't mean for this to happen, I just wanted to help. Instead of getting mad, Choi burst out laughing, picking up the doll. What is this? How did this happen? You look so funny right now. Despite their struggles, they were holding on together. Choi thanked her. I've been stuck in my worries alone. I didn't realize I had such a dependable ally beside me. It cleared his mind. He asked, there's a problem, can we talk it over together? Yun nodded eagerly. Tell me anything. Choi wondered, how long has it been since I asked for help? The scene shifts to them walking somewhere in the pouring rain. Yun said, it's pouring. Are you sure you're okay? Choi replied, I think it'll work out. I can't ignore someone needing help, it feels wrong to leave it. You can stay home if you want, Yun. But Yun grabbed his hand tightly, showing she'd stay. She stepped closer saying, I don't want to get wet. Shall we sit in the car? Choi blushed at her closeness and agreed. Playfully, Yun asked, so, is the ghost you're meeting pretty? The question threw him off. The scene cuts to a lavish apartment where a man in his underwear sipped wine. He called his bodyguard in, asking, did you look into it? The bodyguard nodded. His name's Choi Do-yeon, 24, an unknown streamer. Nothing special about him. But he found a body, claiming a ghost told him. They identified the woman. Insiders say a doll floated in front of everyone. The man, shocked, asked, a doll flew? The bodyguard confirmed, hard to believe, but everyone saw it. Lighting a cigarette, the man smirked. So, she became a ghost then. He ordered, give that ad editing job to this guy and tell him to come here. With a creepy smile, he added, I'm really curious if it's true. Choi sat in his car with Yun. Rain poured hard outside. Yun said, sitting in the car on a rainy day reminds me of the first time we met. To be honest, I thought it was a dream at first. But when I was at my limit and ready to give up everything, you saved me. That ghost probably needs help as much as I did. Just like I was saved by being with you right now. Just don't overdo it, okay? Choi looked at her and said, I've been thinking about that for the past few days. I feel lucky that the first ghost I met was you. Our first meeting was a bit cold, but now it feels like I would be empty without you. Yun asked excitedly, is that ghost pretty? Why haven't you answered this since earlier? Choi said, yes. Yun asked again, jealous. When I asked you earlier, you brushed it off. Was that female ghost beautiful, Mr. Choi? Choi got scared and caught. He tried to cover it by saying, you are the prettiest person I have ever seen. Yun smiled big. Her favorability went up a lot. She said, I believe in Choi. Choi's face turned red. He hoped it was a good answer since she looked happy. Choi thought talking to her cleared his mind. If things got worse, he decided to ask her father for help. When he explained the situation, her father agreed to help. If the victim's family came forward, they could avoid the worst. If the killer was caught, the case would close. Choi also thought of using the LP store for help. The magnifying glass or other locked items might be useful. His top goal was to catch the person who killed her. His LP points were growing while being with Yeon. He could check new items after this date. Even a live stream could bring good publicity if he handled it well. They reached the place. Choi calmed himself. He and Yeon walked toward the ghost under one umbrella. Yeon asked, "Are you okay? What if we turn back now?" Choi said, "It's okay. I think I can do this. I've practiced the simulation game too." But inside he was sweating hard. He told Yeon not to worry. Yeon looked worried for him. She knew how much he suffered for her. She understood how hard this was. She held Choi's hand tightly in a sweet way and thought, "Even so, I secretly hope you don't think I'm awful." They moved toward the ghost. Yeon said, "Now that I've made up my mind, I need to be confident. If we turn back, you'll just keep worrying, right? Let's help her and finish this." Choi smiled at her. Lightning struck. The date began. Yeon disappeared. His phone showed the second midnight date started. Choi knew Yeon could see him, but he couldn't see her. He hid his worried face and walked to the bridge to find the ghost. He thought, it said that if a ghost's energy is strong, weaker energy becomes unclear. This is just something I read online, so it might not be true. His phone showed the ghost's favorability was normal. Choi decided he must not run away or deny her, no matter how scary it got. He saw the headless ghost body. It scared him. He thought he needed to gather information by talking. Choi walked to the body and put his umbrella over it. He said, "Hello. Do you remember me? We met yesterday. It seemed you needed help. Can you tell me what's going on?" Only silence and rain sounds answered. Choi sweated and said, "What can I say? This feels very uncomfortable." He started to fear. He thought, do ghosts react slowly? Shouldn't options appear? Why is the free date still going? He calmed himself and focused on talking. He noticed the head was missing. He looked around the bridge but couldn't find it. He thought it used to appear with her. If there's no head, how can we talk? Choi asked the body, "Did your head not come with you?" At first, no reply. Then she pointed in a direction. Choi looked and found the head hiding in a corner of the bridge. He said, "There you are. Do you remember me?" He slowly walked toward the head, saying he wanted to hear her story and chat. But the head moved back, escaping. Choi was confused. He didn't understand why she hid. He gave the umbrella to the body and moved closer to the head. "Excuse me, can we talk? I'm not a bad person." But the head kept moving back. It seemed scared of Choi and didn't want to talk. Choi said, "I just want to understand your situation so I can help." Seeing her fear, he got more confused and annoyed. He asked himself, did I do something wrong? I didn't do anything bad. Why is she running? His phone showed a pop-up. After much trouble, I decided to help her who was suffering alone. But her head is nowhere. I look around and find it watching from far, keeping guard. Wait, is she embarrassed? Choi read it, still confused. Two options appeared. 1. Are you really that shy? Let's not pressure her and wait until she brings her head. 2. Maybe she's afraid of me. Let's calm her and show I came to help. Choi realized she was shy, not afraid. He decided to pick option 2 to be safe. But his phone showed a red warning, next choice penalties activated. New options updated. Choi freaked out. The new options were 1. We're running out of time. This is pointless. I'll shout for her to come without being annoying. 2. We've come this far. Don't keep me waiting. If you won't cry, I'll say I'm going home and threaten. 3. You're already creepy. Be grateful I talked to you. I'll belittle her and push through. 4. Threaten her by taking her body hostage. With an evil face, say if you don't come, I'll take your body. Choi was confused. Why were penalty options given? He remembered trying to say something outside the choices before. He got scared. All options lacked sense. Whatever he picked would be bad. He saw only 9 seconds left to choose. He had no choice but to pick one. He didn't know what would happen if he ignored the options again. Time was running out. He decided to pick the least bad option. He walked to the ghost's body and gave her one last chance. The ghost looked confused. Choi grabbed the body as a hostage and said, if you don't come now, I'll take her body with me. If you don't want to come, what else can I do? Choi picked the last option, take the body hostage and threaten the head to come out. But inside he was terrified and sweating hard. He thought, was this the right choice? For a while the ghost did nothing. She just looked straight at Choi. Choi stood confused, thinking, now what should I do? Things are not going smooth. She seems angry already. What am I supposed to do with choices like this? Okay, I will apologize now and try to smooth things over. His hand was shaking in fear. He tried to cover his mistake by saying, I was just trying to lighten the mood with a joke. His smartphone popped up a window. She feels embarrassed. Her favorability increased slightly. Choi got confused reading this. He wondered why her favorability went up, not down. Then the ghost head moved toward Choi on its own. Choi put it on her body. Soon after attaching the head, her appearance changed completely. Choi asked, are you alright? But the ghost didn't reply. reply. She was just trembling. Choi couldn't understand why she was doing this. Then the ghost said, "Trash." Hearing the word trash from her mouth, Choi froze in place. The scene shifts to Yeon waiting for Choi near the bridge. She said, "It would be better to wait here than to be next to you, right? I wonder if Choi is doing well or not." Then Yeon noticed something. A strange light came from the bridge where Choi was supposed to be. Choi stood with the ghost. She was still quiet. Her body was wrapped in tape. She slowly muttered, "What's going to happen now? What should I do?" Choi couldn't understand what she meant. He asked, "I don't understand. What do you mean by, what's going to happen?" "I just wanted to help," the ghost explained. She was asking for the condition to help. She said, "You must be thinking of asking for something, right? Earlier you said my body would be enough." Choi freaked out. He didn't mean it that way. She took his words wrong. Choi tried to explain, "It was just a joke to lighten the mood. I genuinely want to help you." She said, "Well, it's okay. I know there's no kindness without a reason." She cried while saying this. She continued, "I will do whatever I can. So could you please help me get out of here?" It was the same feeling Choi felt when he first met Yeon. Choi clenched his fist and thought, what has she gone through to have such an expression and say such things? What the heck does this game want to do with me? Picking up his umbrella, Choi said, "Since I heard your request for help yesterday, I've been worried about it constantly. So don't worry. I want to help as much as I can." In his mind he thought, what sin did these people commit to suffer like this? Choi asked the ghost, "Can you tell me what happened? Why did you avoid me? I need to know the situation to help. And of course you can tell only the parts you can share with me." After hearing this, the ghost got emotional and started to share her story. She said, "Just in case, I was scared that you would run away when you saw me. Crawling around with just a head, even I find it disgusting. If the only person who showed up ran away, I think I would really go insane. I wouldn't be able to endure it anymore. I was too scared to approach and just felt fear." Choi realized that last time, when he died by being pulled into the deep water by the ghost, it was because she was scared. Choi said sorry to her for listening to her side. But the ghost didn't understand why he said sorry, so she asked, "Why did you say sorry? For what?" Choi covered it up by saying, "It's nothing, just talking to myself." Then he introduced himself. "I am Choi Do-yeon. What's your name?" She said, "My name is Kang Sun." Kang Sun was someone who had been waiting endlessly for a helping hand. What this person needed to hear was just one word of promise to save her from this hellish life. Choi assured her, "Don't worry, I'm not doing this with any bad motive. I may look like this, but I don't lie. That's why I am going to save you for sure. So don't be anxious or look at me with suspicion. I think that should be enough." But Kang Si said, "Can I really trust you?" Choi replied, "Of course. I might not seem reliable. It's true that I am not great, but I promise I will definitely help you." This gave Kang Si huge relief. She hugged Choi. Choi got confused. Yeon had hugged him the same way when he promised to save her. Kang Si broke into tears. Choi hugged her back to make her feel relaxed. He wiped her tears and said, "I am sorry. It must be hard for you to wipe your tears alone." Kang Si thanked him. Choi said, "There's a pavilion ahead. Shall we move there and talk? It's getting cold in the rain." Kang Si agreed. But then Kang Si asked for a favor. She wanted Choi to remove the tape from her body. He agreed and started to look for the end of the tape to tear it off. He couldn't find it. It was dark, so he couldn't see well. It wasn't on her back. Then suddenly he found the end of the tape. While searching, Kang Si was embarrassed. Choi couldn't remove it. He explained, "The end of the tape is near your chest, so maybe we should just leave it." But Kang Si didn't want that. It was very uncomfortable for her. She asked, "If you are okay with it, then I am fine. Could you please help me? I can't take it off by myself." At first, Choi hesitated. But then he thought it would be rude to hesitate with personal feelings right now, so he tried to remove it as carefully as possible. He had to put his private feelings aside. Suddenly, Yeon appeared. She saw Choi doing something with Kang Si's chest. She was shocked and asked Choi, "What are you doing?" Then our scene shifts to a police station, where a detective is examining Yeon's body case. He prepares a report. It states that the victim suffered severe trauma and heavy bleeding from a vehicle collision, with fatal injuries to the head and chest. The first person who called the police was Choi Do-yeon, age 23, a live streamer. According to the forensic results, the incident happened during his military service or leave, and he has no connection to the victim. And the doll was floating in the sky. A junior officer calls him and says, "Senior, Yang Chio wants to grab a coffee." The senior says, "What, are you paying?" The junior replies, "Aren't seniors supposed to pay?" The senior laughs lightly, "That's just a stereotype, man. And don't wear that jacket. It really doesn't suit you." After some time, both officers stand outside in the rain, smoking. The junior asks, "You seem busy these days. Is everything okay?" The senior sighs, "Don't even ask. I wish I had a break. It's been a year since that incident and there are still so few clues. And thanks to the media making it big news, the pressure from above keeps growing. It's driving me crazy." The junior asks, "Why are you so stuck on that case? I heard our team took it because of you. It's already a risky case. If something goes wrong, it'll be a disaster. And I also heard the first caller among the suspects should be removed from the list." The senior says, innocent people shouldn't be treated like criminals, and someone who was actually at the scene should help. The junior, confused, asks, what? The senior replies, the only thing I'm sure of is that the real culprit is someone else. I checked his record. He was in the military. No leave was granted. And when we compare it to what the victim said about their identity and situation, everything fits perfectly. I have a strong feeling this case will lead to something huge. The junior checks his phone and suddenly asks, by the way, you said the doll was floating, right? He shows his phone and asks, is this the doll? He plays a stream clip of Choi, where Yeon was accidentally seen by everyone. The junior says, during Choi's live stream, a doll was moving on its own. Thousands saw it live. Most people think it was clickbait, but I clearly heard a female voice. Do you think the victim possessed the doll? The senior says, honestly, even seeing this with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. Just then, someone calls the junior officer. His expression changes and he is told to reach somewhere immediately. The senior, surprised, asks, who's calling you at this time? What happened? The junior replies, they found a suitcase washed up at the reservoir, and there was a person's head inside. The senior freezes, completely shocked. The scene shifts to Choi. In an awkward moment, he introduces the two ghost girls to each other. With a forced smile he says, so, Hyun, we met a few days ago on the expressway. She's 22. Then he turns to the other ghost and says, and this is Kang Si. We haven't talked much yet, but we're getting to know each other. Kang Si hides a little behind Choi and softly says, hello? Hyun looks confused but replies, hello. Then silence fills the air. Choi sweats in his mind, what is this suffocating awkwardness? One ghost on my left, one ghost on my right. My whole body feels cold, like chills. He notices Hyun looks uncomfortable. His expression changes. Is she just shy? Should I lighten the mood? Maybe small talk will help. He asks Kang Si, so, how old are you? She answers, I was 21. Then she asks him, and you? Choi says, I'm 24 now. While they talk, Hyun silently watches them, clearly getting jealous and irritated. She knows she can't interfere, but still she steps between them and says, looks like you two got pretty close. Anyway, you only wanted to remove the tape, right? Nothing else. Choi panics, of course. I just wanted to help, it looked uncomfortable. Hyun says, fine, I'll remove it then. She starts pulling the tape off very fast and violently. Kang Si flinches in pain. Ow, slowly please. Hyun interrupts, sorry it's stuck. Almost done. Just bear with it. Choi thinks so ghosts can touch things freely. Interesting. He remembers the moment Hyun confronted him earlier. Are you really removing the tape? Or were you planning something else? He shivers and thinks, I've never seen her look that scary. I was honestly scared back then, but maybe it was better like this. He picks up his phone and mutters, I don't know why I'm seeing her again, but now Kang Si is added too. Targets doubled. He continues in his mind, in a normal dating game you choose one route and finish it. But this isn't just romance. I also have to free spirits from their regrets, so they can rest. Then a darker thought hits him, but what happens if a spirit can't let go? What happens to the one I don't choose? Finally the tape is completely off. Kang Si bows to Hyun and says, thank you. Hyun stares at her and whispers, your skin is so pale, like a baby. Kang Si blushes, thank you, you're pretty too. Choi quickly jumps in, sorry, I know this is sudden, but can you tell me what happened to you? We can't stay like this forever. I need to understand if I'm going to help you. Hyun also looks at Kang Si quietly. Kang Si hesitates and says, sorry for the trouble, but before anything, there's a place I really want to go. Can you help me just once? Choi is stunned. The next moment they are in Choi's car. Kang Si says, I'm sorry for asking suddenly. I'll make it up to you, I promise. Choi answers, no, it's fine. It isn't that far. He asks, the place we're going, that's where you lived, right? Kang Si nods. Hyun asks, so you're going to see your family? Kang Si answers casually, no. I used to live with my grandmother, but she passed away. That house is the only thing she left for me. Flashback young Kang Si smiling, living peacefully with her grandmother. She whispers, that's also the place where I died. Hyun, confused, asks softly, then, what happened to you? Kang Si hesitates. We see another flashback. A strange woman torturing her. Kang Si is tied up in a bathroom. The woman says angrily, I didn't mean to go this far, but it's your fault. So tell me, Kang Si, what's your grandma's bank password? Her face shows clear intent to kill. Back to present. Kang Si says quietly, it's not a nice story. Is it okay if I don't talk about it? Choi looks worried but nods. It's okay. Kang Si then asks, you two seem close. Can I ask what your relationship is? Silence. Hyun freezes. Choi panics and says, we just kind of ended up together. Suddenly his phone buzzes violently. A pop-up appears. Choose your answer. This will change the bond between characters. shoulders. He starts sweating. It's happening again. The answer I choose will affect my life again. Scene shifts. The same woman from Kang See's past is at a convenience store, holding Kang See's ID. The shopkeeper refuses to sell her anything. The woman shouts angrily, "I am Kang See." She points to her face. "Look, the mole is right here. I just gained some weight, that's all." She snatches the ID back and storms toward the exit, yelling, "So annoying. I'll buy it somewhere else. Just because I gained weight, you make a big deal out of it? Why don't you people believe me? You think I'm pretending to be someone else? Damn it." Then the scene shifts back to Choi. He is confused about how to answer Kang See's question. He is scared because it is a subjective answer, meaning his choice will directly change both girls' affinity levels. He is even more nervous because he was punished before for going off script, and now it's happening again. Then his eyes widen, only 9 seconds left to answer. He forces himself to calm down and think. No matter what I say, someone will lose affinity, he realizes, so he decides to choose a safe answer to escape the situation. But just then Yun softly says, "Answer comfortably. Don't worry about me." Choi freezes for a moment. He thinks they are not just characters, they are alive, and I'm the only one who can see them. They are here with someone as ordinary as me, so I can't get arrogant worrying about game affinity. I don't know how long we will be together, but from the start I wanted to help them sincerely, not because of a game. Being honest right now is the least respect I can give them. He takes a breath and speaks. It's hard to define what we really are, but I genuinely like being around you both. After years of streaming alone, I forgot what it feels like to not be alone. Sure, things get awkward sometimes, but now, when you're not there, it feels strange. Our meetings were unexpected, and I know I might not seem reliable, but I'll do my best to help you both no matter what. At least when we're together, I want us to smile and forget the pain. He finishes, nervous, hoping his words reached them. He slowly looks at Yun. She is quiet, and looks slightly annoyed. He asks, "Was that too cringe?" Yun looks at him, then suddenly smiles a little and says, "You're kind of smooth, you know that?" Choi lets out a huge breath of relief. Thank God she's not angry. But suddenly Yun leans forward, eyes sparkling. "Hey, random question. When was your last relationship?" Choi freezes. Then Yun adds, "Actually, more importantly, who is Kwan Hyo-jong?" Choi's expression drops. Panic. How does she know that name? Yun continues, smiling dangerously. "You were calling her name in your sleep. She must be someone special." Choi turns red and stutters. "A special? No, I mean, she was just a girl I used to like." But Yun gets even more excited. "Tell me everything, right now." Choi panics and blurts, "At this rate, I'm going to crash the car." While watching their interaction, Kang See quietly smiles but thinks, they really have a strong bond. They're lucky. If I had met him earlier, maybe that place could have been mine instead of Yun's. On the system screen, both girls' affinity levels rise. A moment passes, and Yun says softly to Kang See, "You reached this far because of Choi. He helped you." Kang See nods. "So, I'm glad you got to meet your family. The culprit still isn't caught though." Yun replies, "Not yet, but the investigation is still going and Choi is here too." Choi quietly watches them. Their conversation is smoother than he expected, but Kang See still avoids talking about her past. Even earlier she said she was scared he would run away. Anyone can tell she went through something terrible, but I can't help her without knowing anything. He decides to ask again gently, "We're almost there. It might help if you tell me what happened before we arrive." He continues carefully, "Maybe I'm wrong, but did you stay quiet because you were scared I'd leave?" Kang See shakes her head. "No, I just wanted to reach home first. I didn't know where to start." Then suddenly she begins, "I was killed by a friend I used to live with." Choi's face goes pale. She continues, "One day an old friend contacted me. She said she was kicked out and needed a place to stay for 2 or 3 days. I couldn't say no. My grandmother's room was empty, so she moved in until she found another place. At first she was nice. She helped with chores. After my family passed away, I was alone, so her presence felt warm. We became close, but that warmth didn't last. Days passed, then months. Slowly she started acting like the house was hers. We argued all the time. Then one day during a fight she said, 'At least your family left you insurance money. That's why you live comfortable. My dad is getting beaten and my grandpa will die soon too.' We fought badly. I told her to leave or I would call the police." She pauses, voice shaking. "The moment I took out my phone, she smashed a glass beer bottle on my head." Choi flinches. "I passed out. When I woke up, I was tied inside the bathroom. She demanded passwords to my bank and phone. She said she'd leave once I gave her the money. But even after taking it all, she never came back." Tears form in her eyes. "When I woke up again, my head was floating in a reservoir." Choi feels sick. "I later saw my body walking on a trail. That's when I realized I was dead. She cut my body into pieces and dumped them in the reservoir. No matter how many times I woke up, I was always floating back there. I was hopeless, lonely, until you showed up, Choi." She breaks down. "I was happy, but also scared you would run away. So please, once this case is solved, I won't bother you again. Just help me one last time, please. Don't leave me behind." Silence. Choi finally speaks softly. I promised, didn't I? I told you I'd help. I don't want anything in return. If this case ends and you smile again, that's enough for me. Kang-si looks at him with trembling relief. Thank you. They reach the destination. A dark apartment building, lights off, rain pouring heavily. Choi opens the door and holds his hand out. Kang-si takes it carefully. Now the three of them stand under one umbrella. Choi in the center, two girls at his sides. Kang-si notices Yun holding his hand so naturally, like someone close. She thinks, he is helping me because he is kind, but even if I'm dead, I want to feel wanted, just once. Suddenly she grabs Choi's other hand. Choi and Yun both freeze. Kang-si quickly says, I don't want to get wet in the rain, and they walk inside together hand in hand. At the apartment door, Choi presses the bell. Yun peeks inside. Seems like no one is home. Kang-si says, if I give you the code, can you open it for me? Just once? I want to see inside again. Choi enters the code thinking it's her house. It should be fine. Suddenly, footsteps. A shadow appears behind him. A woman speaks with a sharp voice. What do you think you're doing in someone else's house? Choi turns, heart dropping cold. It's her. The same woman who pretended to be Kang-si. She smirks. This is my house, and you're trying to break in. Kang also saw that lady and froze completely in her place. Then Choi's smartphone gave a warning pop-up saying that Kang-si's mind is starting to shake. But Choi stood there. An awkward silence filled the air between him and that lady. Choi nervously stuttered, Are you the house owner? But this is clearly Kang's house. I'm sorry. Maybe I confused it with another house. Is this Kang-si's house? Hearing this, the lady looked uncomfortable. Then she said, I am Kang-si. Who are you to go through my door lock without permission? Choi was shocked. He couldn't understand what was going on. Then he turned around and looked at Kang, who was completely staring at the lady without saying a word, without showing any reaction. Choi tried to ask her what was happening, but before he could say anything, Kang spoke in a cold voice. Are you seriously living in this house shamelessly after everything that happened? Scene shifts to a flashback. Kang's grandmother was alive and lying in a hospital bed. They were spending their last moments together. Soon after, her grandmother passed away. Her only family member, the only person who loved her without conditions, was gone. At the funeral, some people suddenly grabbed Kang by the collar, shouting and asking for money that her parents had borrowed from them. She also found out that her father had taken loans from many banks. Now, she had only 3 months to reject the inheritance before all the debt would come to her, including the house itself. So she backed out and used all her grandmother's saved money to protect the house from the bank. She was now completely broke, but she couldn't let go of the house. It was filled with memories of her grandmother. One day while cleaning, an envelope fell on the floor. It was a letter from her grandmother. Inside it, she had left some money for Kang. She had planned to give it to Kang for her marriage, but she became sick before she could. Kang broke down, realizing that even after death, her grandmother was still worried about her. Even with no family or relatives left, she decided to live strong. She pushed herself into her studies with everything she had. The harder life became, the harder she tried, because she believed her grandmother was watching her from heaven. Scene shifts back to the present. The lady in front of Choi looked confused and scared, because Choi was speaking to someone in the air that she couldn't see. Choi asked Kang, her name is Kang-si? Can you tell me what happened? The lady didn't understand anything, so she called the police. She accused Choi of trying to break into her house. Choi tried to explain, I think there is a big misunderstanding. Can we please talk for a moment? But Kang angrily said to the lady, honestly, I thought you would at least feel a little guilty after what you did. I was ready to forgive you if you really regretted it and paid for it. The tension grew heavy. Yun grabbed Choi from behind out of fear and whispered, run, don't go near her. Then again Choi's phone buzzed with a warning. Kang's mind is collapsing. Then messages flooded his screen. She is suffering physically. She is in despair. She is sad. She is furious. She is blaming herself. One message after another kept appearing non-stop. Choi was stunned. What is happening? Could this really be the friend Kang talked about? He thought. Then the final warning appeared. Kang is out of control. Suddenly, Kang grabbed the lady by her neck and tried to throw her off the building. Choi panicked and tried to stop her. But right in front of his eyes, Kang threw the lady off the building. While the lady was falling, Kang said with hatred in her voice, feel the pain I felt. I'll be waiting for you in hell. The lady crashed onto a car below. Another woman walking outside witnessed everything and screamed in shock. The lady didn't survive the fall. She died instantly. Choi and Yun stood frozen watching Kang. Choi thought to himself, installing that camera, maybe it wasn't a bad idea, because right now, a murder had happened in front of him. Kang sat on the floor whispering, it's okay, you deserve to die, it's not my fault. The dead woman's phone was still on the ground. The person on the call kept saying, hello? Hello? Are you there? Kang slowly turned around. Her face made Choi gasp in terror. One of her eyes was missing, blood pouring from it like tears. She said softly, do you think so too? I tried to forgive her, but I couldn't. Sorry, you must be scared. I never wanted to hurt you. Choi was frozen. Fear swallowed him whole. What should I do? Call call the police? How do I fix this? He thought. Suddenly Yun grabbed his hand. Calm down, let's go. We need to run. But Choi refused. He believed he could still fix everything. Then Yun's body slowly started to fade, turning into red smoke. She reached out for him, whispering for help, but nothing changed. Choi watched in horror as Yun disappeared right in front of his eyes. Losing her again broke something inside him. From behind, Kang spoke again while her head twisted unnaturally. I should have lived my life differently. It was all pointless. Another warning flashed on Choi's phone. Kang has lost full control. Then she looked at him and said, Choi, I like you. You saved me when I was alone and crying. Do you remember? But suddenly her body started falling apart piece by piece and hit the floor. Choi watched in shock. He once heard that when a ghost kills someone, it turns into an evil spirit that wanders forever. Her broken body parts began crawling toward him. Even like this, she whispered, even if it's the second time, can I stay with you, Choi? Choi couldn't take it anymore. He broke down and finally turned to run. But this made her furious, because before Choi promised he would never run away. Her affection dropped to nothing and turned into obsession. Blood poured from her eyes, her mind fully broken. Choi ran to the end of the hallway and tried to open the gate. It was locked. It's over. Someone is dead. If I stay here, they will blame me, he thought. But it was already too late. Kang had fully turned into a terrifying ghost. She tilted her broken head and said in a chilling voice, Why, are you running away from me? Choi fell to the ground and tried to escape from the situation. Kang's hair slowly came toward Choi and started to wrap around his body. She said, Why are you running? You said you wouldn't run. Is it because I pushed her? But I am sorry. I was angry. I couldn't control it. She slowly came toward Choi, making him feel uneasy and scared. She kept her hand beside Choi and said, But I couldn't hold back. Don't you feel the same, Choi? Choi was trembling with fear while Kang's hair wrapped around him. He said, I understand how you feel, but now I am the one taking the fall. If you had just explained a bit more. Upon hearing this, Kang got angry and said to Choi in an angry tone, It's a little small, but it's enough for two of us. You can bring Yun too. No, maybe not. We should just live together, just the two of us. I will take care of your part too. Now it seemed Kang had decided to keep Choi with her by any means, but she didn't understand Choi. Choi thought, if the police come here, I will be accused of being a murderer. So what should I do now? Should I run? But no, I know I can't run. Even if I tried now, I might be killed by Kang. But then he noticed something that worried him more. It was the paramedic team recovering that lady's body. From their conversation, it seemed she was still alive. Choi thought, even if I run, I will still be branded a killer. He tried to think where it all went wrong. He started to sweat heavily. Then he blamed himself for meeting Kang Si. But he said, was it wrong to try to help someone beyond my reach? If only I hadn't installed that game. Soon the police also arrived at the place. But Choi was busy in his own thoughts. He said, no, there were so many chances to stop this. If I had just trusted Kang Si earlier. If I hadn't panicked. If I had just believed her. Then, after gathering all his courage, he moved Kang's hair from his body and said in a serious tone, Living together with you? I don't care. Sorry, but I am more into bubbly girls like Yun, and a boring girl like you is the worst. These words made Kang's heart pierce through with a sharp needle. He then continued, I was hoping I would get something in return, but I didn't know you are a beggar living in such a filthy house. You should have been born to better parents if you wanted someone to care. His plan was to twist Kang's feelings and use it against himself, so if she killed him he could just start over. Then he started to say more harsh words to her. Kang also got depressed and said, Liar, to Choi. She continued, You are not like this before. So why are you acting like this? Choi replied, No wonder why your friend tried to kill you. Then passing beside her, Choi taunted her. It's annoying. So can you please disappear now? I have to find a rich and pretty ghost. And you said we were going to give me something great, which was a lie. With these filthy words from Choi, Kang again lost her control. Choi closed his eyes, hoping to get killed soon. Kang said, Why did you lie to me? I trusted you. She tried to stop him. While Choi was thinking, I could have stopped it all. If I hadn't been so obsessed with the game. If I had just listened to Kang Si's voice a little more. If I had only guessed how angry she was. Then from behind, Kang suddenly grabbed Choi's neck and tried to choke him. But this was all Choi's plan. While dying, Choi thought, this time I will just trust Kang and step in first. Then Kang pinned Choi down on the floor saying, Why does everyone keep betraying me? Choi put a little effort to get free from her. But it was no use. She was very angry. And eventually Choi died, thinking he could have saved her before everything fell apart. Before dying, Choi also saw Yun, who was there, and tried to help him. But she couldn't do anything. And at last Choi died. He respawned with a lightning strike. He was back when he was putting the code in Kang's house lock. But he stopped and his hands were trembling. Then he looked toward both girls. Kang, worried, asked, Is there a problem? You don't look so good. But Choi only said, Thank goodness, and hugged both girls. Kang couldn't understand what was going on, but she still felt good. Yun also questioned him, Choi, what are you doing all of a sudden? Then Choi realized and, in embarrassment, tried to cover up his mistake by saying, "Sorry, I got emotional for a second. I just meant we should hang in there together." Then the lady came who asked them, "Who are you?" She was the root of all this problem. She said, "What are you doing in front of someone else's house? Could you move please?" Seeing that lady, Kang again got angry and started to lose control. But before she lost control, Choi kept his hand on her head, making her relaxed. He said, "This is the friend you mentioned, right?" and asked, "Can you tell me her name?" By Choi's action, Kang got emotional and told her name, which was Kim Yoon-kyung. He went to meet that lady saying, "It will be tough, but would you trust me with this?" To Kang, he said, "I will try to fix everything." In his mind he said, "This time I won't run anymore. I will face it straight on, and I must not be shaken." Then Choi moved forward and said to that lady, "I am sorry. Did I make a fuss? I have a lot to ask. May I ask a few questions?" But that lady didn't answer any of Choi's questions and directly called the police. She said to the police, "A man is standing in front of my house and won't let me in, so please come quickly. I think he is a crazy guy." But still, Choi kept repeating his question, "I have so many things I want to ask you." And he had secretly started his phone's voice recorder. Then he said, "Where did you bury Kang's body after killing her?" After listening to this, that lady got numb. She put her phone down. She froze inside, like something heavy struck her heart. She clenched her umbrella tightly. Then in a low voice she said, "What are you saying? Are you insane?" She continued, "Are you mentally ill or something? I told you I am Kang Seun. I just gained a little weight, that's all." Choi said, "I saw this in a video once. A woman who faked her death report and lived under someone else's identity. At the time I thought no one could do that for real. And now we see that the woman also got this idea from that video only while watching it on her PC." Then Choi said, "Are you planning to live your whole life inside a lie like that? Did you think you will never get caught after doing something so horrible?" But that lady still refused and said, "What the hell are you saying?" She continued, "Did you come here just because you saw my name on a delivery box or something? Don't tell me you did a background check. You know that's a crime, right?" Choi replied, "Background check? You are not Kang, if you have even a shred of conscience." But then that lady lost her control and temper and started shouting at Choi. She said, "I said I am Kang Seun. You show up out of nowhere and talk nonsense. Do you even know me?" Kang and Yun were also watching this and were shocked after seeing that lady's reaction. Then suddenly the officer on the other side called and told the caller to reply. Seeing this chance, that lady shouted for help from the officer. She said, "Help me. This crazy man is stalking me." And Choi couldn't do anything except watch her. He asked, "What's going on?" Then he noticed that people from other apartments were also coming out because of that lady's shouts. Everyone looked confused. They heard a woman screaming, and they also thought of calling the police. Then that lady tried to convince other people by acting dramatic. She sat down, holding her stomach, and said that man was trying to kidnap her. "Please someone help." Choi understood her plan, but he couldn't do much. He tried to explain to everyone that she was lying and making things up. This woman was talking nonsense. Then suddenly his smartphone showed a message that Kang was starting to get angry. Choi looked at her and thought this wasn't good. If this kept up and she got angry, he had to do something. So he decided something. He shouted to other people and tried to explain that this woman murdered someone precious to him. With this statement, Choi killed two birds with one stone. He calmed down Kang and also ended that lady's drama. Then after some time, police arrived, but the news he got from them was shocking. He said, "What are you talking about?" The police officer told him that they already checked her ID and there was nothing suspicious. They didn't find anything wrong with the audio file either. "Still, we need to separate both parties for questioning. Please come with us to the station." Choi couldn't understand how this could be possible. He said he would cooperate with whatever investigation they wanted, but at least please check that woman's identity. Choi continued, "Why aren't you doing this? Can't you at least take her fingerprints? I am telling you she killed someone." We saw that lady was still continuing her drama, crying in front of everyone, making them believe she was the victim here. But then that policeman said resisting here would only make things worse. "Let's not make the situation worse. Let's talk calmly at the station. We will look into the call later separately." The police believed that lady's story and thought Choi was a suspect. But Choi looked toward Kang in a very confused way. Kang told him that she was lying and told him to trust her. Choi was confused, but his mind was not ready to give up this early. That's why he shouted at everyone who was present there and said, "Does anyone know Miss Seun? Even if you don't know her name, if you recognize her face, please help me. Anything at all will help." But no one came forward. Except someone came saying that woman was not Seun. She was an old woman who said, "I thought she just went off to work somewhere since she hadn't shown up." If what the young man says is true, then that girl's really done something awful. That old woman told the policeman that Kang used to live with that lady, and she used to hear them arguing a lot. She lived next door for years, of course that's why she knew. Now that lady also saw her lie getting exposed. So she again shouted to keep her lie going. She said, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The old woman's senile. She doesn't even recognize the neighbor's face. Then a lady officer told her to calm down, but she said, "How am I supposed to calm down? She has been painting me as a murderer this whole time. If you are here to arrest a criminal, then hurry up and take him." But before she could finish her sentence, Choi came and gave her a tight slap on her face. Kang also saw this and got worried for Choi and got emotional too. Then police officers came between them and tried to stop the fight. They said, "What do you think you are doing? You are now being arrested as a suspect caught in the act." But Choi got furious and said, "Fine, arrest me if you must. I am the accused now and she is the victim, so you should at least hear my side too, shouldn't you?" We saw that lady's cheek got red hot due to Choi's single slap, and now they had a witness from their neighborhood, so they had to check her identity again. But in this process, both of them had to come to the police station. Then our scene shifted to the police station after some time. We saw Choi seemed a little tense and worried. That's because he was locked in a cell with Kang. Then in a flashback we saw how Kang got together with Choi and locked in this cell. When Choi got in the police car, suddenly Kang jumped herself into it, and unintentionally he ended up in the holding cell with her. But he couldn't help but worry about Yun, who was left behind. He even didn't tell her that he would come for her after the questioning. But then Kang said sorry to him and continued that this was her fault. But Choi denied this, saying that this happened because of what he did. And they said we would only be held until the investigator arrived, so hopefully nothing too serious happened. In the end, that woman was being investigated too. Kang looked at Choi with hope in her eyes. Then she said, "When we are together, I feel strangely at peace." I hated her to the point it was unbearable, but when Choi believed me and got angry for me, my emotions started to settle little by little. "I am sorry, I didn't mean to drag you into all of this." For which Choi replied, "No, I am the one who is sorry, I haven't been much help." But Kang said, "No, you have done so much for me already, how can you say that?" Choi said, "But still I promised, didn't I? To take you home. In the end, we didn't make it to your house and wound up in a holding cell. So technically I broke that promise. The promise was to take you back home. Once this is all over, I will come get you tonight." We saw that Kang got blushing due to how Choi was compassionate about helping others. Then by mistake their hands touched each other. Kang was thinking that if only they had met a little earlier. Then Kang grabbed Choi's hand like a romantic scene, which made him embarrassed. And Kang said in her mind that how long had it been since she let herself lean on someone like this. Then she said to Choi, "Just a little longer, let me be selfish just a little longer." Kang here felt good leaning on Choi. But Choi was thinking of Haeyeon as he left her behind and told her to wait until sunrise. Then sunrise happened and now Kang's ghost would disappear soon. But she didn't want to leave Choi's side as she was scared that this was all just a dream. She was scared what if this person ended up hitting her. She was scared that she might start to want more. Then she slowly started to disappear. Choi also saw her disappearing and said to her that even if something happened and he was a little late, he would definitely come for her. "As I am already busy, but you won't start hating me again or run away, right?" And at last she finally disappeared, giving him a calm and cheerful smile, saying she wouldn't run next time. And she also thanked him for his kind action. Then his smartphone showed him a love score assessment message, in which he earned 90 points and 1 death penalty, and his romance rank was C. A message also showed that Kang's affection had increased a lot, so bonus LP points granted. But still Choi felt like crap in that cell. Then suddenly a call came from a deleted contact from his contact list, and he was completely shocked to see this. With a fearful voice he picked up the phone, and we got to know it was his friend Hyung who sent this game link to him. Then our scene shifted to his perspective where he was standing at the top of a building and ready to jump. He said sorry to Choi and continued that please forgive him for trying to push everything onto him. He had no choice if he wanted to survive. We saw that someone was banging on that roof door. It meant someone was after him. So in a hurry he said to Choi that there was not much time he had left, so listen closely, this would be the last time he called him. So whatever he did, don't be good to them.
Then the scene shifts back to Yun. She was standing alone in Kang's house. Rain was pouring hard outside. She whispered, "It just keeps raining. I hope Choi is okay. Please don't let anything bad happen to him." She felt nervous about being away from Choi's side. In her worry, she started biting her nails. She was also jealous, thinking Kang might take her place in Choi's heart and even hurt him. She said to herself, "I can't shake this uneasy feeling." Then she remembered, it was the Goyang police station, right? I've been there once before. Maybe he needs my help. She decided to go there alone in the heavy rain. Not having a phone is really annoying, but don't underestimate a pro walker. If things don't work out, I can always come back. On the way, something stopped her and scared her. It was a cute dog that could see Yun. She tried to calm it. "You're a good dog, Shu," but it kept barking loudly at her. "I'm just trying to catch a bus. Could you move aside just this once? I'm not a bad ghost, I promise." The dog got even more aggressive and barked harder. Its owner was coming down, but the dog wouldn't stop. Yun suddenly remembered something. I've heard white dogs can see ghosts. Could that be true? Just then, she saw the bus she was waiting for leave the stop. She ran after it, waving and shouting, "Wait! Take me with you." I waited for an hour, but it was gone. Her heart broke. She felt even more worried about Choi now. Standing alone on the wet road, she realized how helpless she felt without him. Being out here without Choi really shows how pathetic I am on my own. Tears filled her eyes. I'm someone nobody is happy to see. But why am I still holding on and walking through all this? Then she remembered the happy moments she spent with Choi. Those memories gave her strength again. She wiped her face and kept walking. The scene shifts back to Choi. He gets another call from his friend Hyung, who says, "Never keep ghosts by your side." This confuses Choi even more. He asks, "What the heck does that even mean? What kind of game is this? And how are you calling me now?" His friend replies, "I'm sorry. I had no choice if I wanted to survive." Now Choi is both worried and confused. "What happened to you?" he asks. But Hyung says, "There's no time. I'll get straight to the point. The longer this goes on, the more the ghosts will depend on you. But that doesn't mean you should open your heart to them. If their affection drops." The voice starts cutting off. "Listen carefully. This is a game." The call suddenly ends. The broken call leaves Choi with more questions than answers. New problems keep coming. Then a police officer calls him. The investigator has arrived. But Choi isn't worried about that anymore. He's thinking only about his friend. He asks the officer if he can go to the toilet first. There, he tries calling him again and again, but no one picks up. Frustrated, he mutters, "What's going on? What have you been doing all this time? If you're going to explain, do it properly. Don't keep them close, affection level. It's a game." What does all this mean? When he comes out, he is surprised to see a familiar face. The same detective who handled Yun's case before. The detective asks, "What are you doing here?" The questioning starts with a new officer, while the old detective stands quietly behind. The new officer asks something, but the old one smiles and says cheerfully, "Don't mind me. I heard this case is interesting, so I came to watch. I'll stay quiet." The new officer tells him to go back to his department, but the old detective stays. Choi is lost in his thought about Hyung, so he barely answers the questions. The investigator asks, "Are you okay?" Then he says, "I understand the situation. Now I'll ask about the woman who came with you." He puts a file on the table. We checked her identity. She really is the missing person Kim Yoon-kyung, even though she keeps denying it. Choi gets angry. What did she say? Did she mention Kang Si-yoon at all? The officer says, "I can't tell you that right now, but you have no connection to Kang Si-yoon, so how did you know about her?" Choi knows no one will believe the truth, but he says it anyway. "I found out from Kang Si-yoon's ghost." The new officer looks totally confused. Just then, the old detective steps in and saves him. The kid looks exhausted. Let him go for today. His identity is clear, and he won't run away. Let's focus on that woman instead. If her story is true, it might be self-defense or public interest. I believe this boy. Just look at him. He might collapse any second. We don't want more trouble. Choi really has dark circles under his eyes from no sleep. The officer finally agrees. We'll end the questioning for today. Come back if we call you. Choi and the old detective walk out of the station together. Choi says, "Thank you so much for helping me. Honestly, I was suffocating in there." The detective asks, "What have you been doing these days? You look like you haven't slept at all." Choi replies, "I'm sorry, but I can't really talk about it." The detective says, "I have a lot of questions, but this isn't the time. Can I have your contact number?" Choi gives it. Then he adds, "I need to pick someone up, but I don't have money for a taxi. Could you please drop me at Donggu Apartments?" The detective looks at him for a moment, then nods. "I can do that much, but you're clearly pushing yourself too hard. Take a break." Choi shakes his head. "I can't. I made a promise." In his mind, everything is rushing at once. Pick up Yun where he left her, finish Kang's case, check on Hyung again, earn money. So many people are waiting for him. He has no time to rest. The detective sighs. "All right, if that's what you want, let's go." But the moment they start walking, Choi's legs give out. He collapses on the ground from complete exhaustion and passes out. As he falls, a memory flashes in his mind, back when he was talking to a girl who told him, "Turn on the game stream so I can see what you're doing even from home." Then the scene shifts to Yun. She finally reached the police station, running the whole way. She was out of breath, soaked from the rain, but still smiled proudly. "Don't underestimate me. I can do this too." She panted hard and added, "Catching that bus boss was tough, but this is nothing. She looked up at the huge police building and got confused. Where do I even go to find Choi? Suddenly, a strange noise caught her attention. When she turned, she saw an officer try and wake an unconscious boy on the ground. It was Choi. The officer said, "Kid, you're burning up with fever. You need a hospital." Choi slowly opened his eyes and pushed himself up. "I'm fine," he muttered. He stood up weakly. The officer was shocked at how stubborn Choi was. Choi asked again, "Can you still take me to Donggu Apartments?" Right then Yun rushed over and helped Choi stand straight. "Why are you so stubborn? You have to take better care of yourself." Choi's eyes went wide. "Yun, you came all the way here." He sounded worried, not happy. "Pushing yourself like this doesn't make me glad at all. How did you even get here?" The officer saw Choi talking to empty air and looked puzzled, but he didn't say watch. All three got into the officer's car. Choi quickly fell asleep with his head resting on Yun's lap. The officer glanced in the rear-view mirror and spoke softly. "So you're riding with us now, huh?" he said toward the empty seat. Yun gently lifted Choi's hand and waved it as an answer. The officer saw the hand move by itself and got tense. "I thought I was more open-minded than this. A ghost in my car. Hard to deny now," he sighed. "I don't know what you two have been doing, but you look like a wreck kid. Heard you got mixed up in another case. Honestly, it's a little disappointing to see you like this." Yun didn't understand everything he meant. The officer kept talking. "Forensics finally identified the body as Hyun. Her father came yesterday too. The case got delayed because so much time passed, but we'll find the truth." After a while, they reached the apartment. The officer carried Choi to his room and laid him on the bed. He turned toward Yun. "I'm leaving now. When Choi wakes up, please ask him to call me." He paused and added, "And if you have time, I'd like to meet you again. There's a lot I want to ask." His eyes landed on Choi's streaming setup in the corner. Something flashed across his face, but we didn't hear his thought. Just as he reached the door, a clear girl's voice stopped him. It was Yun, now speaking to her doll, so he could hear her properly. "I'll tell you everything I know. Please help us." The officer jumped, stumbled, and fell on the floor. He pinched his own cheek hard. "This isn't a dream," he muttered, then nodded fast. Okay, I'm in." A little later, Yun was putting a cold bandage on Choi's forehead to bring the fever down. The officer listened carefully while she explained. "So Kang Seun is a ghost you met by chance at the reservoir?" "Yes," Yun said. "That's how Choi got involved. He was trying to help her." The officer thought hard, then spoke. "We got a call about a suitcase that washed up on the reservoir shore. Inside was a woman's head. We never identified her. If you're right, that was probably Kang Seun." He looked around. "Is she here now?" "No," Yun answered. "We ghosts can't leave the place where our bodies are until they're found." She told him her own story, how she'd been wandering alone on the highway until Choi saved her from that endless hell. But Kang's body must have gone back to the reservoir. The officer rubbed his head. "In all my years on the job, this is a first. I'm still shaking, but at least now I know where to look. We'll check the CCTV from the hit and run alley again and dig deeper into that fake Kang Seun." He glanced at sleeping Choi. "Man, I won't wake him up right now and ask 1,000 questions." Yun glared. Kidding. The officer said quickly, hands up. Then he got serious. "This might be rude, but what are you planning to do after this, Yun? Choi can see you, but you can't stay by his side forever. It'll only hurt both of you in the end." Yun looked down. I know I don't belong here, but until the person who did this is caught, just until then, I'll stay." The officer's phone buzzed. He checked it and stood up. "I have to go. Thanks to you, I've got a lot of work now." At the door, he turned back with a shy smile. "Hey, would it be okay if I touched the doll just once?" Yun got mad again, and the dolls had spun scarily. The officer laughed nervously and left fast. Alone with Choi, Yun gently stroked his hair. She didn't need to say it out loud. She already knew. She had thought about it hundreds of times. As long as she stayed, Choi couldn't live a normal life. She was dead. He was still alive. He should work, meet people, fall in love, be happy. But then tears fell from her eyes. I don't like that last part. She knew everything, yet she still wanted to stay just a little longer. Sometime later, Choi finally woke up. The first thing he did was grab his phone and check the status of both his girls. Then he drifted back to the moment he first saw Hyun. Right now, Choi was sinking deep into memories of the days spent with Yun. She was a beautiful woman, wild and full of surprises, playful, always bursting with energy. But little by little, she started to change. She began watching my every reaction. She leaned on me more and more. She cried and laughed just by looking at me. In the present, Choi stared at Yun sleeping beside him and thought, if she were alive, she'd come from a world so different from mine. We never would have met. and yet someone like her says she wants to stay by my side. Young was curled up next to him, fast asleep. By mistake, her hand brushed against his. Choi's heart jumped. What kind of guy wouldn't feel shaken by that? Suddenly, Yun rolled over in her sleep and hugged him tight. She pulled herself closer and closer, resting her head on his shoulder. Choi's face turned bright red. What the heck is this? It feels so real. How can I not be aware of it? But then Hyung's warning echoed in his head. Never be too kind to them. The longer it goes, the more they'll rely on you. Choi gently slipped out of bed and went to the bathroom. He stared at the mirror and thought, ever since I started hanging out with Yun, I stopped opening the game unless I really had to. I couldn't help it when choices popped up out of nowhere, but I never wanted her to find out. He opened the LP store. Everything was unlocked now, and he could finally see what each item did. He had saved a decent pile of points and opened new shops, but he still had no clue what most items were for. There was a talisman to keep bad luck away, medicine that stopped pain, and a key that could open any door, but it broke after one use. Of course, he kept saving points, just in case. Then he checked the status windows for both girls. His stomach dropped. Both of them were now interested in him. A dating sim with cute girls, a game where you build a sweet relationship for some cheap thrill. But this is a game in reality. They're right here alive, breathing real. He remembered Yun crying once, saying, I want to stay with this person. He had secretly looked up the meaning on his phone dictionary and turned red as a tomato. It meant being drawn to someone, the feeling of giving them all your attention. Choi shook his head hard. Stop overthinking. Idiot. There's already a mountain of stuff to do. He took a deep breath. It's not like I don't feel anything, but like Hyung said, I can just see them. That's all. Don't get full of yourself. Choi, the goal is to delete the game. Until then, my job is to help them find peace and fix things. We can't be together forever anyway. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, his phone rang. It was Detective Han. A little later, a car sped down the highway. It was Detective Han's car, and Choi sat in the back. Detective Han said, sorry to drag you out while you're still sick. The investigation hit a wall, so I need your help. You sure you're okay? I'm fine, Choi answered. Actually, I needed to go back to the reservoir anyway. I was stuck without a ride. Then Choi noticed someone else in the car. The guy turned and waved awkwardly. Hi, I'm Kim I-sam. Detective Han chuckled. He's on our team. Seems a little nervous, with Ha Yun riding along. Yun, sitting invisible beside Choi, looked just as confused by the new guy. Detective Han added, he's simple but good at his job. Kim I-sam pouted. Hey, Choi asked. You said the investigation stalled. What happened? Detective Han sighed. That woman won't admit anything. Even with evidence, she keeps saying she is Kang Seun. We're wondering if it's dissociative identity disorder or some kind of psychotic delusion. Choi frowned. What's that? It's when guilt or trauma splits a person's sense of self, Han explained. They can't tell what's real anymore and truly believe there's someone else. Because of that, the case is on hold. She'll probably get locked up for psychiatric evaluation. We can't get anything out of her until we know if she's lying or broken. That's why I need Kang Seun's help. Cases like this can drag on forever. If we want it solved fast, we need her ghost. Soon they reached the reservoir. They started searching for Kang. Detective Han asked, what's it like seeing ghosts? I heard you suddenly started seeing them. Isn't it scary? He paused. And why go so far to help them? Don't you have your own life? Choi stayed quiet for a long time. Then he said seriously, someone was waiting desperately. I couldn't look away. I know what it's like to wait like that. Yun's chest suddenly hurt. Not a body pain. An aching, emotional pain she couldn't name. Detective Han glanced at him. You seem like you grew up comfortable. Did something happen? Choi looked away. It's personal. Then he turned the question back. What about you, detective? Why help me this much? I'm thankful, but you're going way out of your way too. Han's voice turned cold. I'm a cop. Solving cases gets me promoted. I'm ambitious, that's all. While they talked, Yun stared out the window, lost in thought. Even sitting right next to the person she liked, he felt so far away. She really didn't know anything about him. Detective Kim complained. How much farther? This is the wrong direction from the search area. Choi looked up. We're here. A huge bolt of lightning cracked across the sky, lighting everything white. It marked a checkpoint for Choi. Yun and Kim both jumped. Kim yelled, what was that? That lightning was way too loud. Choi walked forward and found Kang's body lying on the ground. He knelt beside her. Sorry I'm late. I lost track of time. But then he froze. Her head was missing. And the body, it was shaking hard, trembling in fear. What's going on? Choi whispered. Where's your head? Without a head, the body couldn't answer. Choi started shouting her name, calling for her ghost. The two detectives looked at each other, totally confused. Choi's mind raced. The body was here, but the head wasn't. In Yun's case, she disappeared at sunrise and reappeared near her remains at night. Hyung's note said ghosts couldn't go far from their bodies as long as the remains existed, but Kong had come all the way home with them, and the game gave no info. Hyung must have written down whatever he figured out. Detective Han walked over. Something wrong. Choi turned fast. Wait, you said her head washed ashore, right? Where is it now? Han answered, probably at the National Forensic Service morgue for autopsy. The scene cut to the cold morgue. Kang's head sat trapped inside a sealed metal container, the kind used for bodies. Tears streamed down her frozen face. She screamed inside, banging weakly against the walls. Choi, help me, please. It was a glitched, terrifying prison. She was all alone, terrified, and couldn't escape. Back at the reservoir, Choi stood with the two detectives, staring at Kang's trembling, headless body. Detective Han rubbed the back of his neck. Right now, only the torso is here. The head is almost certainly at the National Forensic Service morgue. I do have a senior there, but it's a different agency. We don't have access, and letting a civilian in is basically impossible. There's nothing we can do tonight. It sucks, but let's call it a day and start proper search tomorrow. Choi's face fell. He had promised Kong he would come get her tonight. He glanced at the dirt smeared across her clothes and suddenly froze. Wait. He knelt down, touching the mud on her sleeve. She told me her body kept wandering the trails. This dirt is fresh. Her house is way too far for someone to carry her on foot. Someone used a car or a taxi. And look at her build. She wasn't small. Whoever moved her wouldn't want to carry the parts far. He looked up at Detective Han, eyes burning. They didn't dump everything at once. They buried half the body somewhere close to the road, near the reservoir. We can still find it tonight. Please, just trust me this once. After a long silence, Detective Han sighed. Fine, grab shovels. A little later, 3 men were digging holes all over the dark hillside near the reservoir. Detective Kim wiped sweat from his forehead. Are we sure about this? The theory sounds good, but this mountain is huge. Han grunted, driving his shovel into the dirt. Less talking, more digging. Kim groaned. We have actual jobs. You know, why not just call the search team? Because this is all guesswork. Han shot back. If they come and find nothing, we get chewed out. And if they find something, they take the credit. Kim muttered, I never should have followed you two. He glanced at Choi, who was digging like a madman. By the way, how did he know to dig around these exact pine stumps when the head isn't even here? Han watched Choi's frantic pace and thought, he sees something we don't. He left Kang's ghost behind to come here. Flashback. While the detectives were still talking, Choi had quietly used a magnifying glass item from the LP store, the one he'd been saving for Yun's killer. A glowing trail had appeared on Kang's clothes, leading straight to this group of trees. He hated burning the item, but he couldn't leave Kong waiting alone. Back in the present, the night was pitch black and cold. Yun floated beside Choi, worried. Are you okay? You look exhausted. I'm fine, Choi said quickly, not wanting her to worry. Let's just keep going. Yun's voice softened. You went through all this when you were looking for my body too, didn't you? I was just happily floating around, never realizing how hard you worked. I'm sorry. Choi smiled weakly, still digging. It was nothing. Because of that, you got to see your family again. You don't have to wander the highway anymore. If a little pain means someone doesn't have to be alone forever, it's worth it. Yun's cheeks turned pink. She whispered, still, you're not fully better yet. Don't push too hard. Choi nodded, then spotted the exact tree from the photo on his phone. He attacked the ground like a man possessed. Kong was still waiting alone in that metal box. He had to hurry. Yun watched him from the side, heart aching. Suddenly, clunk, Choi's shovel hit something hard. His eyes widened. He dropped to his knees and dug with his bare hands. What he uncovered made him fall backward in horror. Minutes later, the hillside was swarming with police lights. The area was cordoned off. The search team had arrived and was working fast. Detective Han jogged over. Sorry to keep you waiting. We found the rest of her body nearby. They'll finish processing the scene soon and move everything to morgue. Choi asked quietly, then what about us? Han grinned. I told you I know someone at the NFS. Already gave her the short version. Go with this person. A woman in a lab coat walked up. Park Hyun-jin, forensic investigator. You're the kid who found the body in the hills and the one who sees ghosts, right? She whispered to Han. Han smirked. They're probably standing right next to him. They all headed to the morgue. Scene shift inside the cold morgue room. Kang's full body now lay intact on the table, wounds gone. She slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? She sat up, no container walls. She was free. 2 workers nearby were talking. Kang's eyes lit up. Normal people. I can finally talk to someone besides Choi. She rushed toward them, reaching out. Her hands passed right through. Her face fell, still a ghost, still invisible and unheard except by him. But then she noticed her body was whole again, scars vanished. She overheard the workers. Why did she ask us to leave the door open? Said she needed to contact someone. Ghosts can't open doors themselves. Wait, don't tell me that note is for the dead Kong Seun? Yeah, the kid asked me to stick it somewhere she'd see it. Kong spotted the note taped to the wall. I'll be waiting at the front gate. Choi Do-yeon. Her eyes filled with tears. A huge smile broke across her face. She bolted to the halls like a mad puppy, tripping on stairs, scrambling back up, desperate to see him. She burst out the main doors, and there he was, standing with Yeon under the streetlight. Kong ran full speed and threw herself into Choi, hugging him tight, sobbing into his chest. I miss you so much. I was so scared alone in there. I thought you forgot me. It hurts so bad. Choi gently placed a hand on her head. It's okay now. You did great. I'm here. Kong cried harder, clinging to him. And that was how Kong Seun's case finally closed. But behind them, Yeon watched the hug, biting her lip so hard it turned white. Jealousy burned in her eyes. From that moment on, everything started to take a very unexpected turn. The scene moves to a quiet hospital room. A young man lies in bed, covered in bandages. His mother sits beside him, tears falling. She asks, "What made you do it so suddenly?" It is Choi's friend, Hyung. She cries, "How am I supposed to live now? Please open your eyes. You promised you would take care of me once you succeeded. So why are you lying here like this?" Even the doctor looks sad, watching the heartbroken mother. Back outside the morgue, Yeon says, "Thank goodness, everything turned out the way you wanted." She had just pulled Choi and Kong apart from their long hug. With a forced smile, she adds, "I know how you both feel, but let's calm down now. If you keep crying like this, it will only make things harder for him." Kong is still sobbing. The three of them walk together. Kong wipes her eyes and says, "I'm sorry, Choi. I just couldn't help it. I was so happy to see you again." Choi smiles softly. "It's okay. Anyone would feel the same. I'm just glad we're safe and together again. The real problem is what happens next." Kong looks puzzled. Choi explains, "Your house will be off limits until the investigation is over. They caught the main suspect, but they still need more proof. Even in the best case, it might take weeks. The detective promised to help, but he's busy. If it's okay, should I take you home for now?" Kong shakes her head. "Can I stay with you two until my house is free again?" Choi and Yeon both look surprised and a little worried. Kong quickly adds, "Is that not okay? If you let me stay, I promise I'll repay you any way I can." Choi answers, "My place is tiny and cramped, but if you don't mind, you're welcome to come." Kang's face lights up. She turns to Yeon. "Is it okay with you too?" Yeon feels a tiny sting of jealousy, but she smiles and says, "I'm just a guest here myself, so I don't mind." Inside, she thinks, asterisk, it's only temporary. No need to overthink it, asterisk. They reach Choi's small house. Yeon proudly possesses her doll and starts moving things around. Kang's eyes go wide. "How did you do that? You're so cute." She reaches out. "Can I touch it just once?" Yeon feels shy but lets her. Choi watches and smiles to himself. Asterisk, Yeon wants to help in her own way. "It must feel good to finally do something real. I could clean faster myself, but I'll let her have this. They're already getting along so well." Asterisk. He says, "I'm going to wash up. You two talk for a bit." The second Choi leaves, Kong turns to Yeon. "There's something I wanted to ask." Yeon tilts her head. Kong takes a breath. "What do you think of Choi as a man?" Yeon pauses. "Honestly, I'm not sure. My head says I shouldn't, but sometimes my heart gets confused." Kong smiles gently. "I really want us to be friends. Hi Yeon, you're like Choi to me, someone who saved me, a friend who knows the same pain, almost like an older sister. If Choi doesn't push you away, maybe it's okay to follow your feelings a little. I always held back. I told myself love was a luxury, and I had to save money. But after all that, I died anyway. I never got to live the future I dreamed of. I promise I'll leave once everything is settled. But while I'm here, is it okay if I'm honest about how I feel?" Yeon looks surprised. Inside the bathroom, Choi stands under the shower and finally breathes out. "It feels like I can breathe again. Ever since I installed that game, life went insane. Kang's case is almost solved. The killer is caught. Yeon's case is being investigated, so news should come soon." He checks his phone. "If I keep letting the game control me, my real life will fall apart. I have to do something." He sees messages from his friend but doesn't reply. "I'll have to go back to that house where the masked ghost killed me. I'm scared, but I can't just wait. Once things calm down a little, I'll go. Right now I need money. He steps out and says, I haven't streamed or uploaded much lately. If my subscribers drop more, I'm finished. He walks into the room and stops. Both girls are deep in quiet talk. He laughs. Hey, don't leave me out. Kong jumps. No, we were just chatting about nothing. Choi smiles inside. Asterisk, I'm used to working alone every day. This feels strange, but nice. I used to feel lonely. Asterisk. He turns on his computer. Let's not show the doll on stream yet. That could explode badly. First, let's check my earnings. He opens his channel, and his mouth drops open. In just 2 to 3 days, he gained 17,900 new subscribers. The video where Yeon accidentally appeared has 1.02 million views. Commenter everywhere, this guy can really see ghosts. He's the same person from the news who finds dead bodies. Both girls look worried when they see Choi frozen in shock. Choi stares at the screen. He is all over the news now, the streamer who talks to ghosts. Later he checks his kitchen and sees he's completely out of food. Messages flood his phone, even from people who never spoke to him before. Instagram is crazy too. Yeon says quietly, will you be okay? On TV, reporters camp outside houses when they find addresses. Kong adds, at least most people just think you're a weird guy. Choi shrugs. Worrying won't help. If it gets bad, I'll handle it then. For now, I'm happy about the extra money. He tells the girls, I'm going to the convenience store to buy supplies. The second he grabs his phone, a new pop-up appears on the screen. You are heading to the convenience store. You can only take one of them with you. Choose now. Choi stares at the message, his heart racing with fear. Choi stared at the phone screen and muttered, what the hell is this now? Why do I have to pick one? I could just go alone or take both. Yeon asked, why are you going to the convenience store? Choi forced a smile and said nothing. He thought, I've already gone out with Yeon a few times, so that should be fine. Then he said, I was thinking of showing Kong the streets around here. Would it be okay if I just went with Kong this time? It'll be quick, and it's good for her to learn the area, right? Kong quickly said, no, you don't have to be so considerate. A sudden thought hit Choi. Asterisk the game said I can only take one person. These choices always make things awkward. There's never a normal option. It always feels like the game wants someone to feel left out. Asterisk. He turned to Yeon. I'll take you out for a walk later. I've been meaning to talk to you anyway, about scheduling and stuff. Yeon's face fell a little, but she couldn't do anything about it. Choi hated ignoring the game's rules. This was the best he could do for now. So Choi and Kong stepped out together. On the way, Kong spotted a cute black cat. She walked over, hoping to pet it. The cat bolted away. Choi asked, do you like cats? Kong smiled. I love animals. If it's cute, I just can't resist. Choi teased. That's why you couldn't take your eyes off Yeon. Kong laughed. Guilty. She really is adorable. Was that plushie originally hers? Choi nodded. Yeah, her dad gave it to her a while back. She slept hugging it ever since. Kong looked sad. Her family must have gone through so much too. Thanks to you, her face is always bright now. But are you sure it's okay for me to stay with you guys? Choi said honestly, it's a little tough. The place is small. 3 people isn't easy. Kang's face dropped. I'm sorry. I didn't think. Could you at least walk me back to my apartment then? Choi grinned. I was just kidding. Your reaction was funny. There's no way I'd leave you alone. We'll make it work somehow, right? Kong scolded him. Do you know how nervous I got? They reached the convenience store. Choi finished shopping fast. Coming out, he said, good thing I don't have to touch my emergency fund. He saw Kong staring at the plushy claw machine. Caught off guard, she said, nothing, just looking. Choi smiled. You seemed interested in those plushies. Want me to try? He added, I've got some cash. Anything you want. Kong shook her head. No, I was just looking. Choi cracked his knuckles. You know, I'm actually pretty good at these machines. Tell me what you want. I'll win it for you. Kang's eyes sparkled. Really? I want the bunny one. Choi rolled up his sleeves. Just watch. I'll get it in 3 tries. It's all about technique. He tried hard. Kong stood behind him thinking. Asterisk, it's kinda cute how he's showing off. I've never felt this way before. Asterisk. A warm, fluttering feeling filled her chest. Being with someone felt happy. She wished time could stop. Finally, the claw grabbed something. But it wasn't the bunny. It was a weird bear doll. Choi scratched his head. That's odd. This one is supposed to block the others. He tried to swap it, but Kong snatched the bear and hugged it tight. It's fine. Actually, I like this one better. She smiled so brightly. In her heart, she thought, asterisk, just like how this one came out by chance. I hope this coincidence turns into fate. Asterisk. A game pop-up appeared. Kang's affection has risen significantly. Choi only cared that everyone was happy. They walked home. Kang said, "Sorry for making you spend money on me." Choi shrugged. "It's fine. My income went up a lot lately. This is nothing." Then she asked quietly, "What do you think about Yun?" Choi looked at her, confused. "I mean, you two were living together before I showed up. Even she sees you as more than a friend." Choi sighed. "It would be a lie if I said no, and it scares me. What if I'm only kind because I can see you both? What if I'm just helping because of the situation? I'm not some great guy. I'm just average. I ran from my parents' expectations. I started streaming because of a girl. I'm a coward who couldn't do anything alone. What if I act without being sure and hurt someone by making them misunderstand?" Kang gently took his hand. "No, you are a good person. I'm sure Yun thinks so too. We have eyes. You know, if you were the worst kind of guy, I would have left without a second thought. It's because it's you that I keep wanting more." They stepped closer. Kang placed Choi's hand on her cheek. She whispered, "I'd be happy just to see both of you smile, but still, I really want to be with you. We're already dead after all." She continued softly, "If this is our last chance, scars or no scars, isn't it better to live without regrets?" Neither of them noticed Yun standing quietly in the shadows, watching them draw close. Deep in her heart, a sharp pain bloomed. Yun had stayed behind at the house. The moment the door closed behind Choi and Kang, jealousy and worry hit her hard. She kept glancing at the clock. "They're later than I thought." She walked back and forth in the tiny room. Asterisk don't think stupid things. Knowing Choi, he really just want to show her the way. Asterisk. But the house felt too quiet, too empty. It was suffocating. Then an idea struck her. She reached the front door, and, miracle of miracles, it opened. Her eyes went wide. It opened. She stepped outside. The night air felt cool. Being alone in the house had been unbearable anyway. Deep down, she just wanted to see Choi. While wandering the street, she muttered, "It's fine if I just meet them halfway, right?" She turned corners, worried. "I hope we didn't miss each other. The convenience store should be this way." Then she froze. There, under the streetlight, Choi and Kang stood close, Kang's hand on his cheek, their faces almost touching. Yun's heart cracked like glass. Everything inside her went cold. Asterisk, were they doing? So this is what being honest with feelings means. Asterisk. I was the one who met him first. Asterisk, disgusting. Are they flirting behind my back the second I'm gone? Asterisk. She felt betrayed, angry, and painfully small. Choi suddenly noticed her standing far away. He walked over quickly. "I thought I was seeing things. How did you get here?" Yun forced her voice steady. "The door opened, so I came to meet you." Then she spotted the plushie in his hand. "But you said you were buying necessities. What's that doll?" Choi smiled lightly. "Kang likes dolls, so I grabbed one from the claw machine. It's not the bunny she wanted, but hey, maybe you can teach Kang how to possess dolls too. She looks super cute." Yun's smile vanished. "Isn't money tight these days? Yet you still want a doll for her?" Choi blinked, confused. It just happened somehow. Suddenly tears spilled down Yun's cheeks. She quickly wiped them away. "Sorry, that was embarrassing. I was just worried, that's all." But inside, it hurt so much she could barely breathe. Choi softened. "Did something happen? Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" Yun turned her face. "Nothing. Just got something in my eye." She didn't want them to see her like this. Kang watched quietly, guilt and sadness mixing on her face. Yun couldn't hold it anymore. Tears poured out. "I think I'm just being too sensitive." Then she turned and ran as fast as she could. Choi's eyes widened. His phone buzzed. Asterisk, Yun suddenly left without explanation. Her expression looks unusual. Asterisk. Option 1. Leave Kang and chase Yun. Option 2. Stay with Kang and wait. Choi cursed under his breath. Back-to-back choices like this? He dropped the shopping bags and sprinted after Yun. Kang reached out. "Choi, wait." But he didn't stop. Yun ran blindly. Asterisk, how pathetic am I? What's the point of running away? What if he stops liking me because of this? But I don't want him to see me like this. Asterisk. Choi's voice rang behind her. "Yun, stop." She glanced back. He was chasing her, breathless. "I'm sorry. I was clueless. Can't you just tell me what's wrong?" Yun shouted. "Don't come closer. Just leave me alone for a bit." Choi slowed but kept following. "Don't lie." "Then why are you running?" Suddenly Yun vanished right in front of him. Choi skidded to a halt. "What the? Was she on the track team or something?" Yun collapsed on a playground swing, gasping. "I can't breathe. What is this feeling?" She clutched her chest. It didn't make sense. "I was fine all this time, but suddenly, I'm so angry I can't stand it. This is the first time I've ever felt this." She whispered to herself, "I should just leave. I've stayed in this world too long. Before I cause trouble, before I get more attached to Choi, before I ruin anything else. I've already had so many happy moments, haven't I? Any more would be greedy. I'm dead anyway. If I stay longer, something bad will happen. Strong arms suddenly wrapped around her from behind. Choi pinned her gently to the ground so she couldn't run again. Are you okay? I panicked and I'm sorry. Yun covered her face. Don't be nice to me. I had only just made up my mind to leave. Now you're making me waver again. Choi finally saw it. Dark red tears streaming from her eyes. Blood tears, just like the day she died. His heart dropped. This hasn't happened since that day. What on earth is going on? Yun's voice broke. Being with you is making me strange. I'm dead, but now I want to live. I feel so sorry for dying so unfairly. I kept telling myself over and over I was okay. Choi gently wiped the blood tears with his sleeve. But since you came, everything has changed. Maybe I've gotten used to it. I even feel happy. There are still so many things I want to do, words I haven't said. I don't know exactly what happened, but instead of bottling it up and suffering alone, can't we just be honest with each other? We can think about the future later. So please don't suddenly disappear. If you left like that, I think it would break me. Yun looked up at him, tears still falling, and whispered, yes, for Choi. The scene cuts back to Kong. She stands alone on the quiet street, clutching the weird bear doll Choi won for her. She stares at it and says softly to herself, it's okay. I already knew, so just this once, I'll do exactly what I want. A little girl suddenly ran up, eyes wide. She saw the weird bear doll floating in the air. Wow! The doll is flying by itself. She couldn't see Kong, only the doll. Kong panicked and dropped it. The girl picked it up and shook it gently. Are you okay? Did you fall asleep? She hugged it. You don't have anywhere to go, right? Want to come to my house? Kong reached out, terrified. That was the only gift Choi had given her. She tried to pull it back, but the girl tugged harder. I'm gonna show Mom. They pulled the doll back and forth in midair. Kong yanked with all her strength. The girl lost balance, fell, and started crying. Kong froze. I didn't mean to hurt her. The mother rushed over. What happened, sweetie? That doll pushed me, the girl sobbed. The mother looked around. No doll, just Choi's spilled groceries on the ground. Kong turned and fled into a dark, empty alley. She pressed herself behind a trash bin, clutching the bear tight. A couple stood nearby smoking. One of them blinked. Did a doll just fly past? The other laughed. You're seeing things. Kong peeked through the gap. I'll wait here. Choi will come back for his bags. I can watch from here, she whispered to the doll. I can't just carry you around forever, but I can't leave you either. Back on the street, Choi walked with Yun. So, you're really not going to tell me why you were crying? Yun looked away. I told you, I was just sulking by myself. Choi sighed. If something's wrong, don't keep it inside. It hurts more when I find out later. Yun stopped walking. If I tell you, can I ask one thing? She took a breath. That time you said you needed me. Is it only because you can see ghosts? Choi's heart skipped. Asterisk, did she figure it out? I left my phone open sometimes. Asterisk. He answered carefully. It's kind of like a curse. I was going to tell you someday. Yun gave a small, calm smile. So, whatever the reason, you still need me, right? Since it's hard for you to say, I won't dig too deep. It'll be our little secret. Choi stared, amazed. He thought she'd be angry or curious, but she let it go so easily. Yun added softly, if possible until the very end, when we have to leave, I want to keep it secret. They reached the spot where Choi had dropped everything. The groceries were still there, but no Kong. The bear doll was gone too. Choi's stomach dropped. Kong. He started calling her name. From behind the trash bins, Kong stepped out, hugging the doll. Sorry, I should have kept watching. Someone almost took the doll, so I hid. She ran to hug him, but Yun quickly stepped between them. Sorry he left you alone because of me. Yun said with a cute, fake smile. That doll is really cute. It suits you. The air between the two ghosts crackled with quiet jealousy. They finally got home. Choi suddenly grabbed his keys again. Yun asked, worried, wouldn't it be better to rest and go tomorrow? Choi shook his head. I really want to check something tonight. I'll be quick. We can take that walk after, okay? Kong was trying to possess her new bear doll, but kept falling out. It's harder than I thought. When you do it, Yun, it looks so natural. Choi gently lifted her and set her down. Nobody's good at the start. Even if you're not great, it's fine. Just don't push yourself. He smiled at both of them. Take care of the house, you too. I'll be right back. The door closed. The second he was gone, Yun's face turned ice cold. She stared at Kong. Can we talk for a bit? Kong swallowed. She knew she was in big trouble. Meanwhile, Choi slammed his car door and looked at his phone. Feels like forever since I went out alone. He had tried calling his friends several times. Always off. Asterisk, why did he say don't be good to them? What did he want to tell me? Asterisk. While driving, he muttered, I definitely saw that ghost this morning. Maybe at night it won't be around. Affection is rising, but at this rate I'm stuck. Calm down. I still have life points. If things go wrong, I can run. Hidden inside his friend's dark, empty house, the masked ghost crouched in a corner, whispering to herself, "Hurry! Find a place to hide. Hurry and hide." Choi pulled up to his friend's quiet apartment building. No reply to calls, no reply to messages. He stared at the entrance and muttered, "I've come this far. No turning back now." Standing in front of Hyung's door, he thought, asterisk, even when I came before, there was a huge explosion, but the building looks completely fine. That means nothing happened while I wasn't here. The rabbit mask ghost hasn't caused any big incident either. Asterisk. Inside the dark apartment, Choi searched through papers and drawers. Putting the game aside, there was definitely a missing person flyer for Yun on Hyung's desk. The culprit is caught now, but Yun's case hasn't moved at all. Same with the game progress. There might be more info about Yun here. And that notebook Hyung left, I kept putting it off because I was scared, but I can't ignore it anymore. The moment he stepped into the bedroom, lightning flashed outside. Checkpoint. Back at Choi's house. Yun's eyes were cold. "Can we talk for a moment?" Kang's face instantly filled with fear. Yun continued, "I thought about what you said earlier. You told me you'd do whatever Choi wanted. So what exactly do you want to do with him?" Kang started sweating. "Exactly what I said. No need to hide feelings, right? If you want to smile, smile. If you want to cry, cry. If you like someone, just say it." Yun's voice sharpened. "We're already dead. So are you saying you want to date Choi?" Kang hesitated and shook her head. Yun went on, "I'm already causing enough trouble. I'm scared of adding more burden. I'm scared of crossing the line. Scared Choi will feel uncomfortable around me. That's why I've been careful, gathering courage little by little, approaching slowly. But you do it so easily, so naturally. So I want to know, are your feelings for him truly pure, or are you just drawn to him because he's the only one who can see you?" Kang's voice trembled. "I've never been the main character. I was always the one following, yielding, never competing. Honestly, the first time I saw you and Choi together, I thought it was already too late. You two looked so close. I knew there was no place for me. How long do I have to hold back? Even a second chance would be fine. I don't want to fight with you. In the end, it'll be you who stays. My time is limited anyway. Until then, I just want to be a little more honest with myself." Yun felt a sharp pain in her chest. Asterisk, that's it. That's what kept bothering me. I didn't want to admit it. I'm the coward here. Asterisk. She whispered, "Sorry, I was being oversensitive and unreasonable." Suddenly the doorbell rang. A hand with a red rose tattoo pressed the button again and again. Yun frowned. Who could it be this late? Kang shrugged nervously. "Choi went out. If we ignore it, they'll leave, right?" Yun shook her head. "We should at least see what they look like so we can tell Choi later." Kang, still wobbling from failed possession practice, nodded. Her cheeks were red from falling so many times. Yun peeked through the peephole. A man stood there, calling Choi's name. The moment Yun saw his face, her blood ran cold. It was the man who killed her. Back to Choi in Hyung's bedroom. He flipped through papers on the desk. Yun said no one came looking for her, except me. But Hyung was clearly searching for someone among the missing. Was there another case like Yun's where the killer is unknown? Was Hyung playing the game to help that person? His eyes landed on the notebook, the same one that had helped him before. He opened it and read aloud. "As time passes, attachment grows. Attachment turns into obsession. Obsession slowly tightens around my neck. The more the game progresses, the more ghosts I met. They were devoted, obedient. It felt good, until the number kept growing and hell began. The first one I met. The next pages were torn out. Choi stared, confused and chilled. His phone rang. Detective Han. Choi answered quickly. I had a short schedule, stopped by a friend's place. The detective's voice was heavy. I was calling about your friend. He's in a coma at Donggu Hospital. Jumped from the rooftop, miraculously landed on a tent and survived, but he's unconscious. Choi's breath stopped. There's no way he did that himself. Could it be someone else? Behind him, almost touching his back, the rabbit mask ghost stood perfectly still. She had heard everything. She didn't strike yet. Choi grabbed the notebook and ran out toward Donggu Hospital. The rabbit mask ghost watched him leave, whispering through the mask. Found you. The scene shifted back to Choi's quiet home, where the doorbell echoed unanswered. The man who'd been ringing it stood there with his assistant, impatience flickering in the dim porch light. The assistant shifted on his feet. What should we do? Seems like he's not home. The other man nodded, his voice smooth but edged. Right. We came with high expectations. Should we leave a message? Then a sly glint crossed his face. No, I just thought of a better idea. He leaned in closer, words dropping like secrets. Someone named Kim Yoon-kyung, the one who killed Kang. He's undergoing a psychiatric evaluation now. The assistant's eyes widened. Yes, that's what I heard. A creepy smile twisted the man's lips. We should meet him once. He paused, savoring the thought. I got a new toy after a while, but it's a shame to destroy it immediately. Inside the house, Kong hovered near Yun, her voice a whisper of worry. What happened? Do you know them? Yun shook her head quick, forcing calm. No, not really. Surely not. It must have been a mistake. Cut to Choi behind the wheel, tires humming toward the hospital to see his friend. His mind churned like storm clouds. Asterisk, why did Hyung jump by himself? Why until he called me? He clearly said there was no choice if he wanted to survive. That's why he called me home, right? But when I arrived, the rabbit-faced masked ghost appeared as if she was waiting for me. And she killed me on the spot. Asterisk, he gripped the steering wheel tighter. Asterisk, I don't want to believe it, but the fact that he sent me the link likely means he tried to push that ghost onto me. Or maybe by installing the game, he got some benefit. Asterisk. His thoughts twisted deeper. Asterisk, but in the notebook. It originally said it was fun at first. While progressing through the game, the ghost rampage began for some reason, and that's when things started to go wrong. Asterisk, then Kong flashed in his mind. How she turned into an evil spirit like that. Of course, she didn't try to kill recklessly like the rabbit mask. But if Yun also accumulates resentment and attachment, would she go back like before? He really didn't understand anything. Unseen above, the rabbit-faced masked ghost clung to the car's roof like a shadow. Her presence a chill he couldn't feel. Choi kept driving, lost in the puzzle. Why did his friend tell him not to treat ghosts well? But he guessed he'd know everything when he met him. He pulled up at the hospital, where Detective Han waited under the buzzing entrance lights. Spotting Choi, Han grinned faintly. You came faster than I expected. Choi rubbed his neck, apologetic. It was night anyway. Sorry for the late, or because of me. Han waved it off. It's fine. I found it interesting while looking anyway. He jerked his thumb toward the doors. Shall we go together? We can talk along the way. I actually have a lot I want to ask. Choi's brow furrowed in confusion as they stepped into the elevator, the doors sliding shut with a soft ding. In the lift, Han's voice turned serious. I heard he jumped from the roof of a 10-story building. Fortunately, his life isn't in danger, but consciousness hasn't returned. Basically, in a vegetative state. He seemed like a successful new tuber, but his recent behavior was odd. Choi tense, fists clenching at his sides. Han kept going. He suddenly disappeared, didn't answer family calls, and kept running as if being chased. We found him, but this case isn't under our jurisdiction. It will likely end without further investigation. He turned, eyes sharp. Maybe. Do you have any leads, Choi? If you know anything, share would be helpful. But Choi stayed silent, jaw tight. Can I check Hyung's condition first? A ghost trailed their lift, silent and swift. From her whispers, she learned Hyung was on the 6th floor. Choi pushed into the room, heart slamming. His friend lay there, wrapped in bandages, an oxygen mask fogging with each shallow breath. Asterisk for vegetative state. This only happens in dramas. Asterisk Choi's knees buckled. He dropped to the floor beside the bed. What the heck? Are you joking? Why so skinny? Memories flooded in, a warm restaurant booth, the two of them laughing over steaming plates. Hyung's voice, steady and kind. Hey, if you're doing it, do it properly. I will push you. You need to succeed, so they won't regret it. Wasn't it meant for you to be happy? If you have no way to go, stay at my place until you find a room. I can lend you a deposit also. Whatever happens, I'm on your side. You are smart, you'll do well, and your father will forgive you soon too. Tears stung Choi's eyes. Asterisk his kind actions. So why did he jump? He was doing well, earning good. He had no money problem. Now there must be a reason to jump. Probably because of that ghost story. Just like the evil Kong pushed Kim Yoon-kyung. You might have been attacked by an evil ghost too. Asterisk. He remembered the police station call. Hyung's voice, extremely urgent. Asterisk, I also died multiple times while playing the game. But if you died in a game, you return with the save point. Even if his life isn't in danger, lack of consciousness, asterisk irritation boiled up hot and sharp. Then depression crashed in, shocking him deep. Asterisk if you lose all your life points. Then what? He will also become in a vegetative state. Asterisk the doctor said his life wasn't in danger, but it was strange for a perfectly fine person to suddenly lose consciousness like this. Detective Han's hand landed firm on Choi's shoulder from behind. Calm down. Take a deep breath. His tone softened. If it ends as a suicide, no further investigation will happen. Even if I want to help, I can't. I can't just pretend I know and not ask. Honestly, can you tell me? I will help as far as I can reach. What exactly is happening right now? Choi froze, torn. Should he tell him or not? He couldn't carry this alone forever. The detective had helped with the case until now. But fear clawed at him. He was completely scared and couldn't decide what to do. Suddenly, Hyung's eyes snapped open. His bandaged hand shot out, grabbing Choi's wrist in a cold grip. Do not reveal our secret. Choi recoiled, terror exploding through him. He fell backward, scrambling away, but it was just an illusion, flickering only in his eyes. Detective Han saw nothing, his friend still motionless on the bed. What's happening? Why are you so scared? Choi pointed, voice cracking. But for Han, Hyung lay unchanged. As the vision shattered, Choi stared. Still just the bed, the mask, the quiet. He was looking at me just right now. Questions swirled. Asterisk, was it strange? Did I just see a hallucination? Asterisk's hands shook violently. But it feels way too vivid to be nothing. Then the hospital's emergency bell shrieked to life. Red lights pulsing. Chaos erupted. Footsteps thundering. Voices shouting. Han's face twisted in confusion. Stay here, he barked, bolting out to check. Alone. Choi yanked out his smartphone. Shock hit like ice. A warning sign blazed. Asterisk, her affection level is hatred, which means there's a ghost. Asterisk, what's now all of a sudden? Why her affection level is hatred? Asterisk. Outside, Han yelled into the hall. Fire outbreak. Evacuate as soon as possible. Smoke curled in the air. Alarms wailing. But it was all her doing. The rabbit mask ghost, flames her vengeful gift. She glided through the corridors, peeking into rooms, hunting. The whole hospital burned just for revenge on Hyung. Doctors, patients, everyone trapped, helping each other claw toward exits and haze. Han grabbed an extinguisher, blasting at the nearest blaze, sweat streaking his face. But the ghost pressed on, determined to find Hyung and end him. She reached the room, spotting Choi frozen in the doorway, and behind him, her target. Choi's phone screen glowed again. Her condition is vengeful spirit. Soon, the fire brigade roared up the hospital. They jumped into action, spraying water to put out the flames. Everyone rushed outside into the fresh air. Patients, doctors, nurses, all of them. Even Detective Han pitched in the best he could, gripping the extinguisher hose and blasting foam at the fire while holding a cloth over his mouth. But deep down, something felt wrong to him. What kind of fire is this? He muttered. It's too strange. It seems like someone's keeping it going on purpose. But I can't leave those chemicals alone. They could make it worse. Then his thoughts turned to Choi. He must have made it out. Han worried. He didn't look so good back there. The scene switched to Choi, huddled in fear. His smartphone buzzed with sharp warning. Affection level. Heated. Suddenly, the masked ghost slipped into the room, riding on waves of smoke and fire. The phone flashed again. Asterisk, her condition. Vengeful spirit. Very dangerous. Evacuate now. Choi's heart pounded. Am I hallucinating again? He wondered. Asterisk, if not, why is that rabbit mask ghost here? It shouldn't be anywhere near this place. Asterisk, she drifted closer, her eyes glowing through the mask. Choi froze in total panic. The masked ghost spoke in a whisper that cut through the crackle of flames. This hide-and-seek has gone on too long, hasn't it? I hung on just by hearing your voice. I dropped all my pride for it. But then Choi saw the truth. She wasn't talking to him at all. She glided right past, her voice turning bitter. I held on for family, and this is what I get. She reached Hyung's limp body on the floor and wrapped her bare hands around his throat, squeezing tight. I fawned over it all, hoping you'd save our family. I got tangled in your shiny little tricks. Choi stood there, helpless as stone. He couldn't move, couldn't fight back. He just watched. Her words made no sense to him. But that wasn't even his biggest worry right now. The real terror was not knowing if this was all in his head, an illusion, a dream, or something worse. No time to figure out. He decided, run. As he bolted through the hallway, dodging licks of flame, his mind raced. Asterisk, that ghost is locked on Hyung. She's not after me. Getting out. That's all that matters first. Asterisk. But then her voice sliced through the roar. You're playing that game too, aren't you? Choi skidded to a stop, ice in his veins. Did she just say game? He whipped around. She was coming for him now, slow and sure. Choi! She hissed. Listen close. We're not just characters in some game. We're real broken people, trapped, unable to rest even in death. He strained to hear every word, but it still twisted like smoke in his brain. He couldn't make it fit. She floated nearer, her presence burning the air. So stop it. Stop that game right now. And with those words, her ghostly fire leaped onto Choi. Flames erupted across his clothes, devouring fabric and skin. He collapsed to the floor, writhing and sobbing in raw agony. The pain hit like being buried alive, one of the worst torments a person could know. It's hot, Choi screamed. My body's burning. My flesh is melting. I can't breathe. When will it stop? Please, someone help. Even as the fire chewed at him, Choi dragged himself toward her on his elbows, gasping through the smoke. Stop. Just kill me now, he begged. But she wouldn't let go that easy. Everyone has to feel what I felt, she snarled. Then she turned away, leaving him to burn alone in the inferno. What is this game? Choi's mind howled through the haze. What did it make Hyung do to earn hate like this? In his final flickers of thought, before the darkness swallowed him, he pictured his own ghost back home, worried sick about him. It's not the end of the world, he told himself. I can start over. But even so, he just wished the pain would fade fast. Then everything went black, and a memory pulled him under, a flashback to his childhood. There he was, a kid again, staring at his report card. His mom looked so disappointed, her eyes soft but sad. I know you're smart, son, she said, kneeling down. You can do better. Just push a little harder. Follow your brother's lead. Our boy can shine too. He glanced over at his brother, who was lost in a game on his smartphone, thumbs flying across the screen. From that day on, Choi ditched his easy fun. No more playing with kids his age. He signed up for tuition classes, hauling himself to one academy after another just to chase those good grades. His dad wasn't much help either. Work on your goals, kid, he'd grunt. Keep at it till the finish. If you need something, just say the word. I'm here. But Choi never opened up about his real dreams, what he wanted to be when he grew up. No one to share it with. His brother tried once. If you can't hack it, don't force yourself. It's okay to quit. But Choi was buried in books, snapping, "Leave me alone. Don't bug me while I'm studying." His brother wouldn't drop it. Staying cooped up at home won't sharpen your focus anyway. Get out, breathe. That set Choi off like a spark. He yelled, "Stop bossing me around. You're not even my older brother." When their mom heard the shouting, she stormed in and slapped him hard across the face. "Did I raise you to talk like that? To snap at your brother? He just wanted you to get some fresh air, not hurt you. Planning to turn into some gangster when you grow up? You used to say you wanted to be a doctor." The slap stung, sure, but the real ache came from realizing she wasn't seeing him at all. Just a shadow of what she wanted. After that, his one burning dream was to become a doctor. He kept up the grind. School by day, then hopping between coaching centers till late. He didn't pause to wonder what he truly wanted. Life spun like a machine, and he was just along for the ride. It's fine, he'd tell himself. Asterisk, this is all for me. Someday, everyone will see how far I go. Then one afternoon, in the stuffy classroom where he crammed alone, a girl slid into the seat nearby. "Hi, I'm Kwon Hyo-jong," she said with a bright smile. Choi didn't answer, his head down in his notes. But it wasn't on purpose. He had his earbuds in, music drowning out the world. She reached over, gently tugged one out, and leaned in. "Excuse me?" When someone says hi, you say hi back. His days have been an endless loop, like a hamster on a wheel. But that day, a girl broke through the spin. Choi snapped back to the present with a jolt. He blinked at white walls and the beep of machines. He lay on a hospital bed, his whole body wrapped in thick bandages. A nurse spotted his eyes flutter open and hurried off. "I'll get the doctor," she called. Choi's head swam. Why was there a nurse? Why a hospital? Nothing felt right. He tried to sit up, but his limbs wouldn't obey. His vision blurred at the edges, fuzzy and wrong. He glanced down. His hand was charred and wrapped, raw from burns. The nurse rushed back. "Don't move," she warned, easing him down. The surgery went great, but too much motion could tear the tissues or start bleeding. The doctor's on his way. Just rest easy for now. Surgery? Choi's stomach dropped. He twisted toward a small mirror on the wall, and the truth crashed in. He hadn't died in that fire. He clawed his way through, scarred and broken, but alive, with wounds that would mark him for life. Choi stared at his reflection in the mirror, and terror gripped him like a cold hand. His face was a map of scars and bandages, twisted and raw. He tried to swing his legs off the bed, desperate to stand, but pain exploded through him, sharp as knives stabbing every inch. The nurse rushed over, her voice firm but kind. "No, please, don't try that yet." But it was too late. Choi's whole body screamed in protest, like it was being shredded from the inside. Then he coughed, hard and ragged, and blood speckled his palm. His chest heaved with the effort. Suddenly, the door flew open and his mom burst in. She froze for a split second, then ran to his side, her face crumpling at the sight of her boy so broken. "What happened? Why is he like this?" she demanded of the nurse, her voice cracking. The nurse explained quickly. He woke up and tried to walk on his own. It's too soon. Tears streamed down his mom's cheeks as she stroked his hair. "It's okay, my son," she whispered, her words thick with sorrow. "I'm so sorry." On the TV across the room, the news droned on, pulling Choi's foggy gaze. As the probe into the Donggu hospital fire drags on, grieving families lash out at the hospital staff. Victims have been rushed to Uni University Hospital for care. Choi lay there, piecing it together. 3 days, he thought. That's how long I was out cold. He should have died in those flames, but here he was, breathing. Did the save point shift while I was down? Do I have to drag on in this wrecked body forever? A different nurse slipped in then, checking his chart with a gentle smile. "How are you feeling?" "It'll take time, but once the treatments wrap up, you'll get back to your normal routine. It's rough now, I know, but let's tackle it side by side, yeah?" She paused, her eyes soft. "Don't you want to stay tough for your dad's sake?" Choi's world tilted. "Dad? What do you mean? He rasped. My father? She blinked, surprised. You haven't heard? It's everywhere on the news. The TV anchor's voice cut in right on cue. In a heart-wrenching twist from the fire, a doctor dad plunged into blaze to rescue his son, melting hearts across the nation. He doused his clothes in water, bundled the boy tight, and carried him out through the inferno. Rage boiled up in Choi, hot and blind. He ripped at his foreline and lurched from the bed, ignoring the agony ripping through his burns. Stop him, the nurses cried, grabbing at his arms, but he shoved past, tears blurring his path as he stumbled down the hall to his father's room. This can't be real, he thought, sobs choking him. Dad's never worked at a university hospital. He's a director of his own place, isn't he? There has to be a mix-up. A memory slammed into him, their last blowout. Dad's voice cold as steel. How stupid of me to expect anything from a kid like you. Choi had fired back, venom in every word. Stay away. I can't even look at you. Now, gasping in the present, he whispered to himself, that man would never save me. Never. But when he shoved open the door, the truth hit like a punch. There lay his father, swathed in bandages head to toe, machines beeping a fragile rhythm. His skin was charred black in places, the cost of dragging Choi from the flames. Choi's legs buckled. He crashed to the floor, a broken heap, wailing into his scorched hands. This is my fault, his mind howled. I'm the one who put him here. Me. Sometime later, back in his own room, Choi stared at the ceiling, numb. His mom sat beside him, her hand light on his arm. You all right? Word is you stirred up a storm out there. Said you should have died, even tried to climb out the window. Talk to me, son. Why? He swallowed hard. Sorry, I just blacked out for a second. Then the questions tumbled out. Why was Dad even there? What about his hospital? She sighed, eyes distant. Truth is, his clinic got hit with fraud. You remember his partner, the one who started it with him? That guy cooked up an insurance scam, fake prescriptions, shady drug deals, all behind Dad's back. By the time he caught on, cops were swarming the place. Dad got cleared, thank God, but the fallout? The hospital folded. Debts piled up sky high. He's still chipping away at them today. Choi's voice cracked. Why hide it from me? Was I just a kid you toss aside till the end? No, honey, she said softly. Your dad insisted. Didn't want it messing with your path. He said to leave you be. But the words ignited something wild in Choi. Restraints clicked around his wrists, pinning him to the bed. Hospital protocol after his outburst. He thrashed against them, yelling at her. Dad never saw me as a son. You know it. Not one look, not one kind word. I craved it so bad. I busted my gut to chase even a sliver of what my brother had. But I fell short. I wasn't even backup for him. He called me worthless, a total failure, and booted me out like trash. And now you're saying that man saved me? His mom leaned in, voice steady through her tears. He called me the second he spotted you here. Asked if you were okay, if you were sick. He'd gone with a colleague to check on some YouTuber called Delete at the hospital. I don't have every detail, but Dad was on shift that day. When the alarms blared, he didn't hesitate. Bolted right in for you. Choi's fury cracked. If he cared that much, why not one call? One reach out? If he was done with me, fine, let me go. Let me burn. Why pull me back? She squeezed his hand. He fretted over you nonstop, clumsy as he is with feelings. He even slipped you support on the down low, steady as a heartbeat. Shock rippled through him. Dad, watch my streams? It clicked then. That donor, Yudi, who'd been there from day one. Small tips every stream, always probing for advice. Yudi had confessed once. Bad blood with his son for years. So deep, he didn't know if he had the right to bridge it anymore. Choi had shared his own mess back then, hating his dad with fire in his gut. But how time dulled the edge. Whatever you messed up, he'd told Yudi, your kid might be waiting for you to step up first. How sour can it really get? That night, as shadows stretched across the room, Choi drifted into uneasy sleep. The old grudges against his father thawed like winter ice, leaving a raw puddle of regret, rage, and plain old fear in their wake. In quiet hours, his mind wandered to numbers, lottery picks he'd been drilling into his brain. Since the game kicked off, everything's warped, he thought. Hurts that shouldn't stick. Folks around me paying the price. What did I screw up to earn this? He ran through stock tips next, the one set to skyrocket. His scheme? End it all. Then loop back with the game's reset. Rake in cash from peaks at tomorrow. But 3 days gone meant the save point might have slipped. If it has, next loop it is. Cash can bury Dad's bills at least. He steeled himself. If I can't dodge the torment, I'll milk it dry. Billionaire life? Not half bad. Worst case, it flops. He fades out as is. Just then, Yun slipped into the room, catching his last grim words. Die? What are you talking about? She gasped. Choi's eyes snapped wide, heart slamming. Yun here? How are you here? Choi stammered, his voice raw from shock. But Yun didn't answer right away. Her eyes widened at the sight of him, bandaged, pale, and chained to bed with handcuffs. Choi, what happened? Why are you like this? Tears welled up as she took in the restraints, her hand flying to her mouth. He tugged weakly at the cuffs, forcing a small smile. There was a fire at the hospital, but I'm okay now. The nurses say the surgery went fine. Give it time, and I'll heal up. Hey, please don't cry. That only made her tears spill over. She sank to her knees beside the bed, sobbing like her heart was breaking. Do you know how long I look for you? Every single day, no breaks. I kept thinking, what if something bad hit you? What if you'd had enough of us and just walked away? I even split from Kong to hunt for clues, scared out of my mind that the worst had come. Yeah, I told myself it was okay if you ditched me, just let you be safe. That's all I prayed for. Then I caught you on the news. I raced straight here. Her voice cracked. The real nightmare? Losing you for good, Choi. She crumpled to the floor, crying like a lost kid. Choi reached out as far as the chains let him, his bandaged hand resting gently on her head. I'm safe now, he wanted to say, and somehow, seeing her like this, raw and wrecked, eased a storm in his own chest. Her worry wrapped around him like a quiet blanket. I'm sorry, he whispered. I should have found a way to reach out. A cough rattled through him then, and right on cue, a nurse bustled in. She unlocked the cuffs with a soft click, her face softening. Glad you're settling down. Must have felt trapped in here. I get it. Sorry I had to do that. She straightened his blanket. No more wild moves, okay? Hit the call button if you need us. With a nod to Yun, she slipped out. Yun wiped her eyes, turning back to him. What did she mean about not hurting herself? Choi shrugged it off, though his skin prickled with fresh pain. Just a burn stinging, that's all. I've handled worse. I can tough this out. Worse. Yun echoed, leaning closer. What do you mean by that? He dodged quick. Nothing, just mumbling to myself. But as she climbed onto the bed beside him, curling up like it was the most natural spot, she shot him a knowing look. You know, Choi, you're rotten at fibbing. She nestled in anyway. The nurse said no climbing around, but this feels right. I'm wiped out, you know? Unless it bugs you. Not a bit, he said, warmth spreading through him. Feels better with you close. Her voice dropped low, serious. You meant it back there, didn't you? About wanting to die. Sometimes it hits me like you see what's coming. Like how you tracked me down or found Kang's body. Or those random moves that make zero sense. Stuff way out of left field. And every time, you're glued to that phone of yours. Choi's breath caught, his secrets cracking open under her gaze. She read his face like a book. See? I nailed it. She pressed on, gentle but firm. It's that curse you hinted at, right? Spill it. Be straight with me. Or don't if you're not ready. That's cool too. She scooted nearer, wrapping her arms around him in a soft hug. But if not now, you might never say it. Her words kicked up a whirlwind in his head. Rain hammered the window outside, steady and sad. What about the ones I leave behind? He wondered. If I vanish without a trace, won't they hurt worse because of me? Can I really check out alone? No strings attached? He sat up slow, the bed creaking. Yun, you might not buy this, but here's the truth. When I die, I go back to the past, letting it out, even skipping the game details. Twisted his gut like a goodbye he wasn't ready for. But maybe honesty was a way. He pushed on. First time I met you, a truck plowed me right after. Killed me flat. He braced for the freak out, the doubt. But Yun just sat there, calm as a still pond, listening without a flinch. No wide eyes, no gas, just quiet trust. Why aren't you reacting? He asked, stunned. Too crazy to swallow. She shook her head, a small smile tugging her lips. Nah, I believe you. Of course I do. Just surprised you think I'd call a lie. I've stuck by you, haven't I? Seen you grind, fight for me every step. Curiosity sparked in her eyes. Now spill more, the stuff I don't know. All of it, I want to hear. He froze, caught off guard, but something in him gave way. I just need this. Someone to hold the weight. Okay, that first day with you, it kicked off the whole mess. He dove in, words tumbling out for the first time to anyone. Yun locked eyes with him, not interrupting, just soaking it in. After meeting you that once, I died. Second go, Hyung's place got me. Third, running from Kong, I drowned. Fourth, trying to stop his rampage. And last, that rabbit mask ghost in the fire. Even dragged my dad into it. Saying it aloud, the tales felt wild even to him, like fever dreams. But when he wrapped up, Yun pulled him into a hug, warm and steady. Tears soaked her cheeks as she whispered, I'm sorry. I just latched on, blind to it all. You've carried so much pain. She held him close, quiet and sure, like she could share the load. They lay there after, tangled in the sheets, the rain a soft drum outside. Yun broke the hush. Hey, if it's real, shouldn't you rush back? Reset it all. Choi sighed. I don't know the rules exactly. No clear trigger. She tilted her head. So, die fast instead of rotting here? He chuckled, weak but real. Coming from you, that lands weird, then softer. You good with this? Me bailing. Her smile flickered bittersweet. Stings. Thinking of losing you, Choi. Can't lie, but what can you do? I won't trap you in misery for my sake. This body's a wreck for you now. And me, a ghost haunting the living? Not forever. She glanced at the window. 7th floor, private room. Big drop, clean view. Perfect for jumping. You've only looped on ghost kills so far, right? Let me help this time. Choi watched her, gut twisting at the fake brightness in her grin. Not her real one, all forced edges. You decided to restart, yeah? She pushed, smile straining. Once you lock and move, or you'll stall forever. Her voice stayed even, but her eyes begged him to go. She helped him up, his hands shaking under the bandages. Rain lashed the glass harder. After you're gone, I'll track down Kong. If I drop with you, think that'll free me too? I saw Dad again, but my little brother missed that chance. Moving on, would that mess Kong up more? Hey, one asked before. Anything, Choi said. She crashed into him, hugging fierce, then pulled back and kissed him quick, soft. Next time we meet, open up sooner. Let me in. His phone buzzed silent in his pocket. Yun's ending unlocked. They edged to the window, the city lights blurring through downpour. What? Chickening out now. Yun teased, climbing the sill. We count to 3, jump as 1. Easy. I'll go solo, he said, throat tight. Nope, together's less scary. She grabbed his arm, linking tight. 1, 2, 3. They leaped, wind whipping as they fell. Mid-drop, Yun yelled over the roar, I love you too, Choi. Frustration clawed at him. I could loop back, sure, but the ones left, they don't get a redo. Stuck here, picking up my pieces. All those big promises, and I fixed Zip. He yanked her close in the rush, arms locked. I'll save you, for real. No more turning away. No more tears. You're not game pieces, are you? A thunderous crash, and they hit the ground. The world going dark in a shatter of rain and regret. As soon as Choi's body hit the pavement, a jagged bolt of lightning ripped across the sky, like the universe itself was marking his end. Thunder boomed, shaking the rain-soaked world. Then, snap, he was back. Hyung's dim house wrapped around him again, familiar and stuffy. His smartphone lit up with a cold message, death confirmed, loading from last save point. The game had yanked him through time once more. Choi let out a shaky breath, flexing his fingers, whole unscarred, his body perfect and pain-free. Relief washed over him like cool water, but he shoved it down quick. No time to chill. I dodge a nightmare. But this spot, it's a powder keg too. He'd looped back right into the thick of it. Eyes sharp, he scanned for cracks in the chaos. Focus, hunt the glitch. He slipped into Hyung's room, the air thick with dust and secrets. There on the cluttered desk sat the notebook, Hyung scribbled Ghost Bible. Pages crammed with warnings and lore. Choi flipped through it, mind racing. How did that rabbit-masked ghost crash the hospital? First loop, she'd ambush him here, fresh and fierce, ending him on the spot. What if she's been tailing me from jump? Her trigger, his voice on that call with Detective Han. Yeah, she latched on then, rode the line like a shadow. The phone buzzed in his pocket. Right on cue, Han's number. Choi's pulse kicked up, but he answered steady. Hello, Choi. It's Han. Listen, bad news. You're Hyung. He's hurt. Knife to the gut. We're at Donggu Hospital. The words hit like echoes, the loop replaying crisp. From the corner of his eye, a chill slithered in, the masked ghost peeling from her hidey hole, drawn by the voice on speaker. Her presence prickled the air, cold and sharp. Choi played it cool, deliberate. Hyung? Oh, God. He bit back the hospital name, testing the waters. Same script, same trap. But I'm ready this time. Han paused, voice curious through the static. You sound steadier than I figured. Thought you'd freak? Kid, brain freeze or something. Choi forced a stutter. I jam in shock. Can't even talk straight. By time, he felt her now, inches back, breath like frost on his neck. The rabbit mask loomed at his peripheral, silent but seething, killing intent, thick as smoke. He ignored it, kept the act glued on. Wait, I'm already at Hyung's place, grabbing stuff. A floorboard creaked. Too close. Choi's skin crawled. He knew her now, bone deep, but he rolled on, voice even. So Hyung's at the hospital? Heading there now. He hung up, grabbed his keys, and bolted for the door. The ghost? She melted into the shadows, but he sensed her trail, sticky, unrelenting. Outside, he fired up the car, tires screeching as he peeled out. A quick glance in the rear view. Nothing. But up top, she's on the roof, clinging like a nightmare hitchhiker. How'd she beat me to the hospital last time? He gripped the wheel tighter, mind churning. Rabbit mask, vengeful type. No affection meter. No charm hook like evil spirits. What's her beef with Hyung? But ghosts like her could talk, crack open if you poked right. Not impossible. The GPS chimed, arriving soon. Still, the puzzle gnawed. How's she sticking this close? Then movement. A pale hand scraped the windshield. Fingers splayed from the roof edge. There, heart slamming. Choi swerved just a hair. PTSD clawed up from the last loop. The fire, the melt, screams echoing in his skull. Sweat beaded. Fear locked his jaw. Scared? Yeah, but pain's old news now. He flashed to Yun, their last plunge, her laugh in the wind, his vow. No running. Stick to plan. Worst case? Loop again. Brakes hard. The car fishtailed to a stop, momentum hurling the ghost loose. She tumbled off the roof like a flipped coin, rolling wild across the empty road. Far, fast, a blur of white mask and fury. Choi killed the engine, stepped out slow. Can't grill Hyung, he's comatose. But her? She might spill on the game. On him. The air hummed with tension as he approached her sprawled form. Hey, it's done, the loop hit. Can't shake it, so... He edged closer, voice low. Can we talk? Get her on side. Anyway, but her eyes blazed to the mask slits, rage spiking like a live wire. Talk? Just like him. Knew it. She rose, shadows coiling. You've met me before. Where's Hyung? Choi's got twisted. Sharp. She smells the reset. Not here. Lured you out, 'cause I need words. Chill. We chat easy. You spill. I fix what I can. Swear it. Her laugh scraped like flint. False hope? Toy with me, then ditch? Thanks to that, my dad's gone. Trust again? Pass. She lunged, close enough to feel her chill. You think I'm dumb? Choi backpedaled, sweat slicking his shirt. Control it. She wasn't swinging wild. Not yet. Holding for a spot. Leverage. Can't drag you like this. Tell me your story. How do I help blind? Calm first, then Hyung. Fire flickered at her edges. Heat warping the air. Talks cheap. Lead or burn. Flames licked his car. Hungry. The engine whooshed. Then boom. A fireball erupted. Metal twisting in the blast. Choi dubbed clear and scathed, heart thunderous. She loomed, voice venom. No helpless? That woman stripped it all. Family life. Hyung stomped it, hung it like a prize. Rage boiled her form. She geared to torch him again, just like before. Don't know details. Choi gasped. But you're not storming and hot. He'll wake. Fine. Hospital, right? I'll raise Maul. Ice in his veins. One shot. Blow it. We both fry. What did Hyung do to twist her this bad? Flames crept his way, baking the asphalt. Stall. Clues here. You're lying, he shot. If it's her, why not hit first? Why squat at Hyung's? She froze, fire dipping a beat. Got her. Deep down, you wanted him to pull you out. Not pure hate. Family still in play. Won't snag me twice. Flames roared back. Wilder. Water. Douse her. Powers fizzled. Choi stepped in bold. Like you said, met before. You ended me twice. Don't get the curse game or your load, but Hyung's exposed. Let me shoulder it. Hand out. Steady. Spill. What's the hurt? I'll fight it. Her hand twitched, body locking. Memory flashed in her stance. Pain's ghost. Then she snarled. Fool! Not falling, but Choi pressed. Revenge fixes you? Nah, nothing shifts. Fury peaked. Where's Hyung? A firestorm blasted out. Huge and howling. She reeled. This, no, not right. Choi's phone pinged twice. Misfortune block talisman activated. Pain relief medicine deployed. He stood untouched, flames parting like mist. Flashback, mid-drive. He'd hit the game shop, grabbed the gear on a hunch. No manual, but auto fire? Gold. Pricey worry, but worth it. Fire battered him. He held ground. If you don't need help, quit crying. Talk. Her mask cracked, stunned by his grit. In a blur, he lunged, snagged her arm, and hauled them both toward the riverbank. They plunged in, splashed cold and deep. Her mask tore free in the tumble, bobbing away on the current. No more bind. Released from revenge, from the loop's cruel chain. The scene faded into a flashback, pulling us back to the raw ache right after the masked ghost's real body had given out. She drifted through the streets, a lost shadow in the bustle, begging strangers for a lifeline. Help me, please. My family is in danger. Blood streaked her face like endless tears, her cries sharp and desperate. She collapsed in the middle of the packed road, cars honking past, people shoving by. But no one saw her. No one felt the chill of her despair. She was invisible, a scream in the void, crumbling under the weight of her own helplessness. Just as the darkness swallowed her whole, a voice cut through. Hey, you okay? A guy knelt down, eyes steady on hers, like he could actually see the storm inside. It was Hyung, Choi's friend, back then just a stranger with a spark of kindness. He listened as she spilled it all. Her dad, wasting away in a hospital bed, poisoned by lies and a twisted stepmom. "I need to save him," she whispered, voice breaking. In the memory, she hovered over her dad's still form, the beeps of machines mocking her. "Sorry I haven't come by much, Dad. You must feel so alone." Her ghostly fingers brushed his blanket, light as regret. "Truth is, someone who can see me showed up. He promised help. We'll beat that woman soon. Hang on. For Do-yeon, for us, it'll all fix itself." Hope flickered, faint but real. She trailed Hyung to his place, watching him fiddle with a rabbit mask in his hands, the exact one that would later chain her rage. He'd ordered it online, grumbling, thought this was a full costume, wasted my points for a stupid mask. Disappointment soured his grin, but to her, it gleamed like a sign. He'll pull me through this. He spotted her then, holding it out. Perfect timing. "Try it on, suits you." She hesitated, her troubles bubbling up, but she bit them back. "Don't push." He swore he'd help. "Thanks," she murmured, slipping it on. It felt like a bridge, fragile but there. But the girl lounging on his couch shot up, eyes narrowing. "Hitting on her now? What's your deal?" Jealousy twisted her words into barbs. Hyung laughed it off, easy and slick. "What, jealous? Told you, I go for real women, not games. I'm no creep. I don't chase who isn't in." The ghost watched, gut sinking at his casual flirt, the way he juggled hearts like toys. "I need him. Can't fight alone." Disappointment stung, but she shoved it down. "Wait, just a bit more." Days dragged. Her dad's color faded faster, the clock ticking cruel. She nudged Hyung again, voice tight. "Remember your promise?" "He's slipping, please, now." He exploded from his bedroom, sheets tangled with two women draped over him like prizes. The ghost recoiled. He hadn't ditched a living for her. She was just another plaything in his mess. "Where have you been? Hospital again?" "I said no proof yet. You know I'm slammed." He waved it off, smirking at the girls. "Gonna snag that X first. Prime broadcast bait. Murderer fakes an accident? Gold content." Rage boiled in her. "Are you even trying? This is life or death. Waited long enough? Fine, shop elsewhere." His tone turned icy. "That's how you talk to a guy offering a hand?" She fled, shattered. At the hospital, chaos buzzed louder than usual. Doctors huddled, voices low and grim. Then it hit, her dad was gone. No more rise and fall of his chest. She shattered, blood tears carving rivers down her cheeks, pooling on the tile. As she staggered out, two docs murmured nearby. Heard that patient finally went. Wife showed. Second one, stepmom to the kids. Cares deep, huh? Lost her girl first. Now him, heart in shreds. The ghost's vision sharpened, eyes glowing red. She knows the truth. There, her stepmom, fake sobs heaving. Vengeance surged. She lunged, hands itching to claw. But her brother flashed in her mind, small and scared. If I go, what of Dad's legacy? What of him? She reeled back, fleeing to Hyung's empty house. No one, just echoes and that rabbit mask, mocking on the floor. She snatched it, jammed it on, lock clicking into place. Then she curled in the corner, a coiled spring of hate, waiting for his return. The flashback cracked open, snapping back to the riverbank. The girl, unmasked now, lay soaked in daze, Choi shaking her shoulder gentle but firm. "Hey, you've been staring off, locked in your head again. Snap out, look at me. I'm not him. How long you gonna stew in what-ifs? Need help? Say it." Her thoughts raced, walls slamming up. Don't hope, not again. Out loud, help after I try to kill you? Ridiculous. Inside, me asking after that? She pressed on, voice brittle. Don't be dumb. Think I'll fall for it twice? I'm no sweet kid, no smooth talker, nowhere near mature. Whatever you want, I won't play. You'll ditch me like baggage soon enough. Despair cracked her shout. I'm not some side quest in your game. Choi held her gaze, steady as stone. Never saw you as code. Helping? That's just human. No clue on you and him. Spill or how? He paused soft. I'm Choi Do-yeon. You? She froze, hand hovering near his outstretched one. Why? What do I got to offer back? He shrugged. Simple. Weird to need a reason for good? Again, name? Her form shifted then, ghostly haze sharpening to flesh and blood, the curse's grip loosening. One last shot. Take the hand. Lee, Hannah. And just like that, Choi eased another grudge spirit back to the light. Sirens wailed soon after, cops and firefighters swarming the blast site, badges flashing under floodlights. Choi hung back, numb to the badges and questions after so many loops. They chalked it up quick, free car fire. More after the full dig. One grunted. He scanned the wreckage, Hannah peeked from behind the charred shell, wide-eyed like a cornered stray. Wild thing, he thought, half-smile tugging. Hey, they're hauling us to the station nearby. Let's roll. She edged out, voice small. Me too? Safe, course. He nodded toward the cruiser, and with that, the nightmare that had clawed through days, fires, deaths, resets, finally sputtered out, leaving room for whatever came next. As Choi walked home, he bumped into Yeon and Kong along the way. Seeing both girls right in front of him made Choi scared, and he started pulling funny faces to hide it. Yeon spoke up. Didn't you say you were going to an older friend's house? Her words hung in the air, creating total silence among the four of them. Then she pointed out the new girl standing behind him. Who's she? Choi took a deep breath. It's kind of a long story. First off, her name is Lee Hannah. I met her at my friend's place. She has a sad story, so I decided to help her too. That's why I think she'll be staying with us for a while. Yeon crossed her arms. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Kong and I were just about to go looking for you. It was clear Kong felt the same, worried and confused about Choi. But Choi just said sorry to both of them. Meanwhile, Hannah felt scared. Seeing Choi with two more girls made her uncomfortable. Flashes of her past hit her hard, what her old Hyung had done to her, with all those other girls around him. Remembering the day she first met him, she shook with fear. Kong noticed right away. You're Miss Hannah, right? You look pale. Are you okay? Hannah got nervous at first, her voice catching as she tried to talk to Kong. But she pushed herself, thinking it was fine. She could do this. I'm fine, she said to Kong. It's just that I'm shy around new people. Then she introduced herself properly. I'm Lee Hannah. I met Choi yesterday, but in her mind, fear twisted her gut. What if these girls found out what she'd done with Choi last night? Would they even let her stay? Yeon leaned in closer. Are you really okay? Everyone seemed worried for Hannah now, because she was making these odd faces. Deep down, Hannah feared they would hate her. She wished for that rabbit mask to hide her expression. Her nerves got so bad, she started babbling nonsense. Sorry, I'm not mad or anything. Choi and the girls exchanged looks, all wondering what was going on with her. Why was she acting this way? Suddenly, Hannah bolted, yelling over her shoulder, I just need some fresh air. Choi called her name, trying to stop her, but she didn't slow down. He stood there, totally confused. As Hannah ran, dark memories of Hyung flooded back. She felt dead inside even before meeting him. He was the only one who could see her. She'd hoped he'd help. In her mind's eye, she saw herself trying to join his group, only for him to push her away. Your eyes look creepy, he'd said. Then a woman, clinging to his arm, chimed in. Hey, what are you talking about? Aren't we enough to satisfy you? That girl taunted Hannah too, calling her creepy. Hyung and his girls walked off, hunting for prettier eyes, saying Hannah scared them. They called her a burden. Those words stabbed at Hannah now, sharp as ever. She didn't want to play his cruel games, toying with people's hope. Panting, she stumbled into a playground and hid inside a slide. There, alone in the dim tube, she broke down crying. I don't want to become like those people, she whispered, meaning Hyung and his girls. But somehow, Choi found her. What is this? He said, peering in. Hannah jumped, not expecting him. How did you get here? Choi shrugged with a small smile. I just followed you. You're slower than you look. Hannah frowned, arguing back. I'm not slow. He sat down nearby, his voice gentle. Can you tell me what happened? Why did you run away? Hannah shook her head at first. I didn't run away. I was just getting some fresh air, but then she relaxed a bit. I'll stay out of their sight. Sorry, don't mind me. Choi didn't budge. He settled in beside her. You know, you're timid in the strangest ways. You seem bold, but you're actually like a scared little coward. He paused. I was going to wait until you were ready to tell me about your situation. Can't you just share what's holding you back so much, Hannah? Seeing his kind heart, Hannah wondered. Is he being thoughtful toward me? He must have tons of questions, but he's not pushing for answers. If it's this guy, maybe he'd get it. So she opened up. I guess I don't get along well with people. I'm bad at showing how I feel, and I have a fierce look in my eyes, so I get misunderstood a lot. Even when I met Hyung, I couldn't fit in with the group. Far from fitting in, I got bullied by the others. Choi's face filled with worry. Bullied even after death? That hit hard. Hannah kept going. Of course, I'm sure it was partly my fault. I didn't want to get mixed up in their nonsense, so I just hung around nearby so they wouldn't forget I was there. But that made me look gloomy. I could see they felt uncomfortable with me. Plain as day. There was nothing I could do. All I could do was beg for help. She took a shaky breath. He wasn't like that at the start. At first, he was a warm person to me. The other victims were awkward, but there weren't real problems. He tried to help by gathering info, and in that process, new girls kept showing up. But at some point, he changed as the group got bigger. The more girls clung to him, the bolder he got. He was the only one who could fix their issues. On top of that, he said his weird behavior came from a game, and that since dating sims have endings, maybe we could all come back to life. I think that's when things started feeling off. I don't know all the details. I was busy going to my dad's hospital. It was far away, so trips took time. When I got back, the house was empty. No one left. Hannah's voice cracked. That's why I'm scared. Scared I'll be left out again. Scared I'll lose the last family I have, right in front of me. She glanced at Choi. I'm scared you'll turn into someone like Hyung and see me as just a game character, because sometimes a tiny bit of hope hurts even more. Choi froze, shocked by her words. But as she spoke, his own thoughts turned inward. He'd almost made the same mistake. That wild idea that being with those two made him special, that their kindness was his by right. Now, he got a glimpse of why his friend had changed so much. He could have slipped that way too. Choi stood up slowly. I think I know what you're worried about. If I ever turn into someone like Hyung, take out your anger on me. I'll have questions, sure, but we can go slow on those. At the very least, Yun and Kong, they're not like that. I promise you, what you're afraid of won't happen here. He held out his hand. We should head back now. Those two are curious about your story too. From behind a nearby tree, Yun and Kong peeked out. Kong whispered, "Oops, looks like you already knew." Then she winced. Was it because I got too close? I was just curious. Yun smirked. Well, this is better, actually. Wouldn't it be quicker to just ask straight up instead of spying? Choi walked over to them, then called back softly, "Hannah, come on out." Heart pounding, Hannah pushed past her fear and stepped toward him. In that moment, all she could think was saving her little brother. The scene shifted to Hannah's brother, looking pale and weak as he coughed in his bed. His mom slipped into the room, her face soft with pride. "You were studying so hard, weren't you? I'm so proud of my son." She set down a plate. "Mommy brought you some cut fruit. Vitamins are important, you know." Her brother glanced up. "I'll eat it in a little bit. I want to focus more right now." His mom sighed gently. "You have to think about your mom's feelings too. I just want my only son to be healthy. Did you take your supplement?" "Yes," he replied, forcing a small smile. The scene shifted back to Choi's house. Choi looked around and said, "For people living in this tiny apartment really makes it cramped in here." Those words hit Hannah hard, filling her with guilt. She jumped up in an excited way. "You can call me whenever you actually need me. I still feel more comfortable outside anyway. I've even slept rough plenty of times before." But Yun shook her head. "Do not say things like that. There's a way to make more room in the apartment." When Hannah looked toward Yun, she saw that Yun had possessed a doll, which made her size shrink small. Yun was also telling Kong to do the same. Seeing this, Hannah was completely shocked. What is with that form? And how can you actually do that? Now Kong had possessed her own doll too. It just takes some practice. But I'm still a bit clumsy at it though. Then Yun asked Choi and Hannah, "How did you two meet anyway?" This made Choi a little tense, and Hannah noticed his expression right away. In his mind, Choi thought, after hearing Hannah's story, he couldn't stop thinking. He was also dwelling more on those hallucinations of Hyung that he felt in the hospital. And was it just a hallucination, or maybe something his friend wanted him to hear? He couldn't decide whether he should talk about it or keep it to himself. Either way, if he started this conversation, he couldn't avoid mentioning his friend and the game. Finally, Choi revealed his secret to them. He kept his hand on both of his girls' doll heads and said, "I am playing a certain game, and that game was sent by my older friend. Once I installed it, you people started to appear in my life. I have no idea how he even found that game in the first place." In his mind, he also wanted to say more, like how he'd faced countless dangers as he progressed in the game, but in the end, it was these girls who saved him, just like how Yun gave him courage in the previous run, and he was sure Kong would understand too. He then continued, "Sometimes I blurt out some random things due to the game," but before he could finish that sentence, he was shocked to see something. It was a message from the game. It stated that he could speak freely. However, all penalties, consequences, or difficult adjustments were entirely his responsibility. We strongly advise not to reveal the gameplay method or current progress. Seeing this, Choi thought in his mind, what the hell does this mean? He remembered that before his last death, when he talked about the game with Yun, he didn't remember seeing this kind of message. And what does gameplay method or current progress mean? Does it mean the choices or the affection level? And what about penalties and difficult adjustments? Thinking about this, Choi's eyes got wider. Kong and Yun also noticed that Choi was worried, so Kong asked about his worry. But Choi waved it off, saying it was just a sudden alert, and it's a bit hard to explain in detail. Then he continued his storytelling to them. "The friend who sent me the game link hasn't contacted me since then, so I went to his house to check on him. But there, I found that he is now lying in the hospital in a vegetative state, and that's how I first met Hannah. Then After explaining the story, Choi came out to his apartment balcony. He was talking with Detective Han on a call. So now I am staying at home for the time being. Yeah, I will head over once I get things sorted. I actually wanted to consult you about something too. I figured if it's Hannah's case, you will want to help. Then he said sorry to the detective and cut the call. Suddenly, Choi saw Yun was behind him. She said, "You don't have to push yourself if you are busy, you know. You must be tired. Why not just rest for a bit?" For which Choi replied, "I can sleep later when I get back. With so many cases lately, I haven't really checked in on you too, Yun." Then Choi offered Yun to go on a walk with him, as they barely got time to talk these days. He just wanted to clear his head, so he asked her to come with him. Yun casually accepted his offer and made fun of him for being nice. "What is this? Why are you being so nice all of a sudden? Did you do something wrong or something?" For which Choi replied, "Of course not. I just want to spend time with you." Then Yun said, "You were about to say something earlier but stopped mid-sentence, right?" Then Yun grabbed Choi's shoulder like a romantic couple, while she said, "Something happened, or maybe a change of heart since you're acting different today." Choi also froze for a second, but then he smiled and said, "I just wanted to say thank you, because I am really glad the first ghost I met was you, Yun." Yun was also listening to him carefully. Then they happily went on for a walk. While going, Yun said, "Did something happen between you and Hannah?" But Choi replied, "What are you talking about?" Yun said, "You are acting weird, like someone who just came back from cheating." Choi said, "I said it's not like that." Then Yun said, "By the way, did you know every time you go out, there's another girl added to your group?" Choi said, "What? That just kind of happened." Yun said, "By the way, the new one you brought this time is really cute too. Are you picking them on purpose?" Hearing this, Choi started to sweat like hell. He hurriedly replied, No, it's not like that." Then Yun stopped and asked a serious question. She said, "I didn't get to ask before, but that friend you mentioned earlier, the one who saw the game first, why did he end up in a coma? Is that connected to the game you talked about?" Hearing this, Choi froze at his place for a bit. Then he replied coldly, "I don't know. All I know is that his friend jumped from the rooftop of his building by himself, and though he survived, he never woke up. He was tormented because of that game." Then Yun said, by giving a tense expression, "If that's what caused it, then could the same thing happen to you, Choi?" And Choi also replied, "Who knows? Maybe," which made Yun super worried. She said, "Maybe that's not something to shrug off. Whatever it is, it sounds dangerous for you too." Choi replied, "Well, there's nothing certain yet. Even if it's true, there's nothing I can really do about it." Yun then said, "You said earlier that you would need my help to break the curse, remember? Just tell me what I have to do. I will do anything." Hearing this, Choi thought that it was somehow reassuring. Then he said, "Thanks for worrying, but I really don't know either. Maybe if we just keep living like this, we will clear it eventually." He even said, "The game is annoyingly unhelpful and never explains anything clearly. I am sure there are reasons I can't talk about certain things, but as long as we are together like this, I don't think it's impossible to clear it. And worrying won't change anything anyway." Then Yun looked toward Choi and said in a serious tone, "Can I ask you one more thing?" And she asked, "Do you see me as a woman, Choi?" She wanted to ask this question for a very long time. For Choi, this always just a game. Then maybe she was the only one getting the wrong idea. She said, "I sometimes wonder if I am crossing the line. What if my actions make you uncomfortable?" But Choi denied this, saying, "Not at all. Your actions never made me uncomfortable." Young was impressed by Choi's reply, and her eyes also widened in shock. Choi then continued, "If anything, I'm the one trying to be careful. How could I dislike someone as charming as you, Yun? Maybe I am just trying not to misunderstand things on my own." Hearing this, Yun's heart felt very relaxed, and she started to blush. Then the scene shifted back to Choi's apartment, where Hannah was seeing Kong doing something in her doll form. But for her, it was difficult to do anything in this form. But still, Hannah was amazed to see this. She said, "Are you okay?" Kong replied that she was fine. Hannah then said, "Can I ask you something?" Kong was confused about what she was going to ask, for which Hannah asked, "What are you working so hard on? I mean, I know you are trying your best, but it doesn't even show. You just keep falling over, and the floor which you are cleaning, it already looks spotless." For which Kong said, "Still, I just want to be helpful somehow, even if it's just a tiny bit. I want to contribute. Once I get used to moving around, maybe I can help Choi with editing or something. Of course, right now, whatever I do, others do better than me. And when the case is over, I will have to leave. But a person who has little but gives everything, that means more than someone who gives a fraction of plenty, right? I just want to give my best to each moment without being greedy. I am just a latecomer after all." Hearing this, Hannah went into deep thinking, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "Kong, do you really love him?" And why? For which Kong replied, because he is an amazing guy, isn't he? Then she remembered the moment where Choi was trying everything just to help her. She said, he looks gentle, but he has a strong sense of conviction, and he stands up against injustice. To me, Choi is a real hero. Hearing these words, Hannah started to cry. Kong still continued, it's only natural to fall for someone who you admire, right? It's my first time feeling this way, so I am confused too. I just regret not meeting him while I was still alive. Saying it out loud makes me a bit embarrassed. I am sure if it is showing, he will do everything he can to help. So let's just wait a little longer. Hannah also agreed to this and said, I hope so. Makes you want to root for them, doesn't it? Kong said, thanks. Time's limited, so I've got to make the most of it. Maybe then, just once, he will look my way. But when the scene shifted, we saw Choi hugging Yun warmly right in the middle of the footpath. There, Yun asked Choi, do you dislike it? For which Choi replied, no, of course not. There's no way I would dislike it. Choi then hugged Yun tightly again, where she said, Choi, you've been acting a little strange today. You know that. It's like you are giving off mixed signals. Normally, you always keep a bit of distance from us. Choi replied, mixed signal sounds kind of weird, though. I just want to be honest for once. I just want to follow my heart for once. Then, feeling Choi's body, Yun started to blush. Her cheeks became red. She felt the warmth near Choi. She smiled and said in her mind, for now, let's just be content with this. I can't push it any further. My heart might explode. She then suggested to Choi that they head back, as everyone was probably waiting for them. But while heading toward their apartment, Yun was thinking about that moment with Choi. She thought that if she rushed, she might spoil it. She wanted to savor this feeling. Then, after some time, when they arrived at their apartment, Kong was shocked to see something. It was their behavior. She directly asked them, what's wrong with you guys? Did something happen? You both seem different. Here, Choi got caught off guard. He tried to cover by saying, no, everything is fine. We just went for a walk. That's all. But Kong replied, oh, really? You just seem kind of awkward. That's all. But glad to hear that it wasn't anything serious. But soon, Kong noticed something which made her more shocked. She saw that Yun was hiding behind Choi, and her face was completely red. Kong started to become jealous. She asked her, but why is your face so red? Yun also tried to cover by saying, it's just a little hot today, and my face suddenly feels flushed, so don't mind it. But here, Kong could clearly see the lie they were telling. She sensed that something was off. She said in her mind that something definitely happened between them, as both of them were acting very weird. She thought that at least lie better if you're going to deny it. Anyone could tell something is up from a mile away. She then said, I was just asking just in case. I am glad nothing happened to you guys. But deep down in her heart, she felt like being petty again. It felt funny to her, acting upset when she already knew the truth. Kong seemed upset due to this, and Choi noticed it. He said in his mind that she looks a bit down, or maybe it's just me. Not like someone like me could actually help. Anyway, still, I should probably talk to her later. Then Choi noticed Hannah and called her. He said that they were meeting the detective tomorrow, the one who helped with Yun and Kang's case. Hannah was surprised and excited that Choi had done this way much faster than she expected. Choi continued that they should figure out the full story beforehand, and told Hannah to tell them what happened from the start, for which Hannah hesitated for a moment and then said, it's not exactly a fun story. Let's sit down first. And the moment she said this, all three, Choi, Yun, and Kong, sat down, eager to listen immediately. Hannah was also shocked to see their speed. She said, now that I have to say it out loud, it's harder than I thought. You were that curious about my story. Then Yun and Kong came forward to her and said, you were walking around outside like it was nothing, Hannah. Kong and I, on the other hand, disappeared whenever day came, at least until Choi found our bodies. Kong said, I was curious about that too. What exactly happened? And now Hannah started to reveal her story. She said that she thought this was happening because her funeral had already been over. There was no body left to find. Listening to this, Choi also started to think about it. He said, if your funeral has already been done, then why did you become a ghost? For which Hannah replied, I couldn't rest. I died with regret. I had to save my little brother from that woman. Then the scene shifted to Hannah's memories, where we saw a family photo. Hannah narrated that their mother died when they were young. But thanks to her hard-working father, they never lacked anything and had a happy family. Then one day, that brought home a new wife. She was young and beautiful. The awkwardness of a stranger faded quickly. Her kindness won us over in no time. She took care of us like we were her own. Around the time she fully became part of the family, Dad started getting sick. At first, he just slipped down the stairs, but soon after, he suddenly lost his sight. Then depression and self-harm followed him. Back then, she didn't think much of it. I just thought it was natural, and given how hard everything hit him all at once. Then we saw a scene where Hannah's stepmother was comforting her when she was crying. Her stepmother said, "It's okay. I will take care of you both, for your father's sake too. So let's get through this together, okay?" But in reality, it was all her evil plan. Hannah then continued that as Dad grew weaker, they started depending on her stepmother more and more. Bit by bit, her stepmother took control of everything in the house. She used to give some medicine in the name of vitamins to them every day, and this was how her dad started to fade into the background. She always felt sleepy after taking that medicine. But one day, when she took her vitamins like always and laid down, and when she woke up, she was shocked to realize that she couldn't see anything. She became completely helpless. And the doctor also couldn't tell why this was happening. According to him, unless something sharp pierced deeply into her eyes, this shouldn't be possible. And from now on, she was forced to use a stick while walking. It felt like her whole world collapsed in an instant. First her dad, and then she herself. She questioned herself. Why was all this happening to her family only? Her younger brother was too small to understand all this, and he couldn't do anything, just had to see them suffer more. And one day, while she was stuck suffering, her house caught fire. She thinks that it would have been better if she died then, but unfortunately, she lived, but in an even worse state. Before, she lost her eyesight, and now her whole body had burns. The doctor said that she survived because of her stepmother, who ran in and put out the flames. And her dad, who was being treated at home, was also rescued. And now she couldn't see. She couldn't move. All she could do was listen. Being in the hospital, she even didn't realize how much time had passed. But in the end, she learned the truth. One day, when her stepmother was sitting beside her in the hospital, she was talking to someone on the call about killing her dad by giving him the same medicine which she used on her daughter. Hearing this from her stepmother, she filled with betrayal, rage, resentment, and hatred. She tried to confront her stepmother, but in this condition, she couldn't do anything. Seeing that Hannah had listened to her plan, instead of apologizing, she gave her an evil smile, saying, "So you could still hear me after all this time. Even in that pitiful state, those ears still work." Hannah couldn't control it, and she cried, feeling the betrayal. But her stepmother didn't feel any sorry. She said, "Stop crying, Hannah," knowing this won't change anything. She was still smiling like an evil entity. She said, "Do you have any idea how much trouble I went through cleaning up after you kids?" And now, in the present, Hannah said that she couldn't do anything, nothing except listening to her laughter. "I cried alone over and over. Then, after months, when I came to my senses, I was already dead." She was sad, but still, she said sorry that she got a bit too dark into her story. She didn't mean to go on for so long. But Yun said, "No, it's fine. It was just such a shocking story." After hearing Hannah's story, she was also a bit tense. He asked that how did no one ever suspect anything wrong about her stepmother? I mean, two members of the same family died in the same way. For which Hannah replied, "Even I could hardly believe it, that someone that perfect could do something that horrible." And after she died, her father died too, soon after. If things kept going like that, she would have taken everything our family built. I just wanted to stop her before I lost my brother too. Then Choi thought that even though Hannah had summarized her story, it was still devastating. How much pain she had endured alone. Then Choi suggested to them that they should take rest, as they were heading out early tomorrow. And Choi kept his hand on Hannah's head, ensuring that everything would be okay. He said, "You've been through so much alone, haven't you? I will do everything I can to help you. Your stepmom did something terrible. She needs to pay for it. We will figure something out if we all work together." Hannah also agreed to this. Then Choi said, "Before we're going to sleep, anyway, tomorrow's schedule will be tight, so let's start getting ready for bed." The detective has also said that he will be free in the morning too. But then Kong asked a genuine question. How were they all going to sleep? Which was still a problem that Choi had forgotten. He said in his mind that ever since Kong showed up, they had been staying out every night. So Choi suggested that he would sleep outside. But then he got shocking news. His smartphone showed him another tricky question, where he had to sleep inside, but he had to decide with whom he would sleep. Is it he sleep with Kong or Hannah? Seeing the message on his phone, Choi thought to himself, "Can't I just sleep outside alone?" What is this? Does it mean I have to pick one person to sleep with? On top of that, where is Yun? Just when I thought things had finally quieted down. Noticing Choi's tense face, Yun finally asked, "What is it? Did something happen?" But Choi covered up quick. "It's nothing. An alarm just went off on my phone." Deep down, though, he worried that hanging with Kong and Hannah seemed to have grown weary of situations like this. Choi decided to go with Kong, since he wanted to talk to her anyway. And since he had already told him about the game, they would surely understand him. But he still feared they might misunderstand him. Then he announced, "I would like to sleep with Kong today. Would that be okay?" The moment he said it, everyone in the room went silent. An awkward quietness grew thick in the air. Choi felt like he'd said something wrong. He shouldn't have blurted it out. He could sense the quick shift in their faces and the sudden chill hanging around. Everyone's eyes turned to Kong. But in the right moment, she spoke up. "By any chance, just now, did the game make you do that?" Choi nodded fast. "That's right. The game made me do it, so I had no choice." All the while, he was sweating like hell. Things got serious when he caught Kang's expression. She was smiling. Then his smartphone buzzed with a pop-up, telling him to search for the next place to sleep to keep the game going. The scene cut to a jail. Behind the cold bars sat Kim Yoon-kyung. A lady detective stepped up to investigate her. "Hello, you must be Kim Yoon-kyung." But she flat out denied it, refusing to accept the fact. The detective stayed calm. "There's no need to be so guarded. I'm here to help you. It's suffocating inside. And just as I thought, you've lost a lot of weight compared to your picture. Understandably, it must be hard to adapt to such a drastic change in your environment. But don't worry, I'm going to get you out of here." Hearing this, Kyung felt shocked and confused. Why was someone trying to spring her free? The detective went on. "Yes, in fact, I have already arranged with a private specialized hospital to help treat your trauma. Of course, you won't be completely free, as this incident has become too large for that. You will be undergoing psychiatric treatment and a social reintegration program. And it will certainly take time, but I will help you overcome this. Kim Yoon-kyung." She paused. "And at last, is there anywhere you would like to visit before we head to the facility?" Kyung thought for a little bit. "I want to visit home." The scene shifted to Kang's apartment, where a strange man lurked. This was the same guy who had shown up at Choi's place to meet him when he wasn't home. He turned to his assistant. "What did our detective say?" His assistant replied. "She reported that even while conversing with Kim Yoon-kyung, the woman would stare into empty space and talk or make gestures almost as if there were a ghost right beside her." The strange man nodded slowly. "Are you certain that Kong Sun and Choi Do-yeon have no connection?" His assistant said, "Yes. It seems he just showed up unannounced, same as with Hae-yeon." The man pulled out a cigarette, lighting it up. "He is making this more and more interesting. I wonder if Hae-yeon became a ghost and is still by Choi's side. And what choice will Kim Yoon-kyung make? I wonder." The assistant chimed in. "Aren't you curious as well, director?" The strange man blew out smoke. "I am very curious." Then his assistant said, "May I ask just one thing?" He pressed on. "If that man is a nuisance, couldn't we just get rid of him? I'm curious as to why you are making things more complicated." The strange man smirked. "You seem to have misunderstood something. On the contrary, I have taken a liking to Choi. I want to make him rely on me. You see, if Choi, who is trying to help her, ends up relying on me, her killer, I wonder how that ghost would feel. I wonder at what price Choi would sell his conscience." He stubbed out the cigarette. "Go and set up a meeting with Choi. Make it soon. I need to see him for myself." The scene shifted back to Choi on his bed. He said to Kong, who was there too, "Are you going to sleep in your doll form?" Kong nodded. "Yes, because this is a single bed. Wouldn't it be too cramped? I know you're not doing this by choice either. Choi, you might not be comfortable with this, right? I don't want to make things awkward for you, even if the game is forcing us." Choi shook his head. "You're not uncomfortable. To be honest, I was really tense. So maybe it's a relief that you're like this." Kong tilted her head. "Why?" Choi thought for a moment, then replied, "If we were to sleep together in your original form, I don't think it would have been easy to fall asleep. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that." Kong changed her mind in a flash. She shifted back to her original form. "Let's sleep like this." Choi was shocked to see her switch so suddenly. Kong explained, "I feel more comfortable in my original form." Then she scooted super close to him. "You don't like this?" Choi's face heated up, a blush creeping in. "No, of course not." He paused. "But you looked upset when we came back from the walk with Yun. Did something happen while I was away?" Kong glanced away. "When you and Yun got back earlier, her expression was strange. What did the two of you do?" Choi shrugged. "Nothing in particular." Kong accused him right back. "Liar. Something definitely happened between you two." Only then did Choi spill the truth. "We just hugged each other, and we sort of got caught up in the moment, but it's just so embarrassing trying to say it out loud." Kang's eyes narrowed. "Choi, do you like Yun?" He sighed. I don't know. Is it just a crush for now, or am I actually interested in her? Honestly, I'm still scared. Like I said before, I'm a guy too. I did say I would be honest, just as you suggested, Kong, but being around beautiful people like you and Yun, I can't help but feel a flutter of excitement. On top of that, you all feel so vividly real. It's impossible not to be conscious of you. That's why, if I just acted on my feelings, I feel like I would do something I couldn't take back. What if the way I look at both of them starts to change? If I get any more attached here, I've only just gotten used to this bustling house. What if everyone leaves? Can I endure this? After hearing Choi, Kong thought to herself that he looks at us not as ghosts, but as if it's perfectly normal beings, and he even sees a future with us. Then she said suddenly, this feels so unfair. Even if I was second, I was the one who made the first move. I made it so obvious, but he is completely clueless. If he doesn't like it, he should draw the line and reject me. There's a limit to how indecisive one can be. Hearing this from Kang's mouth, Choi got confused and sweaty. Then Kong climbed over him. What was it like when you hugged her? Choi stammered. I'm not sure, but she felt cozy and warm. And I think she smelled nice too. While saying this, he was blushing hard, his face turning red. But in his mind, he thought, you want to use this opportunity for yourself. It's fine, just be brave. Who knows when he'll get another chance like this? Kong held his hand and stared deep into his eyes. Choi, don't you see me as a woman? For which Choi replied, no. She leaned in closer. Would it be okay if I'm a little spoiled just for today? Choi's face burned red again. Then Kong whispered near his ear, can you hold me too? Even if it's just for today, please. Choi enjoyed it, doing what Kong asked. He held her tight. Outside the room, we saw Yun pacing nervously, biting her nails in a frenzy. She was so jealous that even Hannah could feel her swirling emotions. Inside, Kong slept comfortably on top of Choi, her head resting easy against him. Choi's mind raced. Why did Kong ask me to hold her? What was that supposed to mean? Did I misunderstand? Or was she trying to seduce me? Still, she felt warm and soft, and my mind was going blank. He could feel her press close to his body. Choi couldn't decide what he should do next at a time like this. Then, in an instant, he flipped Kong upside down and sat down on her waist. He thought this is way too cruel. Kong felt a little worried about what might happen now. She got shy too, so she told him, wait for a second. I prepared myself, but making eye contact is still too embarrassing. Could you maybe give me a pillow to hold? Now Choi understood what she meant by hold me. He said, hold me? I almost misunderstood. I thought you were trying to seduce me. Kong laughed softly. Seduce? What were you thinking? But still, somehow I'm happy. Even if it startled me a little. It feels like, at least in this moment, you are really looking at me. Then she started to seduce Choi for real. And soon, the moment grew intense. But outside, the situation was quite different. Yun burned with jealousy. So much that Hannah, standing beside her, could feel the heat too. Hannah said to Yun, if it bothers you that much, why don't you go inside? Yun sighed. I know it does bother me, but I also know I don't have that right. And well, it's not like something weird will happen between those two. She paused. But I'm sorry if that bothers you. Hannah shook her head. No, it's fine. But suddenly, someone rang the apartment bell. Everyone puzzled over who could be there at this hour. Choi was even more confused. Someone had disturbed him right before the climax could start. It turned out to be none other than Detective Han. When he met Choi, he said, did I show up too suddenly? It looks like you were in the middle of something. Hearing this, Choi completely freaked out. He covered up fast. No, I'm totally normal. Then he spotted Kang's otter plushie and double-checked. Is it really Kong or not? Kong also said hello to Detective Han. But Detective Han noticed something odd. He thought to himself, is it just me, or does the plushie's face look a bit red? Then Detective Han asked Choi, is Lee Hannah also in this house? Choi nodded. Yes, and she was just standing right behind me. The detective glanced around. It's amazing. Every time I see it, it's hard to believe, honestly. And now, there are 3 ghosts in the house, right? Still living alone as a man. Isn't it inconvenient? Choi smiled faintly. It was awkward at first, but lately, I've actually been enjoying it. And they're dependable on me too. Detective Han nodded. That's good to hear. But now to the point. Regarding Miss Lee Hannah, I looked into the case, but I couldn't find anything. It's a case from another jurisdiction, and a lot of time has passed since it was closed. It was simply concluded as a sudden fire, and Miss Lee Hannah was declared declared to have died in that incident. It's unfortunate, but without clear evidence or circumstances, reopening the investigation will be difficult. So, as long as we don't find any evidence or clue, that won't be enough. Hearing this, Hannah got confused and filled with anger. She clenched her fist, but Choi assured her, looking like he had to take action himself. From now on, she was going to be really busy starting tomorrow. Hannah said, yes, but in her mind, she thought Choi would give up, but he really wants to help me. Then Detective Han confirmed. In Kong Sun's case, the investigation has been completed, and Ms. Kim Yoon-kyung's crime has been confirmed. Choi asked quickly, really? So she will be punished? Detective Han replied, she will stand trial after the psychiatric evaluation. It won't take long. However, even though the case is closed, the house Ms. Kong Sun used to live will revert to state ownership. Choi frowned. Why? Detective Han explained, if there were surviving family to inherit it, it would be theirs. But Mrs. Kong Sun had no such family. So, in those cases, the property goes back to the state. And if you tell me beforehand, you can enter for a short time. But once the investigation officially ends, it will be out of my hands. This is limited. Hearing this, Kong froze in place. Choi looked toward her worriedly, and he wondered why happy moments always felt so short. Kong said to the detective that she needed time to think a little bit. The detective said, do it as soon as possible. And that's all the information I have to give. Then Detective Han told Choi that he wanted to talk to him for a moment in private. We also saw Kong, who seemed sad. Outside, Detective Han lit his cigarette. He asked Choi, are you really okay with that? Choi couldn't understand the detective's question, so the detective cleared it up. I know it's nosy of me, but I'm saying this because I'm concerned. You are not a detective who earns achievements while solving cases, Mr. Choi Do-yeon. I just wonder if sacrificing your daily life like this is really the right choice. You still have to work and make a living, and the truth is, once the case is solved, they will have to leave eventually. By this, Choi got upset. He said, yeah, since we've been together every day, I guess I really have grown attached. And I haven't been able to get anything done either. I might end up regretting this moment someday. And like you said, the end will come eventually. When the time comes, I want to send them off without any regrets. So, until then, I will push myself a little. Then Detective Han said, well, I'm the one receiving help. Thanks to all of you, anyway, and don't worry about it too much. Before going, he added, anyway, based on what you've told me, I will look into Ms. Lee Hannah's case again, and call me if anything happens. Choi thanked him for his efforts. The detective said, I say all this, but I'm rooting for you. I really hope everything turns out well. Hearing this, Choi thanked him once again. Then Detective Han left. Choi stood there thinking the detective wasn't wrong. He could easily take care of himself, and he wasn't even working. Recently, he even blew up the car that his mom gave him. Well, since they were treating it as a fire incident, he would be compensated. But his schedule was definitely going to be messed up for a while, and he couldn't even take every one of his girls on a bus or a taxi. Then he decided he would put all of his savings into stocks he knew were going to blow up. If he kept hesitating, it would be too late. He had to do now whatever he could. He purchased the shares, hoping the information he gained last time before he died would pay off. After that, while going to his room, he thought that he felt strange. And if Miss Kim Yoon gets punished and we get to visit the house like Kong said, then will she really leave this world? We saw that Kong was already waiting for him outside his apartment. Choi asked her, why are you outside? She told him, I felt a bit confined and I wanted to talk. There, she remembered the past and all the moments she spent with Choi, the times he helped her one by one. It was like a flashback of her happy moments before death. She smiled and said to Choi, if you don't mind, can you take me to my home now? Hearing this, Choi got completely confused and shocked. Why did she want to go to her home all of a sudden? He asked, but why so sudden? Even if we go now, we won't be able to get inside. Wouldn't it be better to wait a bit longer? It's really late too. Kong replied, but if it's not now, I feel like I will break my promise. I can't keep clinging to you forever, Choi. Even if I look away, the fact that I am a burden doesn't change. The longer I stay, the more painful it will be. Hearing this, Choi shouted at her, I don't think of you as a burden. Like I said, I have actually been enjoying things lately. What if something works out? Why not wait a little longer? Maybe there's a solution we don't know yet. And Ms. Kim Yoon-kyung's trial isn't over yet. But Kong said, please, the longer I stay in this world, the more painful it will be for me to leave you. The resentment fades, and only lingering attachment remains. I started losing sight of my original goal. I started to live. The longing grows stronger. I start wanting to stay with you forever. I started getting too comfortable with this life. Would that really be okay? After hearing Kang's decision, Choi seemed worried too. Then Kang continued, "That's why, before it's too late, before I change too much, I need to go. That's the path that's best for your future." Choi was not ready for this. But still, he couldn't say anything because she was the one who had already died. This meeting always had an ending. All he could offer her was empty comfort. After all, Kang and Choi lived in different worlds. Then the scene went back to the apartment, where Hannah and Yun were waiting for Choi. But Yun looked more desperate for Choi. Hannah thought that Yun had been standing since Choi left. She was the easiest one to talk to, but she was also the type whose thoughts you couldn't read. Then Yun looked toward Hannah and asked, "Hannah, you know about the game, right?" Hannah replied, "Oh, yes, but I don't know the details, though." Yun asked, "Where you were with other ghosts before, has any of them ever moved on after resolving their grudges?" For which Hannah took some time to reply. And then she said, "No, none of them has ever done this. Lingering regrets only create more regrets. Even if you help them, it only breeds obsession. Ghosts who acted like they would leave. In the end, they couldn't let go of even the smallest attachment and stayed. I can't relate, though, as I never got help from anyone, and I am sick of false hope. As long as my brother is safe, I just want to disappear from this awful world. So, in a way, I am a little jealous of you guys. Maybe if I had met that person, I wouldn't have been different too. But why are you asking this?" For which Yun replied, "No reason. I was just curious what Kang is feeling. What would I say if I were in that situation? Could I really leave with a smile at that point?" Hannah said, "Still, you two lived together for quite a while, didn't you? I think I would be sad if she left." Yun said, "I am sad she did worry me, but I also feel bad for her. But no matter what choice she makes, I am in no position to judge." Here, Yun picked up Kang's doll and kept it on a shelf safely. Then Hannah asked, "If you were in that situation, what would you do? When the case is solved, would you leave Choi?" For which Yun replied, "Who knows? If someone said they still needed me, I would want to stay by their side. Well, it's not like we ghosts have many options, right? I don't think I could leave with a smile." Hearing this, Hannah said, "Yeah, I guess that's true," but she seemed awkward and worried. She thought that it felt awkward. What was she supposed to say? Staying in bed all those years destroyed my social skills. Then suddenly Yun asked, "Hannah, have you ever liked someone before?" At first, Hannah seemed confused about this question. Then she told her, "No, I was stuck in a bed after I got older, so I never really had interest in that stuff." For which Yun replied, "I hope Choi isn't your first love. It's harder than you think." This time, Hannah told her, "It's okay." But behind her mind, she was still thinking that was a threat. Then the scene shifted back to Choi and Kang, where they arrived at Kang's apartment through a taxi. They both were together, and Choi was giving his hand, while Kang was coming out from the taxi. While going toward Kang's house, she said to Choi, "Sorry, that was a selfish request out of nowhere." But instead, Choi said, "No, it's fine," and continued, "Are you really not going to say goodbye to the others?" For which then Kang said, "Yeah, unlike me, they still have a long way to go before their cases are resolved. So I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. They will still be by your side, Choi. I might end up being a bad influence if I linger." Then she got sad and asked Choi, "Do you have any dreams or plans for the future?" For which Choi said, "I am not sure. Honestly, I have been too busy trying to survive to think about dreams. But if I had a goal right now, I want everyone to leave with a smile." Seeing this, Kang thought that she expected he was that ridiculous kind, and this was what hurt Kang too much. Then Choi asked about her dream goal, for which Kang thought that at first the feeling was unfamiliar. Like Yun said, maybe these feelings formed because he was the only person I could lean on. In the beginning, I doubted it myself too. Then Kang replied that she actually wanted a family that she could rely on. After her grandma passed away, she struggled alone for so long. She liked watching dramas and novels too. I mean, I knew there were no real princes in real life, but I wondered if someday something like that might appear for me, if I just endured, worked hard, and kept going. Well, I guess half of that came true. Even if I had to die first, I still met you, Choi Do-yeon. Thank you for showing me how much strength there is in relying on someone." Hearing this, Choi felt very bad about leaving her. Then they arrived at Kang's apartment building. But when they arrived at their apartment, they saw that it was sealed by police. Seeing this, Kang got a little excited. She said, "It's strange. I have only seen this scene like this in movies, and now it's in front of my house." Then she told Choi to open that sump box over there. But Choi was confused. Why did she want to open that sump box? But Kang got angry at this and told him to hurry. Choi also agreed and opened the box, but he didn't get anything there. But Kang told him to check the ceiling area of the box. And there he got something, and it was some kind of bank papers. Choi was completely confused seeing this. Kang now told him that it was emergency savings that she hid from a friend. She also said sorry that this was only what she could give him. Choi then asked, "Is this why you wanted to hurry?" For which Kong replied, "No, not exactly, but who knows if someone might take it. It's not much, but maybe you can use it where you need it." Choi felt very bad for this. In guilt, he said, "I appreciate the thought, but I wasn't hoping to receive anything. I just want everyone to let go of their resentment and regrets, even a little." For which then Kong said, "At this point, it no longer matters. At some point, my resentment and regrets stop mattering. Being with you is more important for me, Choi, and I hope that Grandma is also doing well. Thinking this way, maybe it's not so bad. She might scold me for coming so early, but I still have so much I want to tell her. If I will regret speaking or regret staying silent. Either way, what choice would you make, Choi?" For which then Choi said, "Are you really planning to leave like this?" But then, before he could complete his statement, suddenly Kong jumped on him and kissed him. This was the most intense and heart-touching moment of Choi's life. Choi also gave his last kiss to Kong, and they knew each other that they were not going to meet a second time. Then Kong told him about her feelings, that she liked him truly, more than anyone, and said thank you to the last time before disappearing from this world. And this was how her story, it was right for it to end here. Choi then, in despair, said, "Maybe this really is too sudden, but I understand what you're saying, but if you leave like this..." But before he could say anything more, a notification popped up in his smartphone, where it stated that Kong Sun's affection has reached its maximum, and her ending has been unlocked. Seeing this, Choi got completely shocked, and when he looked toward Kong, there was nothing to see.
Choi Do-yeon was just your average livestream gamer, grinding for views and trying to keep his head above water amidst crushing financial and family struggles. Then, he downloaded the app. What looked like a quirky dating simulator for romancing cute ghosts turned out to be a terrifying, high-stakes, supernatural trap. The rules are brutal. Romance the spirits, investigate their brutal murders, and survive their violent, unpredictable outbursts. The catch? Do-yeon only has 10 lives. Every time a spirit strikes him down, he respawns, but the psychological toll is agonizing. With every resurrection, the trauma deepens, leaving him more paralyzed by fear. If that life counter hits 0, his body will lock into a permanent coma. He knows this all too well because that is exactly what happened to his best friend. His friend discovered the game first, exploited it to build a massive ghostly harem without solving their deaths, and was ultimately destroyed by a malevolent spirit. Now, Do-yeon is forced to play the very game that cursed his friend, desperately trying to win enough to bring him back. The current roster, 3 spirits, 3 tragedies. Balancing his chaotic real life with his supernatural responsibilities, Do-yeon is currently tied to 3 ghostly girlfriends, each with a dark past. Hyeon, tragically killed in a hit-and-run by a spoiled, untouchable heir in a luxury car. Her justice is still waiting. Hana, murdered by a wicked stepmother desperate to steal her father's wealth. Her clock is ticking. Kang Se-yin, betrayed and murdered by a greedy friend after her property and money. Do-yeon successfully unraveled her mystery and brought her killer to light. Will he unravel the remaining conspiracies before his mind breaks? Will he able to save all of his girlfriends, or will his next death be his last? Choi thought that this was going to be his last interaction with Kang. He believed he would never see her again. Then his smartphone showed another message. It said that the girl under the reservoir had reached her branching point. Unable to handle her growing feelings, she finally decided to leave. She was overwhelmed by the affection she felt for the very first time. Before Kang could leave this world, Choi immediately grabbed her hand. Kang was shocked by this sudden action from Choi. Choi shouted and expressed his emotions in despair. He told her that there might be a way to stop her. He said this just wasn't right. He continued, "Kang, you asked me earlier if you could stay with me. I could not answer back then because I wasn't sure. I couldn't get caught up in the moment and make a promise I couldn't keep." Still holding her hand, he confessed that he'd just been so confused all the time. Why was he so helpless? Why did he even meet these people? Was this really all he could do? Then another message popped up. It said to fulfill specific conditions to return to the past 3 years ago and save her. But in that condition, she wouldn't remember him. Seeing this, Choi said it made sense. After all, they were already dead. Was this really the only ending? The message then showed him that if he chose this condition, he might regret the choice. But for Choi, this did not matter. He thought he might be able to save Kong. His first and most important priority was to save Kong at any cost. Then he said to Kong that he might be able to save her. He might be able to go back in time and stop the accident. He also told her that he could not explain the details right now, but at the right time, he would definitely explain everything to her. Choi raised his hand towards Kong. In his mind, he thought that he still had no idea what this game really was, why it existed, or why it had led him to meet them. He also asked Kong if she could trust him just a little longer. He thought that if he could really go back to the past and save them, or if he would actually regret it like the warning said. Even so, he felt relieved by doing this. Meanwhile, crying, Kong said, "Is it really okay if I stay by your side a little more?" Here, she remembered a flashback between Choi and Kong. In the flashback, she told Choi that it made her want to stay with him forever. She did not want to leave him, so could she do that? But at that time, Choi did not reply to her question. Now, when Choi heard the same question from Kang's mouth, he thought that it was different from earlier. Back then, he could not bring himself to answer her. But now, knowing there was even a small hope that they could return to their normal lives, he told her, "Of course you can live with me as long as you want." And at the very least, this was not the ending he had in his mind. They still had a lot to do, did they not? Choi said this while giving a fake smile on his face. He also said that if they parted ways like this, he would definitely have lingering regrets too. So would she not wait just a little bit longer? Hearing this, Kang went silent for a moment. After thinking for a while, she accepted his request, but in a cold way. She finally grabbed his hand and said, "Is it really okay for me to stay?" while crying bitterly. Now, Choi thought that even if they really ended up forgetting him after choosing this path, he wanted them to live on in this world peacefully. The scene changed to Hyeon, who seemed very worried while waiting at Choi's house. She was in complete confusion about why Choi and Kang were taking so long to come back. Just after coming back into the house, Kang said hello to Hyeon and tried to explain why they were late. But before she could say anything, Hyeon interrupted her and asked why they were so late. Hearing this, Kang also realized that something was wrong. Then, by giving Kang her possessed doll, Hyeon said that she was starting to worry about her. She thought that Kang would not show up. She thought that Kang might just break their promise and avoid her. She also told her that if she just left her like that, then how would she even look at her possessed doll? She would have always thought of her every time she saw the possessed doll. Kang took her possessed doll from Hyeon and hugged it like it was her child. She also gently told the possessed doll that now she was back. After some time, we see Choi, who seemed worried in his thoughts. Because Kang and Hyeon had stepped outside from the house to talk about something privately, they were taking longer than Choi expected. That was why he was wondering what they were talking about. He hoped that they were not fighting. Then he sighed and moved to his room, while thinking that they were not important right now. When he checked his smartphone, he saw that both Hyeon's and Kong's affection had reached the maximum level, but Hyeon's ending had not unlocked, whereas Kong's ending was unlocked. Choi thought why this was happening. In a normal dating sim game, maximum affection leads to the ending. Then why was Hyeon's ending not unlocking? Did her ending require some extra conditions? Was there a difference between incidents that decided their endings? Here, Choi was really stressing himself while thinking about this. Then he said in his mind, while remembering the moment Kong kissed him, that Kong wanted to pass on by herself. The fact that she tried to leave on her own before her lingering attachments grew stronger. Or other than that, a confession, a kiss, may be possible. But then he said, well, he guessed it did not matter either way. Then he remembered the message of the game, where it mentioned the condition to return to the past 3 years ago and save her. There, it was written that his time in the past would be temporary, and note that she would not remember him. Choi here focused on temporary. Last time when reading this message, he did not catch this particular sentence. He then continued in his mind that if he figured it out somehow, he could go back in time and could save save Kang, who had her accident first. And then maybe he could even stop Haeon's accident too. But if it was just a brief regression, then that would not be possible. He was hoping that this might be an easy fix, but he knew this would not be. Then Choi, while brushing his teeth in the bathroom, thought about that temporary sentence mentioned in the message. What did it mean? Did temporary mean he would intervene in the past event and then snap back to the present? And if he stopped that accident and returned, then the heroine he saved would disappear from here also. Then Choi checked the game's menu where he found new items were unlocked in the shop. But after reading the description, he was confused because the description was super vague and he had no clue where to use these items. But in those items, there was one item that really stood out. It was an item which might give you answers to your questions, but it cost 1,000 points. Seeing this, Choi said that he had a mountain of questions that he wanted to ask right now, but after seeing the cost, which was so high, he decided to use this item very carefully, especially since the price doubled every time once he bought an item. Then he said, what kind of crazy game charged this much points just to ask a question? But still, unlike before, there was hope now, and now he also knew that maxing out affection was not the only end. And most importantly, there might be other endings where he could prevent the accidents entirely, and even if there was a 1% chance, he would help them. But after all, he cannot fully guarantee to save them because they were already dead, and that uncomfortable truth kept tormenting him. But now, things were different. Choi then looked towards Hana, where she was sleeping on her bed without any worries. Seeing this, Choi said in his mind that Hana seemed like she had adapted better than he thought, and by looking at her like this, she was just a normal girl. Then suddenly something haunted Choi from inside. He thought about Hana. She got ostracized by her friends group because she was someone who had given up on everything, which made him want to take care of her even more. So let's make sure she did not get hurt like that again. Then, before going to sleep, Choi checked whether Kang and Hyeon had come back from their private talk or not. He saw that they had still not come back. Seeing this, he was shocked. He also said that when the other two got back, he could let them sleep together now. Then Choi got a message in his smartphone. It said, the answer to the confession. Fully resolve Kang Seon's incident. Confess your true feelings to her and hear her answer. While reading this message, Choi said to himself, so these are the specific conditions. Well, these made sense, he guessed. The ending of a dating sim was always about the two of them becoming a special couple. Then Choi turned off his smartphone, and he thought about the feelings which he conveyed to Kang while clenching his fist. The scene shifted outside the house to Kang, where she looked a little sad. She was awkwardly standing silently beside Hyeon. While standing, she thought in her mind what she should do now. She said she was leaving, and now she's saying she wanted to stay. What was she supposed to say? Should she just be totally honest? Here, Kang did not want to face Hyeon as she stepped down from her words, but then suddenly Hyeon started the conversation by saying, can I ask you one thing? For which at first, Kang's expression changed to confusion, but still she agreed. Then Hyeon quickly asked her a cold question. She asked why she tried to leave so suddenly, and her incident had not even been fully resolved yet, and it did not look like she was completely free of lingering attachments to this world either. In which Kang thought for a moment and then replied that she felt like if she did not leave now, she would never be able to. Hearing this, Hyeon's eyes also went wide. Kang continued that this exact moment was just so fun and happy. It was enough to melt away all her resentment and unfairness. That was why she was scared. She also told that anger, resentment, feeling wronged, she became a ghost solely because of those negative emotions. And yet here she was feeling happy. So when she heard the detective earlier, it hit her. If not now, she would not be able to move on. No matter how nicely she tried to sugarcoat it, she was just a nuisance leeching off Choi Do-yeon's goodwill. Hearing all this, Hyeon also felt sad, and she also lost in her thoughts about what she would have done in her shoes. Just imagining it made her hate the idea and feel so much regret, and how much agonizing resolve it must have taken her. Then Kang also noticed that Hyeon was lost in her thoughts, so she then told Hyeon about that promise she mentioned earlier, that she did not want to have regrets even after dying. So then Haeon said, anyway, it was Choi who held on to you, right? You also said that you don't have to worry, but I think it's not like that.
I and Choi are not dating. I am just a ghost, same as you. But while saying this honestly, deep down, she hated it when she saw Kang holding Choi's hand on the street because she got jealous just seeing them get closer, but she probably did not have the right to feel that way. Then Haeon said that Choi must have a plan. That was why he held on to Kang. So let's do our best together to make his plan succeed. For which Kang also agreed, but she looked a little sad. Then Haeon moved inside the house and also told Kang to come with her. The scene shifted after some time later. The time was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. First we see Hana, who woke up from her sleep after taking rest while rubbing her eyes, and she also did not know how long she had slept for, but when she properly woke up from her sleep, she was shocked to see something. And we see that it was Choi and Haeon sleeping together peacefully, and this made Hana a little jealous. We can see that from her face. She also clenched her fist.
After some time, the scene shifted to Kang. She was telling Choi to use the money that her grandmother had given her. She really wanted him to use that money. Of course, it was a bit embarrassing because it was not a lot of money, but Choi insisted that he really could not use that money. Choi had done some investigation through his detective. He found out that the bank account was not frozen, but he was neither family nor an heir, so he could not use it. The detective also said that it could be a legal issue if he did that. It turned out he could not just send the money freely just because he received it. Then Choi looked at Kang. She now seemed sad after hearing this, and her eyes filled with tears. Choi tried to comfort her. He said that it was okay. He did it because he wanted to, so she did not have to feel sorry about that. He also appreciated everyone's worry about him, but he could manage to take care of himself for now. They didn't need to worry too much. Hyeon and Hana were also sitting beside them. Hyeon also wanted to help Choi like Kang. Suddenly, Choi got a message on his smartphone. After reading it, he told everyone, "Do you all want to get up for a second? I have somewhere to drop by before handling Hana's case." Hearing this, all the girls seemed a little confused. Then the scene shifted after some time to the evening outside the house. Choi was going somewhere with all his girls. Hyeon asked Choi where they were going. Choi replied that he was going to buy something second-hand. He did not tell them what he was going to buy. Hyeon asked again, "Second-hand, what exactly are you going to buy?" Choi replied, "I wonder. You'll get to see when we get there." After some time, Choi arrived at the location. He was meeting with a woman. The woman said, "There's nothing wrong with the item, right? It's a bit old, but I took good care of it, so there shouldn't be any problems." In reply, Choi thanked the woman after checking that the item was absolutely working fine. Now we got to know that Choi had bought a used tablet from that woman. Then the woman left saying, "Have a good day." Kang was seeing this. She wondered why Choi had purchased an old tablet. She asked Choi about it. Choi told them that it was frustrating having no way to contact them when he went out alone sometimes. He could not always go out together every time anyway, and as long as there was Wi-Fi, they could at least stay in touch, right? Since he did not have a car, he could not take everyone on public transportation either. The moment Choi talked about his car, Hana became nervous. She started to remember the moment when she destroyed Choi's car and tried to kill him. She felt sorry for him in her heart. To relax their mood, Choi said that more than anything, they looked bored when he went out, so it kept bothering him, so he decided to buy a tablet for them. Of course, buying a brand new one was too much of a burden for him at this moment. Now they could watch movies or dramas together when he was doing something else. Hearing all this from Choi, all three girls realized how much of a burden they were on Choi's financial condition. This could be seen from their faces. Then they all moved to their next destination. On the way, the girls were discussing. Hyeon said that Choi was pushing himself too hard just because of them. Kang said, "That's right. I appreciate that he is caring, but I don't want him overworking because of us." Choi replied to them that this would be the last time, and from now on, he had to take care of himself too. Choi checked his smartphone and looked a little sad while seeing into his phone. He said in his mind while seeing the stock price that the stocks he bought had gone up significantly. It was a happy thing, of course, and he sold them right away just in case, but they had not even gone up half as much as the figures he checked in his his previous death. At the same time, the numbers for the lottery ticket he bought online changed slightly. According to Choi, the stock he had seen in his past life explode, and the lottery number that got selected in his past life was now different. He thought that the future had changed, or it was some kind of restriction to not let the user exploit the system. Choi also thought that it would be a lie to say he was not disappointed by this, but there was also a sense of relief that if he made money too easily, he might lose his sense of reality, and he would definitely end up getting greedy. Meanwhile, Choi realized that he was thinking on his own and was ignoring the girls, so he looked towards them. All the girls were looking at him as he was lost in his thoughts, but still, Choi was thinking that he should be able to hold out for now until he could help them, and that was enough for now. Then the scene shifted to evening on a long stairs street. Choi was a little worried. In front of him, there was a woman. Choi was confused, along with his girls, including Hyeon, Kong, and Hana, because she was a stranger and still talking to them. Choi asked that woman what she said just now. The woman said that if he dragged 3 of those things around with him, then he would definitely die before long. She was referring to the girls behind him. Hearing this, everyone got shaken from inside and felt scared. Choi could not understand how she could see them and why she said that, so he asked, just in case, how she could see these people. But hearing Choi, the woman got cranky. By giving a slight glance, she said, "You have come to your senses, have you? So listen carefully. Those things are dead. They're evil spirits unable to leave this world because of their grudges and resentment. The living belongs with the living, and the dead going to the afterlife is the truth and the rule." She also asked, "You don't see ghosts because you want to, right?" Hearing all this, Choi got frightened and started to sweat a lot. He started to panic and said, "So you can see these people?" Then Choi started to ask multiple questions to her. He asked, "By any chance, since when have you been able to see them? Are there others who can see them too? Do you happen to know about a game where you can see ghosts?" But with the expression on her face, we could say that she did not know anything about that game. Then she told Choi that he better hold a memorial service, and she told him to come see the fortune-telling shop up there. So if he ever changed his mind, come up there alone, and do not go dragging ghosts along with him for no reason. It would be better if he came quickly, because the moment a ghost harms a person, it gets out of control. After saying this, the woman simply left Choi there. Choi seemed confused, so he tried to stop her so he could ask more questions, but the woman simply followed her path without saying anything to him. Meanwhile, Choi was terrified that someone besides him could also see ghosts, and the more important thing was that she did not seem to know about the game. It felt like she was running away, and what did she mean by he would die before long? By this, he looked towards his girls in a confused way. The girls also seemed confused, but then Choi tried to calm the situation by saying, "What's wrong? Why do you all look so gloomy? Don't worry, it is just my first time experiencing something like this. That is why I'm so curious. So then, should we head home now?" Then we see the woman's perspective. She gave a glance to Choi and his ghosts while climbing the stairs and said that he was a young man and he was completely possessed. Then the scene changed to Choi's house. Hyeon was trying the tablet in her possessed doll form. After testing it for a while, she said that it worked better than she expected. Hearing this, Choi also said, "Oh really? That is a relief. I logged into the messenger, so leave a message when it is urgent." Hyeon agreed to this. Choi thought that he had pasted some touchpad material on Hyeon's possessed doll so that he could use the touchscreen tablet without any issue, but he did not have an immediate solution regarding Hana's case, so he decided to just go and visit for now. It would be best if he could press for answers and leave evidence, but as long as he could meet and talk with her younger sibling, he should be able to figure something out. It would be nice if they had not moved. Then Haeyeon interrupted Choi, saying, "Are you sure it is okay not to go see that shaman from earlier? You seem to have a lot of questions to ask her. If you are walking on eggshells around us, you really should not. Just like Kang, I do not want to be a nuisance to you anymore either, Choi. Of course, I know Hana's situation is pitiful, but the woman said you're going to die, Choi. Isn't that a much more urgent matter?" After hearing this, Choi bent on his knees and asked Haeyeon, "Your expressions have been bad this whole time. Was that why? See, do not worry about me. I'm not going to die. I appreciate you worrying about me, but I'm really okay." Choi kept his hand on Haeyeon's Haeyeon and Kang's possessed dolls and said, I do have a plan to drop by later since I have some questions, of course, but right now I have a clear call. Anyway, it has gotten later than I expected. I have a bus to catch, so I should get going. I will contact you if anything comes up, so please take care of the house. Both King and Haeyeon agreed to this. Then Choi left the house with Hana to investigate her case. Soon after Choi left the house, Haeyeon came into her original ghost form. She looked sad. She said, I will try my best to ignore it, but it is painful to just keep receiving. And even I cannot understand Kong's feeling too. Are we really allowed to stay here? Kong was also hearing all this, standing beside Haeyeon. Then Haeyeon asked Kong to give her some space so that she could talk to her dad on the phone for a bit, as she had something to tell him quietly. Kong agreed to this and stepped aside. Then Haeyeon connected a call to her dad. She said, Hello? Hello, Dad. Can you hear my voice? After confirming that her voice was clear, she said, Oh, thankfully, my voice is clear. She then told him that it was hard to explain, but she possessed a doll. That is why she contacted him. She would tell him the details later, and she was doing surprisingly well. She knew he was having a hard time, Dad, but could he just help her out just a little bit? Because it was too painful to keep receiving anymore. Meanwhile, we see Kang sitting in a corner with her grandmother's bank check, which was rejected by Choi, who denied taking her money. She was sad about this. Then the scene shifted to Choi and Hana, who were walking in a street at night. Choi said, I am sorry I am later than I expected, but still, I think I can make it before the last bus though. The days are really short now. Hana was listening to Choi, but she was quiet. Then, after thinking, she slowly said, Don't you think you are being too much of a pushover? Now they both stopped in the middle of the street and continued their conversation. Hana continued, It is something to be thankful for from our perspective, but you are so busy being considerate that you're not taking care of yourself at all. You just made up an excuse that your car broke down too. Choi said, but there is no need to point it out right now. It's not like you wanted it to happen, and pressing you for answers does not make the situation any better anyway. In the end, it is already in the past, and I need to look ahead. I have already spent plenty of time clinging to the past, so do not feel too pressured. I'm just doing this because I wanted to. Hearing this, Hannah felt very sorry. She apologized for destroying his car, but before she could complete her sentence, their conversation was interrupted by a stranger. The stranger directly asked Choi, with whom were you talking, while giving a creepy smile. He was the same man who was searching for him from very early. He also asked, can you see ghosts or something? The moment Choi realized his presence, he panicked and moved a few steps back from him. But the strange man asked, are you okay? I was so glad to see you that I acted without thinking. I kept trying to contact you regarding the advertisement, but you would not answer, so I ended up seeking you out in a rush, you see. Are you Choi Do-yeon? Choi replied yes, but he was cautious with him. Then that man raised his hand for a handshake with Choi, and while this, we could see a rose tattoo on the back of his hand. The man introduced himself as Wang Jae-dok. After noticing the rose tattoo on the back of the man's hand, Choi got scared. He remembered the moment at the hotel when Haeyeon told him about her killer and mentioned the rose tattoo on his hand. Choi stood there silently without shaking the man's hand. Wang asked Choi why he was in shock. Choi replied, I'm sorry, I was just lost in my thoughts for a moment. Meanwhile, Choi was thinking in his mind that just because the man had a rose tattoo on the back of his hand, it did not necessarily mean he was the culprit, right? But still, clenching his fist, Choi thought that he never knew whether the man was the one or not. Should he test the water a bit? Then Choi said, a rose on the back of the hand. Are those rose tattoos a trend these days? Wang could not understand what Choi meant, so he asked, excuse me, what do you mean by that? Well, I am not sure. Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Choi replied, I just happened to hear this, but apparently, the culprit who abandoned the body on the mountain in Jairuo had a rose tattoo on the back of their hand. I am sure it is nothing, but it just came to mind. While telling this, Choi was quietly observing the man's expression. We could clearly see that after hearing the details of the culprit, Wang's expression suddenly changed, but he somehow knew how to calm himself and said something like that happened? I had no idea, and I will have to be careful not to cause misunderstandings, won't I? After all, people have their perceptions. Then, they both shook hands. Hana was also observing Wang's hand from behind.
By now, Choi had also noticed the sudden change in the man's expression. Choi then came to the point and asked him, "So, what brings you here?" Wang replied, "I am a fan of yours, Choi Do-yeon. I only found out about you recently, but your content is quite unique. A streamer who sees ghosts, doesn't it have plenty of commercial potential? I sent you an email, but you did not check it, so I decided to come see you in person." Then the man gave his business card to Choi and said, "I would like to commission an advertisement. What do you say?" Hearing this, Choi was confused at first. Wayne continued, "Seeing ghosts is a completely unrivaled concept after all. It is still in the early stages, but I have established an agency and I'm running it now. There is no pressure, so you can just think of it as a light-hearted trial run. I sent the details to your mail, but I promise it is not a bad deal. Even if your current recognition is low, it is a kind of investment in you because you have great potential, Choi. Later, when your channel grows, we will take a portion of the profits in return. Of course, even if things do not work out, you will not need to return the money." Wang was trying his best to convince Choi for the deal, but Choi did not seem excited about it. Then Choi said, "I have an appointment, so could I contact you later?" Wang offered to drop him in his location in his sports car, but Choi gently rejected the offer. Wang said, "I can give you a ride. Are you sure you will be okay?" Choi said, "Yes, it is okay. It is not that far away. I will get in touch with you soon. Thank you." Then Choi left him behind and moved to his destination. Wang called someone while still observing Choi walking away. The person on the call referred to Wang as CEO. Wang asked that person if any evidence had come out regarding Haeon's case or if there was any witness. The person on the call replied that as far as he knew, they had not even started an investigation yet. Was something the matter? Wang told him about the conversation between him and Choi. He said that Choi mentioned the culprit had a rose tattoo on the back of his hand. It felt like Choi was testing him, but the person was absolutely sure there was no information linking them to it, right? The person on the call said there was nothing at all, so he did not need to worry. If there was anything, they would have contacted them first. Wang said, "Well, I'm not exactly worried. Do you think he heard this from Haeon too? Does he not know what my face looks like if he wasn't with her?" Anyway, that was unexpected. I thought he would jump at the offer. Wang then took out a picture of Choi's mother on his smartphone and said his mother ran a clothing business and his father worked at a hospital. Then he got into his car and said, "Can we create an issue on his father's side so that he gets kicked out of the hospital?" The person on the call said yes, he would get on it. Wang also said, "Yes, please do it." The person on the call said, "It looks like you are enjoying this." Wang smirked and said, "Do I?" Then we see a flashback of Haeon's accident. A Rolls-Royce hit Haeon. We see that the driver was panicking outside the car, seeing Haeon's unconscious body covered with blood. He had hit her with his expensive car. He called someone while being scared and said, "But wouldn't it be trouble for the assemblyman as well if I got caught? And it has been a while, but I am still under the influence of drugs. I will do whatever you say. Just tell me what to do." It looked like the man was begging a politician for help in his accident. The person on the call asked if there was any witness there. The man looked around and said, "No, I do not think there is anyone around." And here we saw the same rose tattoo on the back of his hand. That meant he was none other than Wang Jae-dok himself. The person on the call continued, "I will send you a location. Go head over there, and I will also send someone to help you. So stop talking nonsense and just load her up and go. And listen carefully. This is the last time. I have nothing to do with this accident. Understood?" The call cut. Then we saw a creepy smile on Wang's face. It looked like he was trying to strangle Haeon's neck even though she was still alive, and it looked like Wang was actually enjoying this. The scene went back to the present. Wang said while driving his car, "Because it was an incident that made me realize so many things. I can't help but enjoy it." Then the scene changed to a bus stand. In the bus, Choi and Hana were traveling. Inside, Hana was quietly watching out through the window. She said, "Are you really going to do it?" Choi was listening to her while sitting beside her. Hana continued, "I do not know much about that sort of thing, but doesn't it seem a bit suspicious? The thing is, you said Haeon's killer also had a rose tattoo on the back of his hand, so call it intuition, but I do not like it." Choi replied calmly, "If he really is the culprit, couldn't Haeon know something about it? Since Haeon is not here, I have to schedule a meeting with them for now." While this, Choi was reading Wang's email. He continued, "If not, I should politely decline, and it is true that the offer is tempting, but I know that
nothing in this world is free. Hearing this last statement from Choi, Hana got confused. She thought in her mind that Choi was sharper than he looked. But what did nothing is free mean to him? In curiosity, she told Choi that if they could just meet her sister and resolve her case, then she would definitely be able to give him something, because her family was quite well off, and she was even sure that they could give his car back. But instead, Choi replied by keeping his hand on his head that he appreciated her worrying about him, but he was really okay. By this action, Hana started to blush. Then Choi calmly continued, "They are investigating it for now, and they said I will be compensated if it is not my fault. Well, if you really feel sorry, how about granting me a wish later? It does not have to be anything financial, but I feel like I could get something out of it." Hana started to feel awkwardly nervous. She said, "A wish? Then I will have to hear it first." Back in her mind, she thought, what is this? Is it because they are alone together? Then Hana asked Choi what kind of wish he wanted, but instead, he said, "I will think about it later." After some time, the scene changed again. We saw Hana standing at a bus stop alone while it was raining. Then someone came to her and said, "Have you been waiting too long?" It was Choi, who continued, "I'm sorry, that convenience store was farther than I thought, so now we can go." He then gave space to Hana under his umbrella, but Hana said, "I told you it is fine if I just get rained on. It is more comfortable that way anyway." Choi said, "I'm doing this because I would feel uncomfortable." Then they both went along together. Choi saw that Hana was upset for some reason. He said, "Do not worry too much. Everything will work out fine." But Hana said, "I wasn't worried about anything." Choi said, "But your expression kept getting darker the closer we got to our destination. Did you know you're the type of person whose feelings reflect on your face? And I've learned that getting scared and worrying beforehand only makes the fear grow. I suppose saying things like this doesn't offer much comfort, does it, Hana?" Hana replied coldly, "No." And we also saw that she was very nervous at the time. She then said, "Have you ever regretted starting this game?" Choi replied, "Of course I have." Hearing Choi's answer, Hana got shocked. Choi told her while remembering the first encounter with her in his friend's apartment, "It is not like I started it because I wanted to in the first place. At first, I was so terrified that I completely lost my mind. But as I faced things head on and got to know everyone, then my mindset started to change. I realized I wanted to be a source of strength. There is something else I'm a bit curious about. Hana, do you know that I come back to life if I die?" Hana replied, "I guess so." Then Choi asked her, "Please tell me. Even the smallest details are fine. Just tell me everything you know about this game." Then the scene shifted back to Choi's house. Ha-yeon was still talking to her dad on the call. There, her dad said, true, it would not be polite not to offer anything in return. He then added that the funeral was over anyway and he did not have any urgent expenses, so he would drop by sometime. Ha-yeon said, "Really? I am sorry. Dad must be having a hard time too. But what do you mean by funeral?" Her dad said, "Yours. Who else's?" Here we saw that Kong was peeking through the door, but eventually left Ha-yeon alone with her dad. Ha-yeon was shocked after getting to know that her father had kept a funeral for her. Then her dad asked, "Are you really okay?" and said, "We already had your funeral, so I wonder if it is okay for you to stay in this world. And if you can possess a doll and move around, wouldn't it be better to just come back home? Because your sister Ha-yeon misses you too, and I feel bad for the young man Choi also." Ha-yeon replied, "Just a little longer. Could you let me think about it?" Then the scene shifted to Kang, who seemed sad. We saw that she was cleaning the bathroom floor with a toothbrush. Then suddenly, someone entered the house without ringing the bell, as if the person knew the house somehow. Hearing this, Ha-yeon thought that Choi had come back, so she hung up her dad's call by saying that she would call him back. After some time, the scene shifted back to Choi and Hana. Choi was requesting Hana to tell him everything she knew about the game. Every small detail could be helpful for him. He might be able to come back to life after death. She had said that this detail was told by his friend Hyung, so if he got more information, he could save everyone, including her, Hana. Hearing this, Hana got shy and said, "I'm sorry, but that is all I overheard. Like I said before, I was always an outsider in your friends group. I never got to hear the deep details in the first place, so sorry I could not be of more help." Choi said, "Oh no, I was just wondering." Then he asked, "Then how did you know I came back to the past?" Hana replied, "I was just guessing." She told him that in the past, all she did after coming back from school was stay at home and watch anime or play games. She was what one would call an otaku, so naturally she knew a thing
thing or two about dating sims. That was how she could tell that he came back from death. Then we see a flashback of Hana. After dying, she was with Choi's friend. She was peeking through a door. There, she saw Hyung struggling with something. He said to someone, but no one was present at that time, "Are you really just going to kill me off like this? I went through the trouble of bringing you to your ex-boyfriend, and now this?" At that time, Hana could not understand what he was talking about. Were they not going to help that woman who was murdered by her ex-boyfriend later? Now, in the present time, she told Choi about this incident. She did not understand at first. She guessed just because at that time, the way he spoke, it was like he had seen the future. He was perfectly fine getting ready to go out, and then suddenly he started shivering and crying out in pain. Then, Choi asked another unexpected question that caught Hana off guard. How did the game's save points work? Hana said, "That was when I knew for sure. There are save points just like in a normal dating sim. You return to the past by dying." But she asked, "What exactly did you do to get killed?" While asking this question, Hana was a little hesitant. Then she remembered the moment when her dad died and she lost all hope left inside her. All that was left inside her was hatred and resentment, and overwhelming anger that made her forget who she even was. And her only target was that man. So when they first met at Hyung's apartment, Choi knew she was tailing him, so he lured her to the river. Her memory of that time was a bit bloody, so she wanted to ask, "Did I kill you that time?" Hearing this, Choi got silent for a while. He then said, "I wonder." This made Hana confused. She asked him, "What do you mean by I wonder? I appreciate you being considerate, but I need to know the truth so I can apologize properly." Seeing the situation get tense and serious, Choi laughed and said, "But that is not what is important, is it? Whatever happened, it is already in the past. It's not like you wanted to do it, Hana. You must have been suffering so much that you broke down, and you were just that desperate for help. Even so, I do not want to blame you for trying to save your sister, Hana." Hearing this, at first Hana got shocked, but then she smiled and told him that he was really too nice for his own good, like a fool. But the last part that Hana said, Choi could not hear due to the rain. So he asked again, but Hana told him that she was saying nothing and changed the topic. Then Choi said, "We ended up wasting so much time, so should we hurry up again?" Hana also agreed to this. Then they got moving to the destination. While going, Choi said, "By the way, I've been wondering about something. Why do you speak so informally to me, Hana?" Hana replied, "I was lying down for so long that talking to others like this became a habit for me. So if you are uncomfortable, you can speak informally too." Choi asked, "Should I?" But by this, Choi started to tease Hana. He said, "I noticed earlier that you call Hyeon your sister, but you just call me hey and you. While we're at it, why don't you try calling me older brother?" Hana said, "No thanks." Choi said, "What? Are you drawing a line just with me? That's a little disappointing." Hana replied, "Do you seriously want me to call you that?" Choi said, "No, I'm just kidding." Hana said, "Are you making fun of me?" They both moved along together on a quietly peaceful rainy day. While walking, Hana thought that it was fascinating to feel this comfortable around someone else. Then she remembered a moment with Hyeon where Hyeon told her, "I hope your first love is not Choi, Hana, because this is rather than it looks." At that time, she did not take it seriously and brushed it off, but now she realized what Hyeon was trying to tell her. Now she thought that she was not going to do that because she already knew her place even without saying that. Then we saw that they arrived at their destination, and it was Hana's home. It did not look less than a mansion. Then the scene changed back to Choi's home. Hyeon was looking at something and she looked very shocked. It was the shadow of a person. This made both Kong and Hyeon terrified. They asked, "Who are you?" But they forgot that they were ghosts and they had possessed dolls. The person was a woman, and she was more terrified than them after witnessing all this. Their eyes stuck to each other and all of them were scared, making the environment tense too. But then, Haeyeon deliberately fell on the ground, hoping it would seem like a normal doll by saying, "I am a doll." Kong, who was just standing beside her, said, "What should we do? She already saw us." Kong could not understand what to do, so she also imitated Haeyeon's action by falling on the ground and saying, "I am a doll too." But this all made the woman more scared and terrified. Kong whispered to Haeyeon, "Will she fall for something like this or not?" Haeyeon replied, "We do not have a choice right now." But when Haeyeon checked the woman after some time, she saw that the woman was already unconscious and had fallen in front of the door. Seeing the opportunity, both Haeyeon and Kong got up. Suddenly, their eyes stuck on the woman's carry bag
bag which she had brought along with her. They soon started to inspect her things without her permission. While searching through her things, Kong said, "Seeing as she brought side dishes, she probably is not a thief, right? So is it the landlady?" But Hyeon strictly said, "No, that is not the landlady. I saw her before." Then Kong said, "But is it really okay for us to be doing this?" Hyeon replied, "We've already done it anyway, haven't we? Now that it has come to this, we need to find out who she is and what her motive is." While saying this, she picked up the woman's purse and opened it. There, they found a photo of her with 2 kids. Seeing this, Hyeon said, "A woman who knows the passcode to this house is very suspicious." Here, Kang did not answer Hyeon. Rather, she was focusing on a kid in the photo of that woman. While she was lost in her focus, Kang was hit with something by someone. She was thrown across the room. Hyeon also called for Kang in worry, but she was already knocked off by a single hit. Seeing this, Hyeon also started trembling in fear. We saw that the woman was standing in front of them with a hand broom in her hand as a weapon. She asked the last standing doll in the house, which was Hyeon, "What did you do to my son, you monsters?" And now we got to know that she was none other than Choi's mother, and that was how she knew the passcode.
Hearing those words, Hyeon asked, "What do you mean by my son?" After remembering the photo she had seen in the woman's purse, Hyeon realized who the people in it were. They were Choi, his brother, and his mother. Hyeon asked, "Are you Choi's mother?" The woman replied, "That's right, I am Choi's mother." She then pointed her broom at Hyeon like a weapon and asked, "Where is my son? Who are you? What are you doing in my son's house?" Feeling nervous, Hyeon replied, "Choi just went outside for a little while. He will be back soon." She introduced herself and said, "My name is Hyeon, and the one lying unconscious over there is Kong Si-yoon. Choi saved us after we became ghosts because of an injustice." She asked Choi's mother to calm down for a moment and listen to our story. Choi's mother was shocked by everything she heard, but she patiently listened to their side of the story. The scene then shifted back to Hana and Choi at Hana's house. Hana was quietly standing there and watching Choi. He was searching through the trash for something that could be a clue against Hana's stepmother. Hana thought to herself, "I never imagined we would be digging through trash. We even came here at night when no one is around just to do this." She felt a little awkward because of what Choi was doing. While searching through the trash, Choi found something that caught his attention. It was a piece of paper. After reading it, he looked surprised. He said to Hana, "This mail says Lee Do-hoon. That's your brother's name, right?" Hana replied, "Yes, it is. It looks like they haven't moved. Thankfully, they must have repaired the place and continued living here after the fire." Hearing that, Choi said, "Finding something gives me motivation. I'll keep looking a little longer, so go take shelter from the rain." Before Choi could leave to continue searching, Hana grabbed the back of his shirt and asked him to wait. She said with concern, "Isn't this too much trouble? Even if we don't do this, we could just ring the doorbell. The lights are on, so it looks like someone is home." Choi replied, "But your stepmother is a very careful person. If we meet her first and get involved with her again later, she might become suspicious. Right now, we should gather as much information as possible and contact your brother after we know a little about their situation." Then he smiled and said, "It may be troublesome right now, but since we're already here, wouldn't it be better to be sure?" A worried look appeared on Hana's face. She said, "I'll help you look for something useful too." Choi replied, "You'll get soaked in the rain." Hana responded, "I'm fine." Sometime later, Choi was sitting in a cafe near Hana's house. He was searching on the internet about a drug called pentazole. After reading the information, Choi said, "Pentazole is a sleeping medicine. Does your brother usually have trouble sleeping, or was your stepmother taking it?" Hana had no idea.
She said, "I don't know. I couldn't see anything and was bedridden for a long time. Even after I died, the hospital was quite far from here." She felt sorry because Choi was doing so much to help her, but she could not provide any useful information. Her answer made Choi a little frustrated. He said, "Sometimes talking to you all is really frustrating." Hana felt very bad after hearing that. Choi continued, "Of course, it's better than taking everything for granted, but it feels like there is a fixed power difference between us. You always walk on eggshells and act so carefully as if you are guilty. Because of that, all 3 of you feel like the same person. You're slowly losing yourselves. You always look apologetic and anxious." He continued, "That's why I'm saying this. Just show me who you really are. Talk to me like a normal person, not as ghosts who need help. I want to see Lee Hana, the original one. not a ghost, but the real Lee Hana. Hana quietly listened to Choi and understood what he meant. She thought to herself, what is this? It's so cheesy. I feel weird. Then she smiled and thought, still, it's not a bad feeling. A warm light fell on her face, making it look brighter. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from Hana's house. Both Hana and Choi were completely shocked. At the exact moment the explosion happened, lightning struck nearby, marking a save point for Choi. The scene then shifted back to Choi's mother. She asked Hyeon and Kong, so you're solving your cases with Choi's help and you are currently possessed in a doll? The atmosphere was very tense, but both Hyeon and Kong answered yes. Choi's mother said, it's hard to believe, but I'm seeing it with my own eyes, so I can't deny it. I never thought my son would suddenly be able to see ghosts. Hyeon replied, I'm sorry for unintentionally surprising you and becoming a burden to your son. As she spoke, Kong noticed that Hyeon was trembling.
Hyeon continued, we're only staying here for a little while. Even that is probably a burden. Hearing those words, Choi's mother felt sorry for them. She said, you are not a burden. I have no right to say such a thing. In fact, I'm the one who came here without telling anyone. He's an adult now, and I'm sure he has his own plans. It's surprising, but it also makes me feel that he has grown up well. She then explained why she had come. The insurance company contacted me. They said a total loss claim had been filed for the car fire. I knew that if I called Choi to tell him, he would ask me not to come. So I packed a few things and came here secretly just to see his face. She continued, it's embarrassing to admit, but we don't really have a good relationship. If I had to be honest, unlike the two of you, I might actually be the outsider here. Then she asked, could you tell me a little more about him? What kind of person is Choi to both of you? How did he become your savior? Hearing those questions, Hyeon's expression became sad. She said, Choi is like a hero to us. She continued, before we met Choi, I was filled with resentment and pain. As time passed, I slowly gave up. I kept asking myself why I was the only one suffering. If I was dead, then why was I still living like this? It felt like I had been left completely alone in this world. That was when Choi appeared and reached out his hand to help us. He never turned away from us. He listened carefully to our voices. He gave us a place to stay. He risked his own life to resolve our grudges. He always smiles without showing even a little annoyance. Before we realized it, we had started depending on him. Kong also said, he is the most amazing and reliable son in the world. At first, Choi's mother was surprised. Then she smiled gently and felt proud of her son. She said, I'm glad to see that my son is doing well. The scene shifted back to Hana's house. The house was on fire after the explosion. Hana tried with all her strength to open the main gate, but she could not. Choi told her to move aside for a moment. Holding a brick in his hand, he jumped onto the gate and slammed the brick against the lock with all his strength. The lock broke open and the gate opened. The force made Choi fall to the ground, but he quickly stood up again. Seeing that, Hana asked with concern, are you okay? Choi did not answer. Instead, he ran straight into the burning house. Hana tried to stop him, but he did not listen. She could only stand there and watch him enter the burning house. Inside the gate, Choi stood in front of the burning building, wondering whether he should go inside to save Hana's brother if he was really there. He checked his smartphone and saw that Hana's affection level was dropping rapidly. He also remembered that lightning always marked a save point just before an important event. He thought, I'm not sure if this is one of the branching points or not, but if I hesitate and think too much, I might lose my chance. Grinding his teeth, Choi made an important decision. He bought several items from the game's shop to increase his chances of surviving. He purchased a pain relief medicine and a misfortune blocking talisman. Then he ran straight into the burning house. At that moment, he promised himself that he would save everyone. Hana stood behind him, watching everything. She could not stop him from entering the house. She thought, what is that idiot doing? We don't even know if my brother is inside or not. This isn't the time to stop him. Suddenly, Hana froze after hearing the voice of a woman running toward her from behind. The woman was calling the name Do-yeon. When Hana turned around, she was even more shocked. She saw a woman standing with a man. At that exact moment, she forgot everything that was happening behind her and fell into a flashback of her past. In the flashback, we see a hospital room. Someone wakes up on a hospital bed. It is Hana, and her entire body is covered in bandages bandages. In that condition, she thinks of the hospital as hell. Several nurses are taking care of her. One of them says, "Oh my, Hana, did you pee?" She then asks another nurse to change the urine bag. Hana cannot do anything except stare at the ceiling. She blames her body. It used to move, but now it cannot move even a little. She struggles to tell the truth, but she cannot. After some time, her stepmother and grandmother come to visit her. Her grandmother asks her daughter, "Are you okay? I'm worried that you are becoming too obsessed with this when you have your own life to live." Her stepmother replies, "What are you talking about, mother? If there is even the slightest possibility, I will never give up. You supported this family after father passed away, didn't you? These children need the love of their parents. Even though I didn't give birth to them, they are still my children." While crying, she continues, "Hana and Do-yeon are my children. I'm so happy that they came into my life. How did such a kind child come into our family? I'm sorry, my child. If you need anything, just tell me." However, all of her tears and kind words are only an act to make everyone believe that she's a caring mother who truly loves her stepchildren. As Hana listens to her, she wishes that if God or the devil truly exists, then this horrible woman should receive divine punishment. Sometime later, Hana dies. After becoming a ghost, she curses her stepmother hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of times. Even then, her resentment never reaches her. At her funeral, Hana is there as a ghost, but neither her brother nor anyone else can see or feel her. Her stepmother continues acting in front of everyone, especially her brother, making Hana even angrier. Back in the present, the same evil stepmother is pretending to worry about her only remaining stepson, who is trapped inside the burning house. Once again, she is putting on an act in front of others. A man tells her, "Please calm down. I already called 911. They'll be here soon." Even then, she keeps shouting, "My son is still inside." Hana hears every word. She wants to tear her apart right there, but she controls herself. She has to reveal the truth and save her brother Do-yeon. The only reason she's still holding on is because of him. Her anger keeps growing, and she slowly begins transforming into a revengeful spirit. Burn marks start appearing all over her body, just like the injuries that caused her death. Even her tears turn into blood. She thinks, if Do-yeon dies too, then what have I been holding on for all this time? Just before she completely transforms into a revengeful spirit and begins using her fire powers without control, she remembers Choi's words about saving everyone. Those words calm her down, and she returns to her normal ghost form. Even though the person responsible for everything is standing right in front of her, she chooses her brother's life over revenge. She immediately runs into the house to help Choi. Inside the burning house, Choi struggles against the intense heat and thick smoke. He shouts for Do-yeon, but the smoke filling his lungs makes him cough badly. The longer he stays inside, the harder it becomes to breathe. The house is so large that the flames make it difficult for him to see anything clearly. He searches the entire first floor, but finds no one. He thinks, the fire will only get worse if I waste any more time. At this rate, everything will burn down before I find anything. I have to hurry. Suddenly, someone calls his name from behind. It is Hana. She has followed him into the house. Breathing heavily after running, she says, "You idiot, are you trying to die?" Choi is surprised to see her. He asks, "Why are you here? This place is dangerous." Hana replies, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? What do you think you're doing? Let's get out of here first. Staying here will only lead to a meaningless death." She grabs his hand, trying to pull him outside, but Choi refuses. "I can't leave like this," he says. Hana becomes furious. "Are you acting so recklessly just because you can start over if you die? What do you think the other two girls will feel if you die here?" Choi replies, "That's exactly why. I've already made the mistake of running away too many times. Just thinking about how I left people behind and how much they suffered makes it hard for me to breathe." He continues, "This time I decided to do my best in every moment. It's the same now. If I run away, what will happen to you, Hana? What if your younger brother is really inside and needs help? By then, it will be too late to regret it. If that happens, then what have you been holding on for all this time? So please help me. Do you you know where your brother's room is? He places his trembling hand on Hana's shoulder and says, we don't have time. Hurry. Hana notices that his hand is shaking. She thinks he's trembling like this, but he still refuses to give up. She replies, I'm not completely sure because I couldn't see for a long time. But if we go to the end of this hallway, there should be a room on the second floor. It's probably there. Suddenly, tears begin flowing from her eyes. She says, I know it's shameless of me to ask, but Do-hoon is inside. She begs Choi to save him. Without wasting another second, Choi runs toward the hallway, but his path is blocked by flames. He covers his mouth to reduce the amount of smoke he breathes in. He thinks that even if the worst happens and he dies, he can recover his in-game currency later. Fortunately, the items he bought from the game will protect him for a limited time. He quickly grabs a nearby fire extinguisher. Then he runs straight through the flames. Outside the house, Hana's stepmother and the unknown man still make no effort to rescue Do-hoon. Hana's stepmother tells the man, please bring my phone from the car. The man hesitates. She shouts, I promise I won't do anything dangerous. Please bring my phone. I need to make sure whether Do-hoon is inside or not. Maybe he's outside somewhere. At least I can call him. The man asks, you promise you won't do anything dangerous? She assures him and he runs to the car to get her phone. As soon as he leaves, Hana's stepmother reveals her true nature. She notices the brick that Choi used to break open the main gate. She also sees the broken window of the house. She realizes that someone must have entered from outside. Instead of worrying, she laughs and thinks, what kind of rot dared to interfere with my Do-hoon? Back inside the house, Choi enters another room. Suddenly, another explosion occurs. Fortunately, the misfortune-blocking talisman he bought protects him. Even so, his condition is becoming worse. He can feel his lungs burning, but somehow he keeps enduring it. It must be the effect of the pain relief medicine. He enters the first room at the top of the stairs. There, he finds Do-hoon lying unconscious on the bed. Choi calls out to him several times, but there is no response. He thinks that Do-hoon probably became unconscious after inhaling too much smoke. He notices that there are no visible injuries and that Do-hoon is still breathing. The fire soon begins spreading into the room. Without wasting any time, Choi lifts Do-hoon onto his back. He is not a doctor, so there is nothing else he can do. His first priority is getting Do-hoon outside safely. He believes that the talisman's protective barrier should also protect Do-hoon. Carrying Do-hoon on his back, Choi heads toward the exit, but he soon realizes that the staircase has collapsed. There is no way down. He panics. If the stairs were the only way out, then what do I do now? At that moment, Hana calls out to him. He remembers that he is not alone. As he follows Hana's guidance, his hands begin trembling. A message appears before his eyes, showing that the pain relief medicine has worn off. Immediately, the pain hits his entire body. His body can no longer handle all the burns and injuries at once. Even breathing becomes extremely painful. Still, he somehow forces himself to stay conscious. He thinks, wouldn't it be easier to die here and move faster in the next playthrough? Or maybe I should put Do-hoon down for a moment and use another item. But when he looks back, he sees Hana standing behind him, watching him carry her brother. He immediately throws away those thoughts. He realizes how weak he almost became. He feels ashamed of himself, that he was already searching for an escape just because the pain had become unbearable. Disgusted with himself, he forces his trembling legs to move forward. He knows that if he puts Do-hoon down now, he may never have the strength to carry him again. Hana follows him closely behind him as they slowly continue moving. Choi thinks, if I can't even do this much, then I never should have made that promise to Hana. Finally, he sees the exit. He tells himself to hold on just a little longer. But after everything they went through, the moment he opens the door, Hana's stepmother is already standing there with an iron rod in her hand. Before Choi can see her, react, or understand what is happening, she swings the rod with all her strength and strikes him directly on the head. Hana watches everything in complete shock.
Choi collapses to the ground with Do-hoon still on his back. Seeing all of this, Hana's body went cold. Her face turned pale and her eyes widened in disbelief. Just then, the strange man came running from behind and asked Hana's stepmother, "Are you okay?" Then he noticed the two people lying on the ground. He asked, "Who are these people?" The drama queen immediately began making up a story. She sat on the ground, started crying, and said, "What should we do? Some man tried to kill my son. As he was escaping, I hit him without thinking. I only wanted to scare him, but he suddenly lunged at me." Without realizing that she was lying, the man hugged her and tried to comfort her. He said, "Calm down. Did you forget who I am? I'm a managing partner at a law firm." It was also revealed that he was her boss. He assured her, "This isn't your fault. You're the victim here. This was only an act of self-defense." That became Hana's breaking point. But two people she cared about the most had fallen because of her greatest enemy. She looked at Choi's face, which was covered in blood. She remembered how Choi had stopped her from giving in to her anger. She regretted that she had only received help from him. He had become involved with someone like her for no reason. Now he lay unconscious after risking his life to save her brother. She did not even know if he was still alive. The guilt completely broke her. She lost control and began transforming into a revengeful spirit.
Meanwhile, the man said, "Don't worry. First, let's get out of here. We should hurry and get Do-hoon out of the house. You're a strong woman." The drama queen immediately started acting again. She cried and said, "I'm sorry. I acted like a child without thinking." She reached out to hold the man's hand. But before she could touch him, something unbelievable happened. The man suddenly caught fire. Flames completely covered his body, and he screamed in unbearable pain. Hana's stepmother was shocked. She was too cowardly to save anyone. Instead of helping him, she stepped back while he cried and begged for help. She looked around in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. She muttered, "No, I must be seeing things. Ghosts can't exist, right? But it's almost like I'm looking at Hana's shadow." At that moment, a shadow emerged from the burning flames surrounding the man. As it stepped out of the flames, Hana said, "Because of you, everyone dies. I should have done this much earlier." Her ghost form had completely transformed into a terrifying, revengeful spirit. The moment Hana's stepmother heard Hana's voice, her eyes widened in terror. Tears poured uncontrollably from her eyes. She turned around and ran without looking back. Now she was the one begging for help. But after running a short distance, she tripped and fell hard onto the ground. She lay there in the rain, completely soaked, crying and trembling with fear. Meanwhile, Choi was not dead. He was only unconscious. As he reached for his smartphone, he saw Hana standing nearby, ready to take revenge by killing her stepmother. Sometime later, firefighters arrived at the scene. The story then shifted to a hospital. Choi's mother was talking to a doctor. She asked, "So you're saying there isn't anything seriously wrong with his body?" The doctor replied, "Yes. He was at the fire scene, so there were soot marks on him, but surprisingly, his physical condition is fine. We should consider it a stroke of luck. Please don't worry. He'll wake up soon." Hearing this, Choi's mother finally felt relieved. Soon afterward, Choi opened his eyes. Looking at the hospital ceiling, he thought, "I'm getting used to looking at hospital ceilings." His head was throbbing badly. He slowly sat up. Then someone behind him asked, "Are you okay?" Choi recognized the voice immediately. It was Hyeon. He turned around and was surprised to see both Hyeon and Kang. He asked, "How are you two here?" Hyeon returned to her cute ghost form. While crying, she said, "Do you know how worried we were? What happened? Why are you in this condition? You said you would finish everything quickly and come back, but you never contacted us. Then we suddenly got a call from the hospital. No matter how many times we called your name, you wouldn't wake up. We thought you might never wake up again. We were so scared. You could have at least told us beforehand." Kang quietly stood behind her and listened. Hearing her words, Choi felt sorry. He lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry for making you worry."
Then, trying to make the mood lighter, he smiled and said, "I'm fine now, so don't cry. Actually, I got some good rest, so I'm feeling great. Anyway, how did you two get here? There's no way you walked all the way here in those dolls."
Kang explained, "Your mother brought us here. She came to your house to meet you and found out who we really are." Choi looked surprised after hearing that. Just then, his mother entered the room. She was relieved to see that he had finally woken up. She sat beside him and asked, "Are you really sure you're okay?" Choi replied, "You said the doctor told you that I was fine." His mother's expression became serious. She asked, "Did you go into that accident to help another dead person?" Choi was surprised by her question. She continued, "I thought you were only helping people who suffered injustice. I didn't know it was this dangerous. Do you really have to be the one to do something like this? Couldn't someone else help them? Haven't you already found something you truly want to do?" Choi calmly replied, "I'm doing this because I want to. If everyone turns a blind eye, then who are these people supposed to rely on? They've already wandered around in pain for a long time asking for help. Should I tell them to wait even longer because someone else might come someday? Honestly, I can't do that. I know you're worried, so I'll be more careful, and I'm sorry for being careless." His words surprised his mother. She had never expected such maturity from him. She remembered the time when Choi was still a schoolboy and came home with bruises all over his face after getting into fights. She smiled and said, "The atmosphere has changed a little. I wonder if it's thanks to these two as well." She was referring to Hyeon and Kang. Then she stood up and said, "I'm going to the administration office to complete your discharge paperwork. I also brought some clothes for you to change into." Choi smiled and said, "Thanks, Mom." After she left the room, Choi became thoughtful. He asked Hyeon and Kang if either of them had happened to see Hana. Both of them shook their heads. They said, "No, when we arrived, you were already unconscious in the hospital." They then asked him what had happened during the fire. Choi replied, "I'll tell you later." He changed into the clothes his mother had brought for him. Judging by Hyeon and Kang's reactions, he looked very good in them. Just then, someone called out to him from behind. It was the detective investigating the fire at Hana's house. He said, "That was a close call. I need to investigate a few things regarding the fire incident. Could you cooperate with me for a moment?" The scene then shifted to Hana's burned house. Hana was wandering around the ruins in her revengeful spirit form. Again and again, she quietly repeated, "I'm sorry, Choi. I miss you." Back at the hospital, as soon as the detective began questioning Choi, he was interrupted by Choi's mother. "What kind of questioning are you doing with someone who just woke up from a hospital bed? I will bring him in once he has recovered." But Choi reassured his mother that he was fine and that he also had some things he wanted to ask. He allowed the detective to ask him anything. His mother stayed with him as they moved to a quiet place where they would not be disturbed. The investigator began by asking, "You happened to discover the explosion by chance, and then you jumped into the fire to save someone?" Choi replied, "Yes." However, from the notes in the detective's diary, it was clear that he was not simply asking questions for the investigation. He seemed to suspect that Choi might be somehow involved in the accident. The detective had written that Choi was suspiciously unharmed despite inhaling smoke. He also noted that Choi had been on his way to meet a friend. Do people usually go that far just to meet someone? And how did you know there was someone inside? Did you investigate the place beforehand? Hearing this, Choi's mother could not take it anymore. "Excuse me?" She had been listening from the beginning, and now she finally interrupted. "It sounds like you were interrogating him. Instead of thanking this kid for risking his life and jumping into a burning building, you were talking to him like he is the culprit. How dare you?" The detective quickly replied, "Oh, that wasn't my intention, ma'am. It is remarkable to see a young man with his whole life ahead of him show that kind of courage, but at the same time, it is also a warning. Some people cannot even take care of themselves, yet they get carried away trying to play the hero." The investigator then prepared to leave. "Next time, call 911 first." He thanked Choi for his cooperation and told him to stay in contact with the police because he might have to come to the station again. Before he left, Choi stopped him. "I have one question. What happened to that young man? And what about the others who were there?" The investigator did not answer immediately. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Then he finally said, "They all died. No one survived except you." Choi was completely shocked. For a moment, his mind went blank. Once again, he thought he had failed to save them. After some time, Choi's mother drove him back to his apartment. Before leaving, she asked, "Are you really just going to stay here alone? At least have a meal with me
me before you go. But instead, Choi replied, I'm sorry, Mom. I just want to rest right now. Once things settle down, I'll come by. And I'm sorry for making you worry. Thank you for helping me. His mother looked very worried about him, but there was nothing more she could do. Before leaving, she quietly turned toward Choi's ghost companion behind him. Please take care of him. If he tries to do anything reckless, stop him. The girls agreed. His mother then left, telling him to get some rest and call her if he needed anything. Hayeon, who was standing behind Choi, felt that something was unusual about him. She sensed that Choi was standing on the edge of something. Inside the apartment, both girls returned to their original forms, leaving their doll appearances behind. They looked worried as they continued staring toward the entrance. Hayeon said, Choi has been inside the bathroom for a long time. Do you think he is okay? It feels strange to just go in and ask him. Kang replied, I don't know. Hayeon continued, that fire incident earlier was connected to Hana somehow, wasn't it? And judging by Choi's expression, it didn't go well. Kang nodded. I just wish there was something we could do to cheer him up. Hayeon looked sad. Is there really anything we can do to help him? What about getting him something good to eat? Kang suggested. His mom slipped some spending money into your tail earlier, remember? Hayeon thought about it and immediately realized that was a great idea. But what should we order? What about spicy pork stir-fry or pork cutlets? Kang said. I heard guys could eat nothing but those two things for an entire month and still be fine. Hayeon looked at her. Wait, how do you even know that, Kang? Kang replied, I saw it on my social media feed once. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, Choi had intentionally left the tap water running. In the corner, he was using his smartphone like a normal person from this generation. He was trying to remember what had happened before he passed out at Hana's house. His last memory before losing consciousness was a woman hitting him over the head with something blunt. It was definitely Hana's stepmother, but according to the investigator, everyone who had been at the scene had died. Choi grabbed his head. If everyone died, then it must have been Hana. He looked at his smartphone. A message showed that Hana Lee had now become a vengeful spirit, the ghost in the flames. Choi blamed himself for being the reason behind her rampage. Then another message suddenly appeared on his phone. It stated that her desperation had never reached anyone and she had become a vengeful spirit. Then two options appeared. Option A, go save her. Option B, walk away. Choi stared at the message. Once a ghost became a vengeful spirit, their affection level became locked and their mental state deteriorated to the point where normal conversation was impossible. He would probably have to die to make things right, just as he had done with Kang. But suddenly, another message appeared with a timer. If you walk away, the save point will be updated to the current moment. Hana Lee will no longer appear in future story progress, but she may still be encountered at any time. Choi stared at the message. If he did not go, Hana's final wish would end here, but if he went and died now, the other two ghosts would be left behind, and at present, he had only 5 lives left. After thinking about everything, Choi slowly stood up. It can't be helped. The future I want is one where everyone is happy, but now it doesn't look like I can achieve that. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Choi heard it and came out of the bathroom. Is someone at the door? Hayeon replied, we actually ordered food for you. You haven't eaten anything all day. She explained that they had used the cash your mother had left for them, but then realized they could not exactly hand the money to the delivery person themselves, so they asked Choi to receive the order. After receiving the food, they sat around the dining table. The meal looked delicious. Choi looked at everything in front of him. What is all of this? Kang answered, your mom left some spending money. She said to give it to you when you needed it. Sorry for using it without asking, but you always skip meals or eat whatever you can find, so we wanted you to enjoy a proper meal for once. We didn't know what you liked, so we looked through tons of reviews and ordered this. Choi went silent. Kang and Hayeon looked at each other, wondering if they had done something wrong. Then, without warning, Choi began to cry. Hayeon immediately moved closer. Choi, is something wrong? Did we do something? Why are you crying? Kang also looked worried. I thought you liked it. But Choi could not stop crying. He thought about what he had told himself before. He had promised himself that he would not become attached to any of them, because once he died, it would be as if none of this had ever happened to them. A new life would begin from his save point.
The memories they had made in such a short time would become his alone to carry. That thought was so painful that he had believed the only way to deal with it was to keep his distance. But he could not look away anymore. He could not simply ignore them and run, and yet he had to go, knowing that he would die. How was he supposed to tell them that? While Choi continued crying and thinking about all of this, both girls moved closer to him and sat beside him. They tried to comfort him with the warmth of their hearts. The scene then shifted to Hana's burnt house. Several police officers were investigating the location. From behind them, someone asked, "What is the cause of the fire?" It was the same investigator who had questioned Choi at the hospital. One of the police officers replied, "It is still under investigation, but the fire team believes it started from an oven on the second floor." "An oven?" the investigator asked. "Do rich people keep their ovens on the second floor? So it wasn't arson." The police personnel replied, "Probably not. The fire seems to have started from inside." The investigator removed his mask. "Was my read on this man wrong? That young man from earlier seemed off to me." The police officer looked confused. "What young man?" Investigator tells. "I just came from meeting the lone survivor of this fire. The more we talked, the more something felt off." Suddenly, the investigator felt unusually hot. He did not realize that Hana's spirit was standing directly behind him. Then, the scene shifted back to Choi. He was still thinking about Hana. A message appeared on the screen. Hyun's affection level had reached its maximum. Kang's affection level had also reached its maximum, but Hana's affection level was locked. She was now a vengeful spirit. Then, Choi looked at the two girls and said, "I'm sorry I ended up showing you such an embarrassing side of me." But Kang immediately replied, "Not at all. I'm sure there were things you couldn't bring yourself to say." Hyun then suggested that they eat first before the food got cold. Choi needed to eat something if he wanted to regain his strength. Choi picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Soon after, he realized that the food had already gone cold, so it did not taste exactly great anymore. But when he looked at the girls, he noticed both of them staring at him hopefully, waiting to hear what he thought about the food. Choi decided that at the very least, he could finish his meal. While eating, Choi asked them, "Do you remember what that shaman told us when we met him on the street? He said that if a spirit harms a person, that person can become a vengeful spirit." The girls replied that they remembered. After that, Choi became silent again and continued eating. He thought about the moment when he had promised the girls that he would do his best to help them. He had failed to keep that promise, but he still felt that carrying this responsibility was something he had to do. Finally, after gathering enough courage, Choi told them the truth. Hana has become a vengeful spirit. He hoped they would understand the situation. He continues, "You already got the general picture earlier, but it looks like Hana harmed her stepmother. When I was trying to escape from Hana's burning house with her unconscious brother on my back, that woman hit me over the head with a golf club." Choi took a breath. "And now, I'm planning to go and meet Hana. I don't even know if I'll be able to talk to her. It will probably be dangerous too, but I believe I can save her next time, just like I've done before." Then Choi revealed his biggest secret. "If I die, I can go back to the past and try to stop things from becoming worse." Inside his mind, Choi remembered that this was the second time he had revealed this truth. The first time, he had told Hyun at the hospital. After that, he explained everything to them. He told them about the game, all of his deaths, and his ability to travel back in time. The first time, Hyun killed him when they met on the highway. The second time, Hana killed him at his friend's house. The third time, Kong drowned him in the river. The fourth time, Kong killed him again by choking him. And finally, the fifth time, Choi killed himself after Hana's vengeful spirit left him alive in a severely disfigured state. The girls listened quietly. Choi noticed that Hyun was listening just as quietly as she had the first time he told her. Kong looked surprised too, but she did not ask many questions. What surprised Choi even more was that the game hadn't stopped him from revealing his secret this time. Maybe even the game understood that this route had already reached its end, and that Choi needed to restart from the save point. Choi continued explaining, "There are so many different endings in this game, so I'm sure there must be an ending where everyone gets saved." When he finished speaking, the room became completely silent. An awkward expression appeared on Choi's face as he waited for their response. Then Hyun spoke. "In that case,
I want you to not go and meet Hana. She continued, what happened to Hana is heartbreaking, but you've already given everything you had, haven't you? What about your mother and your family? How do you think the people left behind would feel? Is it really okay for you to keep throwing yourself into all of this? Choi tried to explain. I said it earlier, didn't I? There might be an ending where I can go back in time and save her. If there is even one future where everyone can smile, then I have to try. Hyeon immediately countered him. And what if another ghost appears who also needs your help? Will you throw yourself into saving them too, just like you're doing now? Even when you don't know whether there is any solution at all? She became more upset as she continued. Can you really turn away from someone asking for help? And what if, in the worst case scenario, you could only save one person? What would you do then? Those questions left Choi completely stunned. He could not answer. He also noticed that Hyeon was acting completely differently from the last time he had told her about a secret. Back then, she had supported him. Choi was about to say something, but Hyeon interrupted him. I know you're going to go anyway. She stood up. I'm sorry, I'm going to step outside for some air. Before leaving, she turned back toward Choi and said one last thing. If you ever reach a situation where you can only save one person, whoever that person is, it doesn't have to be me. She then slammed the door and left. Choi remained sitting there, still trying to understand why she was behaving so differently this time. What did she mean? He knew she was saying it because she was worried about him, but why was she telling him to save someone else instead? Then King spoke. The more attached she becomes, the stronger her obsession becomes. And because of that, her ability to affect the physical world also becomes stronger. She continued. Depending on how strongly she feels, Hyeon can even open a door by herself now. That says a lot about how much the time you've spent together means to her. Who could accept it if you suddenly tried to say goodbye like that? Choi became sad. I know, but I want everyone to be able to live in this world. If there is even a chance that I can go back to your past and save you, then why shouldn't I try? Hearing this, Kang smiled. If that's what you mean, then I refuse it. Choi looked at her in surprise. If that's the kind of help you're offering, I want to refuse it too. Choi could not understand why Kang was also saying something like this now. Kang continued. Even if you go back to the past alone and save me, the me from back then and the me standing here right now are two different people. If I forget all the memories we've shared and simply get saved by you, would I even be happy? She looked at Choi. Right now, it feels like you've already chosen the answer before anyone else gets to say anything, and somehow you're missing from that answer. You mean as much to us as we mean to you. Even if you prevent the accident and I get to live, the person standing here right now would still be gone after everything it took to bring me back. What if that version of me forgets you and meets someone else? Even if you were okay with that, I wouldn't be. Kang moved closer to Choi. Because I like you. She sat beside him. If I could come back to life and still remember you, I would have done anything to make you mine. Because I like you. Kang rested her head on Choi's shoulder. So stop thinking about the game for a second. Just see where this takes us. She stayed there comfortably. I want you to see me as I am, not as some poor ghost who died unjustly. With this,
Choi became lost in his thoughts. He remembered Hyeon telling him to open his heart to her if they ever met again. He also remembered Hana telling him that they were not characters in a game. Those memories made Choi realize something. At some point, perhaps he had started chasing his own happy ending under the excuse of saving them. Starting over had become too easy for him. But now, as Choi felt Kong's warmth beside him, he realized that they were alive beside him right now. Kong looked at him. Can't you just not go? She paused. I won't ask for anything more. Let's just stay like this for a moment. Kong seemed happy sitting beside Choi with her head resting on his shoulder. Choi eventually agreed, but suddenly, a notification appeared on his smartphone. Choi became worried again. He had no idea what trouble was waiting for him next. The notification was an ending route related to Kong. It was asking him to give an answer to Kong's confession. Sensing that this may be the end, she is asking you for the answer you couldn't give before. Tell her how you truly feel. Choi looked at the message. He realized that this was the right time to express his true feelings. I like you too, Choi said without hesitation. Kong immediately became nervous. Her face became shy. Choi continued. Anyone could see that you're someone special. When someone like that shows interest in me, of course I'm drawn to you. Sometimes I think you don't even realize how charming you are. He smiled.
Maybe that's part of what makes you even cuter. Kong completely froze from embarrassment. I'm happy to hear that, but before she could finish, Choi interrupted her. I also like Hyeon. Kong's expression immediately changed. She looked a little jealous and angry. Choi continued. After all, the reason I made it this far from the day I installed the game was because of Hyeon. And Hannah, she's like a little sister to me. Being around her makes me want to take care of her, and she always makes me laugh. That's exactly why I want to live in this world alongside all of you. Not inside a game, but under the same sky, in the same life. I want to spend much more time with everyone and build a happy future together. You told me that I never see myself in my own vision of the future, but that's not true. In the future I'm hoping for, I'm there too. Choi smiled, trying to ease the awkward moment. I don't say this because I'm worried it might come across the wrong way, but even imagining that the two of you might still like me after coming back to life makes my heart race. I know it's probably just wishful thinking, but I would really love to have that future. King listened quietly until he finished. She realized that she wanted the same future with Choi, a future where she was alive and could stay beside him. Then, Choi's smartphone rang again. This time, the notification completely shocked him. Another ending route had appeared. Spreading the love, a diversified investment. The world is too big to go all in on one person, but every investment comes with risk. Meanwhile, outside the apartment, Hyeon was standing alone. She regretted the way she had spoken to Choi. No matter how hurt I was, I shouldn't have spoken to him that way. I should have tried to talk him out of it. Maybe I should go back now and apologize. But before Hyeon could return, she noticed something strange. The environment had changed. The moon had turned purple, and the sky had changed with it. Hyeon looked ahead. A powerful ghost was approaching her. It was none other than Hannah's vengeful spirit, and she was repeatedly calling one name, Choi Do-yeon.